Hey there, I'm Charlotte, the Gulf Coast Granny, and it is Friday night. It is super late. It's 12:35 Central Time, and I am here because I slept all day, and now I can't sleep, which is nothing new for me, is it? One, two, three, four, five. So tonight, I'm just hanging out and trying to talk myself into going to sleep. So if any of you would like to talk me into going to sleep, that would be amazing. And in the meantime, I'm just going to sit here and work on this new baby blanket that I'm crocheting. One of my kids' band directors at the middle school is having a baby boy this summer. So I want to get this finished by the time school's out in a couple of weeks so that I can give it to her. And hopefully she'll enjoy it. See, it's beachy colors, and I thought that would be appropriate for a beach community baby. I actually was thinking about getting her making two of them, and one of them the school colors. So I don't know if I'm going to do that or not, but we'll see. We shall see. Anyhow, I'm just waiting for somebody to come in and say, hey. I know probably everybody's got their things to do today or this evening, or they're already in their live streams of people they like to listen to. But I'm just going to sit here a little bit. I got some new vegetables out of my garden today. I harvested one zucchini squash and also one yellow squash. And yesterday I pulled a cucumber out of there. So the garden is coming along beautifully. In fact, I would venture to say that this year's garden looks better than any garden I've started at this particular house since we moved here 3 years ago. And that's a really good feeling to know that I've got the soil right and I got the timing right. And I think one of the biggest issues maybe has been that I'm planting things a little bit too early because of all the shade in my yard. It's cooler. So I'm thinking that the plants may have been getting stunted from the cool weather. Of course, these are warm weather crops that I'm talking about, like tomatoes and squash and peppers. But yeah, it's kind of crazy, isn't it? But this year's looking good. This year's looking great. Now, last year we did have way too much rain for anything to be able to grow normal. So I'm just glad that this year, I'm scared to death to jinx myself. I really don't want to jinx myself in that it's doing great right now, but maybe we'll have a great big storm and hail will knock my garden down this weekend. We don't usually get hail here. Hey, Dwayne, how are you doing? Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? I'm sorry. I don't even know. I've been sitting here talking to myself for like 4 minutes. You know what I should do? I should get my headset on. Last year, different parts of North America had a bad drought. I know, and you know what? Okay, great. There is a lake. Is it Lake Mead that generates power for different power stations? Because it's down, way down. It's the lowest it's been ever. And if it drops another 32 feet, there won't be any power generation on that lake. Hey, Grumpus, how are you? Oh God, guys. Got to turn my computer around. I'm sorry you're getting a close-up shot. But yeah, I think it's Lake Mead, I think. And it's because of all the droughts out there, I guess, in the West. And yeah, it's a mess. They're saying that if if the water level goes down 32 feet, and at the current rate, that could happen by February of next year. So what they're doing is trying to reroute some water to go into the lake so that they can increase the water levels a little bit. I think it's just putting a Band-Aid on the problem, but what else do you do, you know? Y'all, I'm getting kind of worried about the way things are going in this, not just the country, but the whole world. It's getting insane. Every little thing I hear is like, whoa, that's odd. You know, or that doesn't sound good. Nothing sounds good anymore. Food prices are skyrocketing. Nobody's able to get fertilizer because of the, you know, the embargoes. Who knows what the heck 6 months from now is going to look like. And to kick it all, I'm getting on StreamYard, y'all. I've got to have my computer to do this. Hey, Alex, how are you? We're doing great over here. Okay, let me get in here. Look, it might echo for a minute because you know how I am, y'all. I turned the volume off on my computer, but that don't mean nothing, does it? Okay, let's see. Yeah, look at that. I'm going to turn that mic completely off. There we go. Okay. There we go. Are you serious? I knew that was going to happen. I knew it. I'm going to get I'm going to put a link up here, so whoever wants to come up here and hang out with me is more than welcome. Because we got some stuff to talk about. Paste. There. Make sure, yeah, there it is. Oh, good, Alex. I'm glad everything's doing well. It does sound, it did sound like a 70s movie. And wait till you hear Grumpus's phone do its thing. It sounds like 70s porn. Bow chicka wow wow. There's Grumpus. Hang on. Hey, Grumpus, how are you doing?
Hey, everybody. How y'all doing?
I'm going to change our setup here. There. You know what? I can see so much better the other way. No, not that way. What is that? Oh, I'm just playing. I'm playing with the settings. Don't mind me.
That's
well, until somebody else comes up here, we'll do it like this so I can see better. Is that all right with you, Grumpus?
It's fine with me.
Okay. Hey, Marcel.
Hey, Marcel.
How's your vacation going? Or your anniversary trip? Or I'm not sure exactly what it was. I know you went away for a little bit. So did she ever come on over there?
No, I've got a different browser open up. She never did come on.
Keep checking.
Yeah, I've got her on here.
I'm a little concerned.
I am too.
Yeah.
Well, if she hops on, I'll definitely see her because I got another browser open.
Okay. Well, I left her a message to contact me. So, y'all, Poppy's freezing me to death in this house. I'm an old lady with personal summers, and I should not be wearing a jacket in the middle of freaking May. But he's got the air conditioner on like 68 and dared me to move it. He said he worked in the heat all day. He's hot, and he don't want to heat to death tonight. I said, well, all right. We don't have to argue about it. I know where the jackets are.
Put a coat on. He can only get so naked.
Right. Right. Well, that's what I did. I put on this old jacket that I've got. I love it. It's like my whoopee, you know, like babies carry around security blankets. We're talking about Christina, Marcel. She did a live stream, but she never showed up for it about an hour and a half ago. And it's still, you can go in there and wait on her, but she hasn't showed up yet. And I'm a little concerned about her because
hour and 44 minutes.
The title was kind of ominous. or sad. Honestly, sad.
Did you see her the other night?
I'm sorry?
Did you see her the other night when she's talking about her mom?
I saw the replay. I watched the whole replay, and I was really, really sorry that I missed it because I didn't get a notification, and I don't know why, because I've got notifications turned on for all of her stuff, but I didn't get it for that. And, and in my defense, I had to go to, was it last night or the night before, Grumpus, that she did that stream?
Night before last, maybe.
Okay, well, night before last, I was at Millie's end of the year little kindergarten performance graduation thing, and I didn't see it until I crawled in the bed.
I put a link up there.
It said "F off world" or something like that.
Yeah.
Is that what it was? That verbatim?
I'm looking at it. It says F off world.
Okay. I wasn't sure. But yeah, I'm a little concerned about her because I know she's just really struggling with grief can be an ugly, ugly thing sometimes.
Well, I'm going through the same thing here. Every year I have to be some sort of distraction.
Yeah. It can trigger people.
And my ex was like that too. She had kids that didn't have anything to do with her, and she every year I had to do what I could to keep her from going to too dark of a place.
That's so sad, though. And that maybe that's why I don't get triggered for Mother's Day, because honestly, all of my Mother's Days when I was a kid consisted of my grandma. Mm-hmm. And she was my heart, and I loved her. And, when she passed away, she was old. It was her time to go, and it wasn't a trauma thing. It was just, end of life. That's all. It was just what it was. And so, and I have so many kids that they come and entertain me the whole day. They bring me all kinds of presents and flowers, and I get to see the grandbabies, and everybody just treats me like I'm famous.
My ex was just the opposite. She went years and years and didn't even know where her kids were at because they just didn't want anything to do with her.
Oh,
and God. My wife now, her kids are just a bunch of selfish, entitled brats. And
right.
If she got a text, that would be a miracle, let alone a phone call.
They'll take all of her. They'll take everything that she'll give them. But won't even call her on Mother's Day?
Oh, no. And we all live in the same town.
They need to be punched in the mouth.
I have made so many phone calls to her kids, reminding them it's Mother's Day, suck it up, fake it, and call your mom.
Right?
But you can't even do that.
Give me 1 second, Grumpus. I need to run into my room and get my charger for my phone, because that is the one thing I didn't bring out here. I think it's there. Hey, give me a sec. That makes me mad as fire.
Charlotte all cranked up. Yeah, Marcel, I just kind of got used to it at this point.
Okay, finally. Goodness gracious. Hang on one. I gotta find the plug. Look, my dining room is a mess, y'all. A bundle of cords and bills, and what I ought to do is get off my behind and do something about it, but it's just overwhelming.
I hear you.
I look at everything, like tonight, Wesley took the kids to McDonald's because Violet went to her band banquet where they get all their awards and things like that. Well, apparently the food at the banquet was terrible. So he took them to McDonald's to get something to eat so they could go to bed not hungry, right? Well, I'm sitting here looking at the ketchup, a water bottle, a Coke bottle, 2 drink bottles, a coffee bottle from, well, it's not a bottle. It's one of those disposable cups 3 disposable cups from McDonald's. All right, the beans are my problem. I did this. I'm going to cook those tomorrow, so I laid them on the table before I went. And then I got all my YouTube equipment up here, and I just can't do it. I can't do it. I asked him tonight, I said, what do you think? You got a live-in maid or something? I got 3 near-grown people in this house that can do just as much as I can.
Yeah.
And, but now I did tell, oh gosh, wait a minute. I got to read what everybody's saying. I'm sorry. Got sidetracked. It makes me sad. It's my biggest fear. You know what?
But there's nothing you can do about it if it happens.
No, no. Will your kids ditch you? No, Marcel, no. I hope my boy doesn't find some evil hoochie. Now, he might.
He very well could.
I ain't making no promises about that, Marcel, because he might. There's been a few evil hoochies in this family, but none of them evil as I am. So, those are don't let that stuff keep you up at night.
Marcel, you do have to understand that, when your kids get married, you may gain a daughter, but you've lost a son.
You darn right you have. There is nothing you can do about it either.
That wife's mother that's the family right there.
That's right. And that's the saddest thing of all. Because you definitely well, I don't know. Now, I got 2 boys who are grown enough to be on their own. Bailey, he's the youngest of the 3 adults. He's grown enough to be on his own, but he still needs help. I had to pitch him $175 this week so he could pay the rest of his rent. And I'm like, why? Why, son? Why? But there were extenuating circumstances. I normally don't do that. $25 is about the most I'll throw at him.
Yeah.
But this time, and don't tell Poppy, good Lord, he'll slit my throat.
Hey, you sound like my house now.
Don't tell Poppy, good God Almighty.
Because he's probably thinking like I'm thinking. What do you do with his money?
Well, yeah. Like I said, though, I don't normally do that. I don't. And I'll tell him eventually. I'm waiting on the right minute. I got to wait.
Wait until he's asleep. You're going to whisper?
I might. He's asleep in there now. He probably heard my big mouth talking from in here, right? But no, shit, I forgot what I was saying, y'all. What were we talking about? Kids taking advantage. Yeah.
Talking about losing your boys when they get married.
Losing the boys. Well, what I was going to say is the 2 oldest boys, they've got their own lives and they've got their girls. I mean, one's married and the other one's got the crazy girl who he's pretty attached to some degree. And, but I know for a fact that if I needed something, all I'd have to do is pick up and call the phone.
Right.
Because they would come running but see, that's the thing. They know I don't take advantage of that either. I'm not going to call them unless I really, really need something. You've got a friend who's got 2 boys and she's had a hard time seeing her grandchildren.
That's the way it works.
Wow.
I got two grandkids over at her other son's house, and we never see them.
Oh.
Now her parents have them all the time.
Well,
but
I'm the only grandparent that sees my grandbabies. Well, that's not true. She's got so many sets of grandparents.
I think it's just normal for men to just keep the peace. They just go with the flow.
Yeah.
And it takes a very, very strong individual to stand up to all that and say, hey, wait a minute. I got parents.
I got some family too. Yeah.
But most of them won't do that because it's easier to.
Well, they got to be happy with the person they chose. And
yeah.
you know, and I get that. My mother-in-law's, y'all pray for me. My mother-in-law's going to be here in about 2 weeks.
Oh, congratulations. Are you going to be doing some videos? Can you just set the camera up, just do a live 24/7?
Is that what you want me to do?
I won't get nothing done for a week.
Well, no, because I'm usually on my best behavior when she's around.
That's the part I want to see.
That could be comical. we can make a movie out of that. Good grief. Yeah, I usually try to be on my best behavior. And not be too bossy but funny thing is, Poppy married his mother for the most part because we both are the decision makers and the rule makers.
Very strong.
But I don't know how strong I am anymore. I'll be honest with you. I used to be strong as steel pipe.
I tell people,
but I don't have a whole lot of fight left in me anymore.
I tell people all the time, I might be the boss, but I better check with the management first.
Right. I tell you what. But let's see. I know, wait a minute. But I know I'm raising him to be, of course you're raising a good man.
Do the best you can, Marcel. That's all you can do.
That's all you can do. That's all you can do is the best you can.
Even doing the best you can, you have to hope for the best.
Yeah, you do. And that's like with Murphy. Murphy's probably going to be one of them 35-year-old young men still living in my house with a neck beard. But if he does, I'm just going to make sure he has a job and he pays, earns his keep, basically. I don't know.
That's not what you want for him.
I know it's what I want for him. But I think that's what he wants for himself.
Sounds like a sweet gig to me.
I know, right?
Tell the wife, that's what pisses me off about Corey. He said, I want that gig.
Right. I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do. That boy's really aggravating me lately. Because he's extremely... Now, right? Huh?
He's a teenager now, right?
Yeah, that's part of the problem, I think.
Teenagers and high school. I mean, that's a tough combination.
Well, yeah.
I remember.
He don't even get to go to high school for another year.
Oh, I thought he'd started this year.
No, he was playing in the band with the high school. But he's only in 7th grade. And so next year, of course, he'll be at the top of the middle school. The year that Violet graduates, that next year he'll go to high school. And I'll be 412 when I get them all out of my house. As long as you have chicken nuggets in the freezer and a PlayStation, my son will move in with you too.
Sound like a play date being arranged already.
It does, doesn't it? No, y'all, no. Look, I don't know if you heard I probably didn't. I'm making another baby blanket because Murphy's band director's having a baby boy in August. So I decided to make her a blanket too. Who is behind me? Why are you up? You don't know? Did you take your medicine?
Yeah.
You're hungry. Oh, that's why. Just hurry it up, okay? Ask your sister if she's got any of them cosmic brownies hid in her bedroom. She don't. Violet hoards snacks. Hey, Jules, how are you? Did you get good and moved in yet? You should have already.
Does she move again?
Well, I know she had to move out of that one house because they weren't renewing the lease.
Yeah, but that was a long time ago, wasn't
That was a while back, but I'm behind the times, y'all.
I thought maybe she'd moved again.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Of course, who knows? But I think the last time I talked to her, maybe she had already just moved. Who knows? I can't remember my own name lately. So anyhow, you ain't seen hiding the hair of Christina yet?
No, I'm just sending something over here to her now.
Good. Not getting much help packing. Oh, no. Jules, I'll put a link up for you if you want me to. I'm just going to grab it. Murphy, let the dog out, please. Look here, I don't mind if you get on that game, but you're going to have to be quiet because I don't want to hear it, okay? It's okay if you whisper, but I better not hear it. And I don't want to hear no hollering and all that mess. And I don't want to hear them crazy boy noises. And I don't want to hear arguing. You know how boys just make noises for no reason? Like, you don't know? Well, you are one of them boys.
No, I weren't.
Here's your headset. I was going to use it, but you can have it.
Well, I still make strange noise, but I can't help it.
Is there another one?
Another what?
Headset.
With a mic?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, well, go play. How is Laura doing? Laura.
I have not heard from Laura in a long time.
Laura. Which one is he talking about?
One up in Canada.
Oh, yeah. We haven't heard from her in a while.
I mean, she moved, and the last I heard, she was still dealing with internet issues.
Oh.
But that must be running her crazy.
That's the one. That's the one. I'm sorry. Let me get this link up here for her. You messaged Laura on Facebook about 3 weeks ago, and she's been...
She must be going nuts because, I mean, the internet was her life just about.
I know. She's been living with her mom, and she doesn't have Wi-Fi, just her phone. Yikes. That's unfortunate.
Well, she could use her phone as a
hotspot.
As a hotspot, but that'd probably run her a fortune.
It probably would, depending on if she's, because, well, I've got
unlimited data. If she got unlimited data, it might not be so bad.
Yeah.
And it might just be the area she's in got bad signal.
Probably. I forget where she went to.
Okay, Marcel says it is data issues.
Because, oh, I see. But yeah, I was going to say about Christina that I wish there was something she could do to keep her busy. And I think her live streaming is probably a good thing because then she can have other people to talk to. And, you know, she could stream all day long if she needed to. I was thinking from somewhere to Ontario, Dwayne, but you got it right. To Ontario from Alberta. Okay. Oh, there's Jules. Oh, let me get her up here.
Well, I thought Christina had got herself talked to a decent place. Watching her video the other night. I don't know.
Well, yeah, but you know, that kind of stuff comes in waves.
Those mood swings can be pretty powerful.
Right. And I just wish there was something we could do, but you know, what do you do when you're trapped in your house in front of a computer? I mean, you know, can't do a whole lot.
That'll be me, but I'll be in my car instead of in my house.
In your car instead of your house. Shoot, I wish I could. Look, y'all, I've been having dreams about driving lately. I don't even know what that means.
Driving?
Yeah. I can't drive because of my vision, and I haven't been able to drive in close to 20 years.
That's interesting.
And lately I've been having dreams about driving. I think it means I'm trapped and I got to get out of here.
Time for a vacay.
You know what? Patrick said the same thing not long ago. He said, sounds like you need a vacation.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, yeah, a vacation would be really nice when I finish paying for all this crap for my kids and get a minute to save some money to go on a vacation.
Sometimes you just got to squeak one out, you know?
Right. Well, we're going to Florida in July because of the new grandbaby. But honestly, I don't consider that a vacation because it's obligatory. You know, it's something I have to do.
Mm-hmm.
If I had a choice, would I take that money and go somewhere I want to go? Yes. But, you know, you got to go see the new grandbaby. That's what mamas do.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get out of that.
Mm-mm.
You just check Christina's channel and you don't see a live open.
It's still there. I just hit refresh.
We still?
I just hit refresh, and it was still there.
Was it?
I'm sending
What Christina?
Marcel a link.
Moose Gal.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that's who you were talking about. Just wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I haven't seen her all day, come to think of it, but I haven't really been online much today.
Right.
Trying to finish stuff up here. And
Yeah, it's still sitting there.
I can't move, so I can move. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Pain sucks.
So are you moving again, Jules?
We're still moving. Now, if you can believe that crap, it's been a real shit show. Excuse my French. Yeah, it hasn't been a good move. Probably the worst ever.
But you're staying where you're at now.
Well, we're not supposed to be. We're squatting. I'm sure we're getting a bill too. Probably a quarter or two to go with it, but I can't make people help me. So there you go.
What about
one-man army, man? One-man army. I can't lift anything to move the boxes. I can pack them.
Right.
I'm not even getting any help in either of those departments, so to speak. So not much.
Do you have any family around you?
No.
I mean, besides your husband.
Might have to check out the local college. You get like 2 hunks in a truck or something.
Yeah, I've put too much money into this. I've rented another U-Haul, if you can believe that crap. Because the first one was done hastily and it wasn't done correctly. And yeah, so here we are. Last minute, another U-Haul. Smaller one, but another one.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
It's been a really crappy. I've had a really crappy day or two, so I'm trying to come up with
yeah.
Put on a happy face.
That's a stinking shame. God.
Well, living in a camper, I'm not going to be able to jump on my laptop in the middle of the night and yak. Hubby has to sleep.
Right.
I have to get back to work. That's been another story all of its own. So, yeah, it's just been fight, and I'm exhausted. I'm really tired.
I wish I could be tired.
Patrick.
Hey, Patrick, how are you doing this evening? Oh, Rumpus, I forgot to ask you. What did you have for dinner this evening?
I finished up some pork ribs that I'd cooked last Sunday.
Ooh, yum. Ooh, yum.
Side of carrots and peas.
I made the quickest, easiest dinner I have ever made in my life just yesterday. Because we were running here and there. Everybody was going every direction. And we had to be at Murphy's final band concert we had three nights this week where we had to go to Violet's band concert. Then we went to Millie's little kindergarten graduation the next night. And then last night was his final concert. And then tonight was Violet's band banquet. So, 4 nights. But I didn't go to the band banquet. I didn't care enough because I was tired of running and running and running. So anyhow, all I did, y'all, this is so easy. It don't taste the best in the world, but it'll fill you up and keep you from being hungry, okay? I took some of them frozen meatballs from Walmart that's already done and everything. And I got 2 boxes of fettuccine flavored Alfredo from Rice Noodle Roni. And I made the noodle Roni mix, threw it in a pan, let it come to a boil, threw them frozen meatballs in there, and let them cook for 10 minutes, and it was done. I'm like, holy crap, where have you been all my life?
Sounds good to me. I mean, Sandra Lee's made a fortune doing that kind of stuff.
Right. I loved her. Oh, I
loved
her. I loved her show. I loved her magazine. But I sure did it. And the kids enjoyed it. I thought that it tasted a little bit bland, so I ended up adding some onion powder and I've got a garlic pepper seasoning that actually is kind of salty too, but that's what they call it on the label, garlic pepper seasoning.
Yeah.
And I put that in there, and it made it taste a little bit better, not so bland. But yeah, it was wonderful.
Yeah,
it does look like a great spot that she's at, doesn't it, Patrick? Did y'all see Marcel's Facebook picture? No, you didn't.
I didn't.
But it does look like a nice spot. Your dad lost. Wait. I lost my dad 20 years ago. It's always sad. I'm sorry. She's hurting. Yeah.
Didn't she say she lost her mom 10 years ago?
I think she said it was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
But I think it was very, it was just traumatic, the whole scene.
It was a reality check.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, by the way she was talking, it snapped her into how things really are.
Right. Well, and she was young. How old is she now? 36? Ish. Maybe she's 40.
I think she said she was 33 when her mom passed.
Yeah. I posted about a super simple beefy tortellini skillet in tonight's video. 5 ingredients. So good. You know what? I clicked on it and then the phone rang, and I'm going to finish watching the rest of it one of these minutes.
I'm going to have to go back and see that one.
But I will. I use a tortellini, the frozen ones from Walmart too, because the kids really like them. But
I'll tell you what, Marcel has some of the best recipes.
I know.
I mean, every one of them's got to be on my to-do list. I got that much time.
Look, if y'all are not subscribed to Marcel's channel, y'all need to go on over there now. I know St. Patrick and I think Jules is. But the rest of you need to go over there and subscribe because, man, oh, man, quick, easy, simple, great tasting recipes. I made her cookies last Christmas. My grandbabies, I couldn't even keep them on the plate. What was that other thing I made? Some kind of dip that you did. Wait a minute. I'll think of it in a little while. I'm an old lady. Don't pay no attention to me. But, yeah, it's a great channel. And good. Dwayne already is too. Good. And Alex is too. Great. Yes, the cappuccino crinkles. My grandbabies absolutely love those. And Murphy did too. But where did I put my stinking crochet hook? How much you want to bet it fell on the ground? Shoot. Patrick, I'll put a link in the thing if you want to come up and join us for a little while. Paste. It'll be there waiting on you if you want it. God dang it, I lost my stinking crochet hook, y'all. It's going to take me forever to finish this because the stitches are smaller in this one and the yarn is smaller. But I think too, what I was going to say about that situation where, you said it was a wake-up call. I think too that Christina grew up, I think she always knew her mom was sick.
Mm-hmm.
From the time she was little, she knew her mama was sick. So I think too, when you grow up knowing that, it might be hard to realize that serious condition, one day there's a finality to it.
Right.
Because I think when you grow up and you see them fighting and you see them, they're sick, but they're still doing the mom thing. They're still doing what they need to do, and you don't ever think it'll end. So, of course, that's just my...
It's like she was saying the other night. She said people die in their sleep. That's all she knew. People just die in their sleep.
Right.
The reality that some people don't, I think it just finally hit her.
Right. And that's a hard realization, too.
And even after her personal situation happened, she still had to come home and deal with the mess.
Right. Oh, that's the saddest. When she said that.
Yeah, that hit hard.
I had a friend who unalived himself years and years ago, and his brother found him, and of course they came and picked him up and took care of business. They had to call he did it while his parents were on vacation, so they had to call the parents home, and they came home to that. But by the time, I guess the whole neighborhood got together or something and called somebody out to get it all cleaned up before the parents got there and before the son who found his brother got back home from the hospital and doing all the stuff. So somebody was there to take care of all that for them.
Yeah.
And I think that I didn't realize that had to be done by a family member. It kind of was a wake-up call to me when I heard her say that, because I can't imagine somebody having to come home to that.
Yeah.
After all that. So that's sad. It's heartbreaking. And hopefully, I hope that she comes on. I thought maybe if I went live, she would pop in. But she might not be in the best of moods to pop in here. Because, she usually does for a minute anyway.
She might need to talk to somebody.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. The condo is clean, but could use a bit of updating. Being right on the water is everything. I'd come back. Good.
Where are you at, Marcel?
I think she's in Corpus. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Murphy?
That's not too far from her.
No.
That's probably 3.5 hour drive, maybe 4 hours, maybe.
Well, I know she's close to the water wherever she is. Murphy.
Oh, Rockport. That's right.
Please.
Marcel, you seen any hummingbirds down there?
Oh, they're in Rockport, Grumpus.
Well, they usually gravitate to Rockport when they're flying south, but I didn't know if they come back through heading north again.
Oh. She grew. Oh, I see. She's educating me. She grew up in Corpus, but they're vacationing in Rockport,
which is just north of Corpus.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right on the water.
See, now I even got a better education. I don't know. I've never been to Texas in my life. Did you know that?
Rockport's a pretty place.
Is it?
Well, a lot of it's being built back because a hurricane hit it so hard a few years back.
Well, that's what I was just about to ask you. Don't it get knocked over by hurricanes every now and then?
Generally, any place along the coast does.
Right. It's not if, but when.
Right.
And unfortunately, I think my area might be due. God, I hate to say that, but...
Well, it's been a while since we got hit.
Well, it ain't been that long. Well...
I think Ike was the last one to hit us. That's been 10 years.
Has it been that long?
8 years, maybe. I don't know. Well, I got 25 gallons of gas in the garage, a brand new generator, and all the cabling. So I'll probably never have a hurricane here.
Yeah.
That's money well spent for insurance.
That's true. Oh my gosh, y'all. Okay, I got a video. I made a video this week. I made 2 of them. But now that I'm live,
That's right.
I did like a review on my freezer. Look. It's in the living room still.
You got it.
I'm trying to there. See it?
All right.
It's only that tall, and I'm 5'1". So it comes up to the tops of my ears. But there. Now. Isn't it adorable?
That's the cutest freezer I've ever seen.
I love it. I just love it.
Freezer could be cute. That's it.
I know, right? I actually was gonna, after they told me that the other one was on back order, I almost bought a smaller one than that, a 3 point something cubic foot. See, now, Marcel, I was thinking Harvey too.
Yeah, I keep forgetting.
I just couldn't remember his name.
I keep forgetting about Harvey. See, Harvey didn't affect me that much. It hit on the other side of town.
So yeah, because it devastated downtown, didn't it?
You know, downtown and west of downtown.
Don't
Right.
The even numbered years, they name them female or male, or vice versa. If a hurricane hits in the odd number years, they name it.
They keep changing that stuff. I can't keep track of it.
We don't know.
I know.
All we know is when it's a real bad one, they'll usually retire the name and never use it again.
Well, that's.
I have no idea what their rhyme or reason is. They come out with a list every year, and that's what the names are. And that, I mean, at least that's where my perspective is. But yeah, I was gonna buy a small one, and then I found, told you I was doing research on that one, and that little y'all. If you need a little bitty freezer, because I have a little bitty space, and it's going to go in my laundry room probably tomorrow, and it's a perfect size. It's only 21 inches wide, and it's about 22 and a half inches deep. And it's just the perfect size for the space that I need. Now, I know, look, if I had a garage, I'd go get me a 20 cubic foot freezer and stick it in there, but I just don't have that kind of space. And this This I love it. I just love it. It's even got a little basket in the bottom where you can put like frozen French fries and stuff. I love it. But
With the freezer, that's awesome.
I'm tickled to death. And look, all of the other ones that are similar size to that one, that one's 6.9 cubic feet. I wanted the 8.5, but it was back ordered, and I thought, well, I'm limited as to what I can put in that space, so let's look. All the other ones were between $650 and $850. This one right here cost me $299.
That's not bad.
Plus, we got Poppy's military discount, so take $29.90 off of that.
Where'd you order it from?
I went right straight over to Lowe's in Mobile and bought it.
Oh, Lowe's, yeah.
No, I just lied to you. Home Depot. Home Depot, and it's a brand called Vissani, Vissani.
Mm-hmm.
But when I started doing research on it, I found out that it's made by Magic Chef.
All you gotta do is read the reviews too, and it'll tell you if people are happy with it or not.
Yeah, I read all the reviews, and it's got great reviews on it.
There you go.
I mean, you've got the occasional person that's not happy no matter what.
Well, there's always going to be that one.
You know,
Look at reviews like you look at Olympic scores. You throw out the highs and throw out the lows and see what's in the middle.
And see what's in the middle, right? I like to read the ones where they say, I've never left a review in my life. This thing is great. That's the ones I like.
Mm-hmm.
Here, let me get that off of there. I don't even know how now. Shoot.
Some people are just too stupid to write reviews.
You're right.
I
I
like to read when they order a blue item, and then they ding it a star because it wasn't red.
or they ding it because the shipping company delivered it a day late.
Right.
Like, what does that have to do with the item that you bought?
That's exactly right.
Don't be reviewing your shipping experience on the item, you know. Mixing it. Oh, did I tell y'all a few weeks ago that we did this DNA test for my daughter to find out what medication was going to be best for her? And they told us that there was no DNA.
Oh.
She is special.
That's what I said. Well, they redid the test, and I just got the bill, and they billed me for 2 tests to the tune of $700, which my insurance will not pay a dime of.
Per test?
No, $350 per test.
If they screwed up the first test, they shouldn't be charging you for that.
Oh, well, guess who they're going to hear from on Monday?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to call them up and tell them I'm not paying for a test that showed that my daughter had no DNA because somebody screwed up, and it wasn't me. So that's going to be an issue. But hopefully I can convince them to eat that one. Hey, Patrick.
Hey, Patrick.
Good to see you. The gang's all here.
Well, Marcel's not up here.
But yeah, I opened that bill today, and I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? And I had a conversation with the guy that called me to tell me that the test had messed up. And I said, he's like, would you like me to send one to your house? You can do it at your house. I said, well, it depends. Are you going to charge me for both of them or just the one you're going to send to my house? Oh, no, we won't charge you for the first one because bloody blah. I'm like, okay, well, then send the test. We'll do it over.
You even got that verbal confirmation and they still charge you.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Well, they might have just been trying to charge the insurance company twice. Who knows?
Oh, that's scandalous.
But I got the bill, and I got to give them a phone call on Monday and explain my situation and what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Because I'm not paying that.
No, I wouldn't either. I'd send a check for one of them and call it a job.
You don't even call me and tell me my daughter don't have any DNA. What is she, some kind of alien mutant?
Right.
You know?
Everybody's got DNA. Come on.
Everybody.
Silliness.
So what's going on, Patrick?
Yeah, tell us about it.
These are new. I've just got these. These are new glasses, and I can actually see you properly.
Congratulations! Isn't that a wonderful feeling?
Sorry.
Well, Grumpus, you look even better than you usually do. You too, Charlotte, and you too, Jules.
Thank you so much, Patrick.
It's amazing.
Jules is always beautiful.
She is always beautiful. But look at these now. You can't tell, but I've got the ones where if I look up, it's fine. But then, like there's like bifocals.
That's right.
And I can, so I don't have to keep swapping glasses over. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at your screen, do you have to look up like this to read everything?
Not anymore. No.
No.
Doing that all the time.
Yeah.
That's why I bought.
My close up doesn't work as good on my glasses as the distance, so I end up usually have to take them off anyway for close up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't have to do that now because they're sort of graded. So when I look down, because I think I'm long-sighted, so
by the way,
when I look down, I can see clearly, and when I look up, I can just see clearly.
That's amazing. That's great.
Oh yeah, now you can drive and see what your speed limit is.
Exactly. The downside is that now I can see what I'm cooking. So that's the downside. But apart from that, it's good.
Look, I've been putting in the wrong amount this whole time because I thought it said this.
Exactly. That's been I've used that as an excuse. I can't really see what I'm doing, but
right.
What do I use as an excuse now?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Maybe just don't tell anyone that these are new glasses because they look the same as the other ones. So just between us, all right?
They looked kind of blue when you were up close to the screen. I thought your other ones were black. Are they gray down here?
You mean the frame?
No,
yeah, the frames looked a little blue.
So these are the other ones. These are the other ones.
Okay.
They might be blue. I don't know.
They're a little grayer, I think. At the bottom, they're a little lighter. Because the other ones look like severe black, and those don't look so severe black. But that's just my opinion. From what I can look, don't pay no attention to me, Patrick. I can't see for crap.
Well, it seems that you can. Maybe you've got better eyesight than all of us.
No. Well,
no, mind you, you
I see two of everything.
Well, you do still claim to watch my video, so maybe you can't see properly.
I do watch your videos. I didn't get to watch yours today, though.
Oh,
the new one.
Don't worry about it. No,
I'll get to it. I'll get to it. But I usually try to watch everybody's videos as soon as they pop up, and I always feel bad when I don't get, when I don't.
Did I hear before I hopped on something about you saying you'd actually done a video?
I did. All I have to do is finish editing it, and I'm going to be posting 2 this weekend.
What?
2?
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm sitting down.
I know, right? I did. Well, I did the one on the freezer, my new freezer, because I wanted to tell people all of the ins and outs, that it's convertible. It can turn from a freezer into a refrigerator. You just got to flip the settings on it. And there's all kinds of cool things about it that I really like. And it was the cheapest one of the whole bunch that I looked at, and it seems to be really good. Well, and another thing is that I did a lot of research as far as, because this is not frost free. You have to defrost it.
Oh dear.
And that's okay though. And the reason I say that is because it is a manual defrosting freezer is one of the most basic mechanical devices that you can own. So if anything goes wrong with it, it doesn't cost an arm and a leg to fix it.
Yeah, but they suck.
No, they don't suck. It's
you
fine.
have to get the ice pick out and the hairdryer and.
No, I would just turn it off.
Well, what do you do with all your food?
I'll just wait till it's empty or move it into the other I got 2 freezers. Actually, I got 3.
I'm thinking of getting another fridge. I hate the one I've got. It's
you?
small, and I want a top mount fridge where the freezer's at the bottom, not at the top.
Yes, those are the
Yeah.
ones I like too.
That's what I got. I got a whole lot better.
Yeah.
They're much better. Yeah, and I need a bigger one, but.
Do you have the space for a bigger one?
Well, sort of. Yeah, I do. I can make the space. Not a huge one, but I can get quite a bit bigger.
A couple of inches, maybe.
And it's a Chinese fridge.
Well, it's okay.
Well, it's not really. It doesn't. It's just not good.
Mm.
You know.
Get an LG.
Yeah, but see, the reason why I got this one was because, guess why? Because it was cheap.
Hey.
I mean, it works okay. It's just too small, and I want a bottom mount, like a bottom mount.
Right. Mount. I think that the bottom mount freezers are actually more spacious than the top ones, and you can organize them better.
I think they run more efficient because cold air falls.
Cold air falls. Mm-hmm.
You're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had one. I've only ever had top mount.
I've got a bottom freezer, and I like it a whole lot better.
Yeah.
I need to get one, but we're renting this place, and if I wanted to buy one, the landlord wouldn't have a problem with it. He'd tell me, okay, just tell me when to come pick up the old one, and he's got a great big storage place where he keeps lots of appliances and stuff for all his rental properties. So he'll just come pick it up and take it over to his storage.
Yeah, you've got a good landlord, don't you?
He's wonderful, Patrick. He is.
Maybe he
makes all the difference.
If you agreed to leave it behind when you moved.
I'm not doing that. That's not going to happen.
When I moved from my last place to where I am now, I just walked out and left the whole house full of furniture, everything. Just left it.
Did you?
Bought all new stuff. Yeah, because I couldn't handle the idea of moving it.
Well,
that's
and it was the guy that mowed my lawn. This is up in the country, up in the bush. Mm-hmm. And I just happened to mention it to him. He says, "Oh, well, he ran a charity up in this town," and he said, "Oh, I could use all this." And I said, "No, help yourself, take it." And he moved the whole stuff out. He took it, all of it. I got a new everything.
I remember those two, Dwayne. We used to have one in an old mobile home that my dad lived in. Oh, that was a mess. Remember the old ice trays that were metal and I hated those things. I would always slice my hands open on them.
I was raised on those.
Oh, I couldn't stand them. I'm so grateful for plastic ones now. Of course, ice makers are a beautiful thing. And I remember once upon a time ago, I had one, but I don't anymore. I've got to use ice trays. And that's the beauty of this freezer that I just bought. So I can use one whole shelf just for ice trays if I wanted to.
I've always wanted a fridge with an ice thing in it that you can just automatically makes the ice and you just.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I used to have one. When Poppy and I had our house in Virginia, we bought all brand new appliances when we moved in, and I had a beautiful, oh my God, y'all. I had a side-by-side freezer fridge thing, but it was 39 inches wide. It was enormous, and I loved it. I had a 5-burner stove with 2 ovens. It was amazing. And when we sold the house, the deal was that we leave the appliances. So we did. I mean, we made so much money on that house. It was ridiculous. So it was like, it's okay. We'll just buy more when we get where we're going. And we did. We did. But we didn't buy that refrigerator because it was discontinued. And boy, do I miss that thing. You could fit a 20-pound turkey in that freezer. And it was the narrow side-by-side ones.
Yeah.
It was enormous. Of course, I had 5, 6, 7 kids living in the house. And sometimes 9 or 10.
9 or 10?
Yeah. Whenever Well, one of my oldest daughter's friends, her parents got stationed in Alaska, and she wanted to stay at her school to graduate, so we let her live with us. And then we had 2 foster kids for a while, and there was a point when I had 10 kids in my house.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I'd lose my mind.
Yeah,
It was
I've already
fun.
lost. I'm
And they
losing
were
my
all
mind just
teenagers.
thinking about it.
Well, no, all but one was
Teenagers.
All but
Oh.
one.
Oh,
There'd
It
been
was a
some
lot of fun.
murders- Been some murder somewhere in that house.
oh dear. You'd need that freezer to bury all the bodies, to put the
I
bodies
know,
in.
right?
I would need me some foster parents at that point.
I enjoyed them. I really did. I had so much fun back then with those kids. It was a lot of fun. Now, if that were to happen today, it wouldn't be nearly the Brady Bunch scene that I'm creating for y'all. Because I'm just too old and tired to deal with all that nonsense now. I mean, this was 15, 20 years ago. No, it wasn't quite that. It was 15 years ago. Because Violet was just 1 or 2 at the time. I can't get over it, y'all. My baby's about to graduate.
My God, I'm drinking. I've been spending a lot of money on alcohol lately because I'm back on the rum.
Oh, okay.
And this is a
That's a good
spiced
dark
rum.
Is that
Captain
the
Morgan.
Malibu that you had last week? Or
No,
another bottle of the Malibu? Or was it Malibu?
Captain Morgan.
Captain Morgan. That was it.
This is the spiced black rum, and it's sensational.
It's good.
I haven't had that.
$50 a bottle.
Holy
Right up.
crapola. You better make some more videos, Patrick.
Right up there with what's the other one? Myers.
Myers is good. Myers is good. I don't know why here, but rum is more expensive than most other spirits. I don't know for some reason why rum is more expensive, but it is.
I wouldn't know.
I mean that's just a standard bottle. And that was actually on special. It's normally nearly $60 a bottle.
Oh my goodness.
And you know the way I drink it. If I was drinking that all the time, I'd be broke.
Yeah.
I really like.
Except I wouldn't be. I'm using the dude's credit card. But I mean, if it wasn't for that, I'd be broke. Is what I'm saying.
I like that dark rum with butterscotch schnapps.
Ooh.
Ooh, I love butterscotch schnapps.
Grumpus, I tried the ice cream thing with the peanut butter.
How
Did
was it?
you really? Was it good?
Oh my God, I couldn't stop.
Did I steer you wrong?
Do you know what I did as well? I got even more crazy, and I thought I had it. For some reason, I never have it in the house, but I've got chocolate in the house,
Yeah.
a bar of chocolate. So I
Yeah.
broke some of that up in with the peanut butter and melted all of that, and then poured that over the ice. Oh, it was just insane. It was
Nice.
off the planet. It was. I mean, see, I never have these sort of sweet foods in the house because if I start eating it, I just keep eating it.
Mm-hmm.
I never crave it, but once I start having it, I'll just keep going until there's none left.
I get that.
But it's not as though if it's not if I'm not looking at it, I don't think about it. I never even think about sweet food or candy or anything. But if it's there, yep, bang. So it's all your fault, Grumpus.
You
With the
flung a
devil.
craving on him, Grumpus.
But I had to try that. I
Got thick skin.
Hold down the fort for me. I got to get some tea.
And it was crunchy peanut butter, by the way,
Ooh.
not the smooth stuff. I don't like the smooth stuff. Are you crunchy man or a smooth man?
I like them both. The wife, she likes the smooth stuff, so that's generally what we have around here.
Well, it's not the worst thing, but
I'm going to have 2 jars of peanut butter open at the same time. So we usually just get what she likes.
well, fair enough, Grumpus. Fair enough. If it was me, I'd have the 2 jars. Maybe that's why I'm not married, Grumpus.
Well, that's a reason.
Peanut butter's peanut butter. Actually, I don't mind smooth, but it's just my preference is, and I'm not married, so why would I get something I don't want?
I'm glad you tried it on the ice cream.
Oh, I've never thought of doing it, and I love peanut butter. Like I've had one of my favourite Ben and Jerry's flavours was a peanut. I've never forgotten it. It was, I think I've talked about it before. I'm still traumatized that I can't get it here. It was a vanilla ice cream with chocolate covered, with salted pretzel pieces that were filled with peanut butter and then coated in chocolate.
Chunky
in
Monkey.
the ice cream. No, that's a banana one. That's a banana flavored one.
Is it? Yes, it is. You're right.
Whatever that one was, I could not stop. I'd never, because we, back in the 80s, 90s, I'd never seen ice cream like that with stuff in it. Over here, it's just your basic vanilla, chocolate, strawberry. There was nothing fancy. But when I went to America, there was all these insane ice creams. I was like, oh my God.
Chubby Hubby.
Is that what it is?
I think so. Let me see.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, it has to be Chubby Hubby.
Yeah.
I'm going to read the thing.
I've never forgotten it.
Come on.
So that was the closest thing to it, Grumpus.
So you
vanilla malt ice cream with peanutty fudge covered pretzels with a fudge and peanut butter swirl.
That's it.
That's the one. It's called Chubby Hubby. And I don't even think we can get it here anymore. Let me check and see.
You can get all the other flavors here except that one, which is good because
you'd be a chubby something, huh?
It's like Ben and Jerry's is so expensive here. It's like for a little thing of it, it's like $13.
Oh
it's
my!
10 times. I don't know why it's that expensive, but maybe it's because it's that good.
You're spending all your liquor money on ice cream. We can't have that.
Nope.
Well, they discontinued my favorite Ben and Jerry's ice cream years ago, and the only one I like now is their. I do like fish food. There's one called Fish Food, and I like that one. But my favorite was Wavy Gravy. And it was macadamia nut flavored ice cream with this beautiful fudge swirl going through it. And it was so, so good. Yep. Cherry Garcia was another one. Yep.
Yeah. It's. I was absolutely addicted to that when I lived there.
Yeah, that's an easy thing to get addicted to right there.
Oh my God.
So easy. Now we have a Ben and Jerry's store here. It's a like ice cream shop.
Yeah.
One of the casinos over in Biloxi, and every now and then they will bring back some of their discontinued ice creams for a limited time. So I always check when I'm in the mood for ice cream. I'll check and see if they have the Wavy Gravy there when we're going somewhere, to get ice cream or what have you. But there's a little place down the street from me called Daisy Bells, and they have really good soft serve ice cream there. I mean, it's not the same caliber as Ben and Jerry's by any stretch, but it's really good, and I enjoy it. Plus, they do after school, on, I believe, Wednesdays after school, they do free cones for the kids till like 5 o'clock.
Have you ever made your own ice cream?
Yes.
Have you, Grumpus?
Yeah. Years and years ago, a lot more trouble than it's worth.
It is.
Actually, it's not, because I've done it, and it's 2 ingredients. You just get some cream and a tin of condensed milk, and whip it up and chuck it in the fridge. I've done it. I've done a video on it.
That's great. My stepmother had a recipe for orange pineapple sherbet, and it was orange sun-kissed soda, a can of condensed milk, and a small can of crushed pineapple. And you just
that'd
put it
work,
all
yeah.
together, stir it up, put it in your machine, and let it go to town.
See,
And
when
that stuff. So,
when I did it, we had a hand crank,
Oh, no. No,
and I decided I won't be doing that again.
No,
yeah,
fun
I
with that.
wouldn't do that either.
I was
Because
when I was a kid up north, Mom would make snow ice cream.
My
oh,
granny
yeah.
used to make that.
Gather up snow and put a little vanilla in it and
And
a
some
little
sugar.
cream, sugar. Yeah, it was. Those kids
Nice.
lapped that up.
Yeah.
Dwayne said sweetened condensed milk is great for ice cream because no custard is required. You're right.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever eaten custard in ice cream. Oh, I've never heard of the Tonight Dough. I got to read that one, see what it says. DOUGH. It's got to be some kind of cookie dough or brownie dough ice cream.
Yeah, it would be.
Chubby bars.
Mm.
Oh, it's a twin ice cream. Hang on a minute. Let's see this. I'm going to read this out loud. Just for y'all. Maple taffy. Ooh, oh God, Dwayne, that sounds really good. Here, guys. There. Let's see. Caramel and chocolate ice cream with chocolate cookie swirls and gobs of chocolate chip cookie dough and peanut butter cookie dough. Yeah, I wouldn't like that. That's too much.
I'm not into the cookie doughs.
Me either. My son might like it, but I wouldn't like that. I don't even like the brownie ice cream with the chunks of brownie in it.
Yeah, my wife likes the one that has the Oreos busted up in it.
Oh yeah.
I don't like all that stuff.
No, I'm kind of a ice cream purist.
Pralines and cream.
That's one thing I loved about Wavy Gravy is it didn't have a lot of chunks in it. It was really smooth and it was good.
See, I love the chunks.
Do you?
Yeah. But it's got to be vanilla ice cream. I don't like the chocolate ice cream.
Yeah.
It's got to be vanilla ice cream with stuff in it because then the vanilla doesn't obscure the other things, you see.
Right.
See, I've thought this through, Charlotte.
I don't mind.
That.
I don't mind like the
Yeah.
chocolate chips or nuts or something like that. I guess it's the stuff that can get soggy. I don't care for
Yeah, like
No,
pretzels and yeah.
pretzels and cookies and that kind
And
of
they
stuff.
got one that had potato chips in it. I forget what that one was, but it was like, ew.
Yeah.
Oh, Marcel said she likes the birthday cake ice cream. Decades ago, they never had all these types of exotic ice. You're right. Back when I was a kid, it was like Patrick was saying, vanilla, chocolate, strawberry,
That
You
was
want
it.
vanilla or none?
right? Of course, now you can do a whole lot with some vanilla ice cream.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can make a banana split. You can make a hot fudge sundae. You can make strawberry milkshakes. You can. Y'all
Hard to
quit.
beat vanilla ice cream with an RC cola.
Mm.
Good point.
Time you saw an RC cola.
Or some Barks root beer,
Yep.
because I love me some Barks.
It was only a couple of weeks ago that I had my first root beer float
You're kidding.
ever. Well, I did a video on it, and I actually like because I hate root beer.
Do you really?
Oh, I don't like it at all. No. I would
Oh,
drink it. I'd drink it if there was nothing else to drink, but no.
right. Not something you would choose.
But
Beer
I
floats.
did. But I got some sent to me. I got two different types sent to me. I did a video on it, and I reviewed both. And one of them, the one I preferred, was, to my surprise, made by a company that was started by Gene Simmons from Kiss.
Oh wow.
He started a soda company, like a drink company, and it was actually really nice. Made a root beer float, and it was actually delicious.
It's good.
I hate to say.
Eat a root beer float.
I love them, but it has to be Barks for me in the glass bottle.
A&W for me.
You like
A&W, yeah. I've had the
A&W is
A&W.
not bad.
See, I like the A&W. In fact, it's what I'm drinking now. Not A&W, but I'm drinking this rum with creamy soda.
Oh yeah.
And I've had the A&W creamy soda.
Do you like that?
Yeah, I love creamy soda.
I like cream soda too. I like it a
Oh
lot.
yeah, love it.
And it doesn't
Root beer's
doesn't have all the caffeine in it either.
Root beer seems to be one of those things like cilantro. You either love it or hate it.
That's true. And also, I think that when I was a kid, I hated root beer. And then all of a sudden one day, I don't know where I got one from, but that's what there was to drink, and I drank it, and I'm like, holy crap, this stuff is good.
Mm.
And now, if we go anywhere, because usually I drink tea. I have one of those car cups that I take with me everywhere I go. It's huge. It's got tea in it, and that's usually what I drink.
Yeah.
But if by any chance I don't have any tea and he says, hey, you want something to drink, that's my go-to is root beer.
And like you said, there's no caffeine in it.
Right. And also, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of Coke and Sprite and those I'm not a huge fan of those at all. I just get more thirsty. If I drink something like that, I get more and more thirsty.
See, when I mix my drinks, I'll only use like a splash of like a creamy soda or whatever, and most of it's just water, just sparkling water.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because I hate sweet. Anything too sweet, I can't handle.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I just like.
Marcel said Coke is her favorite soda.
It's the real thing.
Yeah, it is. I have a picture of my mother who was very, very big and pregnant with my brother. And she's sitting on my grandma's sofa, and I was standing between her legs, and she's feeding me a bottle of Coke. She's helping me drink a bottle of Coke. I was 1 year old.
You got to start somewhere.
And the picture just cracks me up. Well, and that's one thing I do remember about her is that she loved Coke. And we always had, in fact, when I was about 6 or 7, back in the day, the grocery stores had paper sacks that you put your groceries in. And they had just come out with the 1 liter bottles of Coke in the glass bottles. Well, she had a few of them in this paper sack. And she asked me, she said, Charlotte, go out to the car and get the Coke out of the car and bring it in the house. And I did what I was told. I went out there and I opened the car door and I picked up this great big sack. And it was kind of heavy because there were like 3 of them in there. So I set the bag down on the ground so I could shut the door, but it had been raining. So when I picked the sack back up, I got it to the concrete driveway and the bottom fell out of the bag. The Coke busted, the glass popped up and cut a chunk out of my leg. It was about, well, it covered almost the whole bottom of my leg at the time. I mean, but now the scar from it's about 1 inch to 1.5 inches across. And it's about 1/2 inch wide. It just went and cut a big chunk out of it.
Oh.
And I screamed, of course, not because it was hurting me, but because the sounds, the whole thing just scared me. So I let out this huge scream, and she came running. And she scooped me up. I didn't even see the blood yet. And she scooped me up And she's running into the house with me, and I'm thinking, what the heck's going on? And I look down, and there's just blood everywhere. Well, then I panicked. But she had me stand up in the bathroom and had my leg over the sink. And she was trying to clean it out, and stop the bleeding and all that stuff. And my grandmother apparently was there, and she came in the bathroom. She's, oh my goodness, what happened? My mother told her what happened, I guess. And they're sitting there talking over me going, well, do you think we should take her to get stitches? And my mother said, no, they can't stitch this. There's nothing to stitch. It's going to have to heal from the inside out. So she packs it full of this gauze and taped it up and changed it every few days until it was better.
What you did back then.
Yeah. But she said, if I would never forget what she said. She said, if they put stitches in it, it's going to pucker up and it'll be a bad scar. And I guess she didn't want me to have a bad scar on my leg. And I don't. It's flat and just shiny. That's all. But that
amazing.
Yeah, it was crazy. No doctor, no stitches, no nothing. Just pack it full of gauze and throw a Band-Aid on it.
It wasn't my house. We never went to the doctor.
God, I didn't either. When I was a kid, I hardly ever. But I was always pretty healthy too.
Oh, we were pretty healthy
yes,
as far
Patrick.
as injuries and stuff when we were kids. It was always just pull it together with a Band-Aid and throw peroxide on it. That kind of. You never went to the doctor for.
What, Patrick?
No, you didn't. You'd go to the doctor if you had like a limb missing or something. Or,
oh, sure, yeah.
Maybe for
like
that.
you're up. Yeah.
I've seen a lot of gashes growing up, and they just got pulled together with a couple of Band-Aids.
Band-Aids and duct tape or
whatever you get your hands on.
Whatever.
I was in a motorcycle accident when I was 15. My brother and I had gone up to the convenience store to get, I don't even know what we went to get. And we were on his dirt bike, and I was riding on the back. And I will never forget, the last thing my dad said to us was, y'all don't be doing any tricks on that thing. And we hop on, we're like, we're not, bye. Well,
guess
that
what?
That happened to be the year they decided to give us cable TV. And on the way back, that front tire got into one of those ruts that they had covered up,
No.
and it threw us. And that we went end over end. It was crazy. And I will never forget. My head hit the dirt. Thank God it didn't hit the pavement. I probably died. But it hit that soft dirt. And I had this, wait, what side was it? One of these sides, I've got a dent in my head. I do. I've got a dent right over here. It hit here. And the next morning I woke up, and you couldn't even tell where the bridge of my nose was. It was swollen all the way out to here. And
were you wearing a helmet?
I was in the country. No, I didn't have a helmet. I promise you one thing, I never got on another motorcycle without a helmet, but the only place on my face that wasn't swollen was right here. This jawbone right there. That was it. Everything else. And for months afterward, all the whites in my eyes had turned red. The blood vessels, I guess, busted when I hit. Yeah. And I looked. My dad didn't make me go to school for a week because I was too ugly. And I was mortified. People would try to come visit me, and I'd be crying and say, no, tell them to go away. I'm too ugly. Because I was a vain little 15-year-old girl. Very vain.
Charlotte, do you like sweetened or unsweetened tea?
Oh, it has to be sweetened.
I knew it. I got it right.
I'll drink it unsweet. I will drink it.
Yeah, Alex.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alex. I didn't see that. I apologize.
I got it right. I was sure that you liked sweetened tea.
Oh yeah, I do like sweet tea. But I'll drink it unsweetened as long as it's put together right. If it's too strong or too weak, I won't drink. You like green tea? You know, I just haven't had very much green tea.
I like a good strong non-sweet.
Do you?
Yeah.
You know what I love is jasmine tea. I drink that completely unsweet. I won't put any sugar in that. Jasmine tea is delicious. You like unsweet. Marcel drinks hers unsweet. I could probably lose 10 pounds if I would drink it unsweet. But I'm not that interested in losing a whole bunch of weight. How you like that?
I think unsweetened tea is a little more refreshing. Sweet tea just makes me want to drink something else.
It can be. Ooh, peppermint tea. I have some peppermint in my garden. Do y'all watch what is the name of that channel? Ginger Snap Kitchen. Oh,
of course, Stephanie.
I've seen some of her stuff. Yeah.
She did a really simple peppermint tea last year with a harvest that she brought in from outside. And I've been wanting to do that, but at the time my peppermint was all sticks. And it wasn't big. I was still trying to let it grow, and now this year it is this big and there's leaves everywhere. So this year I'm going to make some. I'm going to go back and find that video of hers. You just recently started sweetening your coffee again. Oh, wow. See, now I like to have a little bit of sweetener in my coffee. But I've been buying this Chobani brand sweet cream. It's a dairy creamer. It's got dairy product in it. I guess it's half and half or something, but it's got a flavoring in it of sweet cream. So I just use that. I don't put sugar in it. I just use the creamer, and it's plenty sweet enough. But I don't like my coffee too sweet at all. And in fact, I don't put a lot of sugar in my tea. For a 2 quart, I might put 1/3 of a cup of sugar, just a little bit. To me, that's a little bit. My stepmother, she would put a cup of sugar in, and I'm like, oh, God.
That's syrup.
Yeah. Well, my daughter, here in Mississippi, you got to be really careful ordering sweet tea compared to where I'm from in Florida. Because in Florida, you can get good tea. But here, they put so much sugar in it, it'll make your top lip crawl around to the back of your head. Yeah, it's ridiculously sweet.
I don't know if things have changed since I was there, but when I first got over there, I couldn't believe how sweet everything was. Like, not just sweet food, but savory food.
Yeah.
It was just all tasted so sweet. Like, even stuff like pizza, the sauces and stuff, and you eat out of the restaurant. It was just, everything just seemed so sweet. And because it's, like, even I think even our chocolate and stuff like that here is not as sweet as American. There's just not as much.
I would not be surprised.
And I'm talking even stuff like deli products, like sliced meats, cheese. Even, I mean, just it all tasted. I got used to it after a while, but it was really strange how sweet
I bet
everything
that was strange.
Yeah, I don't know if it's still like that.
I think there is sugar in just about everything that we eat over here.
Yeah, you seem to like everything, even like especially barbecue and stuff. The barbecue community is like everyone.
Yeah, there's a lot of brown sugar and
brown sugar,
with pork and that kind of stuff.
I love a good mustard sauce. That's what I love.
Yeah.
But the one that we did those eggs in, It was so sweet, it made me almost gag. But that brand of barbecue sauce is always way too sweet for me. Always. It's Sweet Baby Ray's. I can't stand it.
Yeah.
It's so sweet, I can't even eat it. But that's just my taste buds, you know.
Yeah.
I do put a little bit of sugar in pasta sauce or marinara, a little bit.
Oh, sometimes I do that too to balance it out, but yeah, just.
But I don't want it sweet, you know.
Yeah.
There's many additives in food. Sugar is one. Yeah. Y'all, speaking of additives in food, we went almost 2 weeks without a migraine this past. I couldn't believe it. Almost two whole weeks. And then Thursday, one of his friends in band, her name is Charlotte, believe it or not, sprayed him in the face with perfume. Being cute, you know, she wasn't being malicious. She didn't know that it would have that effect on him. But within 10 minutes, he was in the nurse's office with a migraine. So I had to go get him. Well, my daughter did. My daughter went and picked him up. But she brought him home and I took care of him. But I'm thinking, crap. I was trying to see how long we would go, you know, without one. I think, hey, Murphy, look at me. When you finish pouring that drink. Look on there and tell me the dates on your headache chart.
So what was in the perfume that gave him a headache?
522, 4.
And then 5-4. He went from 424 to 5-4. So 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. No, 30. That was 6 days.
Sweet perfume.
10 whole days.
Or cheap.
10 whole days. But I don't know what's in the perfume that does it. But that's the third time this year that somebody has sprayed perfume and he's gotten a migraine from it. It happened on the bus.
Chemical sensitivity.
Yeah. Well, when he was a little tiny boy, about a year old, when we bought our new house over in the other neighborhood, well, it wasn't new. It was new to us. The carpet in it was really bad. But I didn't have the money at the time to replace all the flooring. So I left it there and I thought I'll just clean this carpet real good. So we rented a steam cleaner and we used all the stuff. And that night he couldn't breathe. He was having trouble breathing. We had to take him to the emergency room because he was having what looked like an asthma attack. So they got him better. They gave him breathing treatment and, you know, did the whole albuterol thing, sent me home with a breathing machine and all that. Well, a few days later, I cleaned the carpet again because I was not happy. It was still gross. It took 3 times of me cleaning that carpet for me to figure out that that's what was causing us to have to take him to the emergency room. That's the most expensive carpet cleaner I ever bought in my life. Because those emergency room trips were not cheap.
Yeah.
But back then, I quit using a lot of cleaning products in my house. I use Simple Green. I use bleach if he's not here. I use a lot of vinegar to clean with. And I do use like soft scrub for the, or Comet for the tubs and stuff. But for the most part, I do a lot of cleaning when he's not here so that I can air the house out before he gets home. Even now. Because I don't know what it's going to do. And that's how I started it back then. From then on, I just cleaned the carpets with vinegar and water. It didn't work. I ended up finally getting rid of them, thank goodness. But yeah, that's how I had to clean. And now that's how I mop, with vinegar and water.
And it doesn't work?
Oh, it works beautifully.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. And if it doesn't, I've got bleach.
Bleach is the way to go.
Bleach is a beautiful thing. I love me some bleach.
Oh, I know. Absolutely.
I
Highly recommend it.
it'll clean the whole house. But I even add once in a while, because I drink a lot of tea, so the glasses get stains in them. And what I'll do about once a week is pour about a tablespoon of bleach into the dishwater, and just let the glasses and soak in there, and it cleans them right up.
Yep.
Gets all the tea stains out and that stuff. Yeah, I love bleach.
So how are you doing, Grumpus? What's your story? What have you got? Some news for me? What's been happening?
Not a whole lot.
Tell me something good.
You've had a beard trim. You've trimmed your
Oh
beard.
yeah. I went a little nuts a couple of days ago. It was starting to get hot. Figured it's time to get rid of winter coat.
Yeah, I hear that.
It's been bugging me for a couple of months now.
That's funny. I didn't even notice until you just said something, Patrick.
I got up the other morning, I took a look in the mirror, and I thought, well, let me trim that a little bit. So I trimmed a little bit here, and I trimmed a little bit here, and before you knew it, this is where I was at.
Oh, it looks nice.
Charlotte,
What?
I noticed I can see everything now with these new glasses. I noticed everything, and I noticed straight away that Grumpus had a bit of a trim.
I think the reason I don't notice it so much is because that's the way Poppy wears his. He wears it pretty close.
Yes.
It was time.
So it's normal.
I got back into civilization.
Oh no, you look good. You're looking.
Yeah, it looks very nice.
Very well manicured.
I need to grow one.
Well, there's nothing stopping you, is there? I mean, you could get even the fake.
I guess I could paint one on.
Yeah.
Because I don't have any whiskers. Well, I got this one once in a while. But that's from old age, I guess. Me and the tweezers have a love-hate relationship with each other.
Yep. I hear that.
Well, Patrick, I got to change a faucet tomorrow, and we're dreading that.
Oh dear.
In your kitchen or the bathroom?
Nah, in the greenhouse.
Ugh.
I've got a, like one of those utility tubs for a sink. So
Right.
it's really deep. So I've got to crawl down in that cabinet and get up, try to get behind that tub and change out the old faucet. The faucet came from a remodel job about 30 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Well, I don't know how old the faucet was when I got it, and it's been in the greenhouse for the last 30 some years.
Well, it's been a hell of a good faucet.
That valve that shuts the water supply off, I know it's probably seized up. So I'm going to have to shut the water off and just start from the beginning all the way up.
Yeah, what does Wesley use?
No wonder you look so excited, Grumpus.
Yeah.
It's a spray he sprays on locked up
WD-40.
WD-40.
Penetrating oil.
Penetrating oil, that's it. Yeah.
Well, I'm just going to go get a new stop and put that on there. And of course the faucet's got a hot and cold line. Well, in the greenhouse, I've only got one line coming in cold, so I've got to rig up a Y so that you got water coming in both of those lines. Because if you just hook up one,
it's going to be a weaker stream.
All
the water, it'll just spin around in that valve and come right out the open.
Yeah. See, if this was happening to me, if this was happening to me, I would just get a for sale sign and sell my house and leave. just run away into the woods, into the forest.
Leave no forwarding address.
And just pretend that it never happened, and I never have another greenhouse.
My experience with plumbing is every time you touch something, it starts leaking.
Yep.
So you might as well be prepared to strip it all out and start all over.
Start over. You know what? When
That's
I
one
was
of my
a single
regrets.
mom,
What's that?
I had 2 boys, of course. They were little boys. 1 and 2, 2 and 3, something like that. Well, the toilet started messing up and it wouldn't flush. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And I plunged it and I tried to snake it, and the snake was getting stuck. And I'm like, there's something in there. Of course, by this time I had experience with kids throwing stuff in the toilet before, but never anything stuck, right? I ended up having to take the toilet off, take it outside, turn it upside down, and run a water hose through it.
That's ambitious.
There were 2 plastic trucks stuck and wedged in the loopy thing. Whatever that trap is.
P-trap. Well, it's the truck trap.
I'm like, are you kidding me? This can only happen to me. But that's the day that I learned how to buy a wax ring and put it back together.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I had no clue what I was doing, but it worked.
Well, I know what I'm doing. I just don't want to do it.
I understand.
Exactly.
Oh, that was a nasty job, too.
Well, you're not getting paid. That's the thing, Grumpus. If you were actually doing it for a living, you'd probably get $200 an hour or something.
Well,
right.
I'm sure it ended up taking all day, probably 2 trips at a hardware store. A whole lot of new cuss words dreamed up.
Oh. Do you want,
That
I'll tell
is
you
not
what,
something I would look forward to.
if you're running out of them, I can send you a few dozen Australian curse words. I'll email them to you in case you're running short.
If I need help.
No, and the beauty of them, maybe if you start using the Australian ones, no one will know what.
Exactly. You need to send me some of those, Patrick.
Good point.
And no one will know that you're actually swearing.
Right.
They'll think you're just, sort of gone a bit funny in the head or something.
That's okay.
Oh, the poor man, he's got dementia or something. What's he saying?
Hilarious.
That's a beautiful thing, right?
I should have been a plumber. I really should have.
Speaking of the trades, okay, you remember I told you about my son who's 25 who thinks that the whole world ought to just pay for him, right?
Yeah.
I think that it should for me.
For you. Well,
anyway, go on.
He got fed up with his maintenance job where he's walking around and picking up trash in an apartment complex and cleaning the pool. And so he decided to look for another job. What? He looked for another job, y'all.
On his own?
And he got hired.
Nice.
And it's doing something he really likes to do. He's got this little woodworking hobby. He likes to work with wood. Well, he ended up just arbitrarily applying for this cabinet shop position.
Nice. He'll learn a lot there.
And they're going to teach him all the stuff. And he's so excited, and I'm so happy for him. But I told him, I said, look, keep your politics out of it. Keep your mouth shut and be teachable.
Learn everything you can.
I said, as long as you're teachable, you show up on time. I said, and you might even want to try showing up 5 minutes early every day.
See, when I ran my cabinet shop, I only hired people that didn't know anything.
Really?
So
you could train them the way you wanted them?
Train them the way I want it done. I didn't want somebody else coming in there telling me all their great ideas.
Right. Well, that's what he told the guy. He said, I don't know anything about this. He said, but I like to do it at home. I just do the best I can. He said, but I'm super, super interested in learning it. And he said, I can't afford to go to college. So I thought I'd just come in here and see what you had to offer. And they hired him.
Perfect.
I'm
like, holy crap. The boy got some initiative.
Learn how to use tools and what the tools are for. Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Since I've been doing the job I've been doing, I've spent more time untraining people.
Untraining people, yeah.
Who have come from other jobs and they think that they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're crap at they don't know what they're doing, and so you have to And it's much harder to do that than to hire someone that's got no idea.
Yeah.
And they're like a blank canvas, and you can just train them from scratch.
Yeah.
I mean, there again, though, there are some people that are just imbeciles, and you'll never teach them anything. But some people are actually got a brain, and you don't need to know how to do a certain trade to be taught how to do it. You just need to be open-minded and don't have any preconceived idea. Don't tell me how to do it. I've done it before. I'm an expert. None of this stuff,
My last job.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he was really surprised because the guy called 2 of his references, job references, and the first guy that he called was the oldest employer that he put down, and he was really surprised that apparently he left them on bad terms because I don't know. My son's a very difficult individual to be around because he's very argumentative and he's young and dumb and thinks he knows everything kind of guy. Or at least he was. He kind of still is. But this is when he was 19, so he was even worse. And it just didn't end well. Well, the guy calls and they said, yeah, we'd rehire him again. And apparently the new employer told him that they said they would rehire him. And he's like, really? If I'd have known that, I'd have gone back and got a job with them a long time ago.
Yeah.
Well, he got laid off from that job when COVID happened. Business shut down basically. And but I think he would have been fired within the month had COVID not happened, honestly, because it was just not going well at all. And I told him, I said, you got to be the kind of employee that people respect and that they, that they can depend on. I said, because that's what makes you valuable to them, is being able to be dependable.
Right.
I said,
well,
that's
someone that turns up is really, my criteria for hiring people is if they can stand upright, that's a good sign. If they've got teeth, that's pretty good.
Teeth are good.
If they turn up.
Yeah. Show up.
That's the 3 criteria. The teeth are sort of not that important, but it's always a good sign that
they care about something.
We've had a few rock up with rotting sort of teeth, and they're the drug addicts and whatever, and they're not so good.
Yes.
That's why teeth is a good sign. If they've got a decent teeth,
right,
they might not be a drug addict. And then if they turn up, if they're on, and like you said, even 5 minutes, don't just turn up on time, just maybe even a couple of minutes.
Just 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Yeah.
Be ready to work when you get there.
Be ready. Be ready to work.
Show up, go to the bathroom on your own time.
Right.
Try to do that. Yep.
Pour your coffee on your own time.
I tried my best to get Corey to go to try to get a job at some apartments because he could be a handyman and learn some stuff. And usually they have a pretty good arrangement for them to have a place to stay.
Right.
So when he was here, anytime something needed taken care of here, I would get the stuff and just give it to him. Say, here, you need to fix this. And he wouldn't know how to do it. And I say, well, there's instructions in the box. There's a whole garage full of tools out there. Just figure it out.
Figure it out.
Right.
I come home one night and hid, the bathroom, the toilet in the bathroom that he uses was it just wasn't flushing right. It needed a new valve. So I bought the whole kit, put it in there on the sink. He went in there and the water was shut off. And he said, what am I supposed to do? I said, you're supposed to fix it. He said, well, I don't know how to do anything like that. And I said, if you want to take a leak, you're going to figure it out.
And did he?
He did. And it took him about an hour, but he figured it out. I told him instructions are in the box.
Yeah.
If you need,
and for a lot of little easy home projects like that, the instructions are there for you to,
I figured them out.
Me too. I mean, I had a toilet that kept running. The thing kept running.
Yeah, that's what I had.
I rigged it for a while with rubber bands and clips and all kinds of stuff to keep the flapper closed. But then I finally ended up replacing it, and it was like, whoa, that was easy. And it is. A lot of these things are so easy.
Had him fix a valve on the dishwasher.
Nice.
I ordered the part and gave it to him. I said, there's the panel that pops off down there. He said, well, I don't know what to do. And I said, find something that looks just like this new one and take it off.
It's a shame he's not there now. You could get him to do that greenhouse job for you tomorrow.
Right.
That thought has crossed my mind.
What a shame. Are you able to ring him up and invite him over for lunch and then just say, oh, by the way?
I don't want his help that much. He'll never leave. If I get him this close to his old bed, I'm here to get him out of the house again.
Yeah, true.
Poppy has to go to my daughter's house tomorrow and start building a chicken coop.
No.
And he told me, he said, Charlotte, I don't mind going over there and building her a chicken coop, but can she figure out a way to keep her husband out of my hair?
He wants to help.
He's slow, and he tries to learn. That's the one thing I do respect him for that, because anytime there's a project to do, he's out there really trying to learn. He just doesn't know. He never had anybody to teach him any of that kind of stuff.
Right, he's curious.
Huh?
He's curious.
He is. And but he's also lazy. And he has a job in a bank where he sits behind a desk and watches computer stuff all day long.
Yeah.
And he doesn't like to sweat. And so it's difficult. It's difficult. Hi, Brenda. How are you?
Well, I've been in my house here 40 years now, and I know just pretty much everybody on my street.
Uh-huh.
And most of the houses I've done work at, I've been pretty handy through the years, so I've helped people do stuff and
Sure.
been paid to do stuff for them. And I always have to tell them, they always want to help, or they want to, and I just tell them it costs extra if you help.
It costs extra.
Flat out tell them it costs extra if you help, because you're going to slow me down. I don't have time to explain every move. I don't have time to tell you why I'm doing it. You either want
just let me get it done and over with and leave.
Either want me to do it in an hour, or you just pay me for a whole day, and I'll
Brenda, I love that. She's doing really good. I don't even know what really good looks like here anymore.
regular good, I'm sure.
Yeah, it must be. Actually, I can't complain too much. I just need to figure out how to get my sleep schedule back on track. Because let me tell you what's going on here. Even though I enjoy staying up late, get you another drink, Patrick. Yeah. I do enjoy staying up late, and I like having that peace and quiet at night by myself.
Yeah.
But what's happening is I'm sleeping all day. Like, I'll be up this whole week. I've been up all night long till about 8 o'clock in the morning. Well, then I tell myself, okay, go to sleep, set the alarm clock for 12. You can get up, and then maybe you can sleep tonight. Well, it's not happening that way. I end up waking up at 1 or 1:30, and then I've had enough sleep to last me till 8 o'clock the next morning. And it's crazy. Because the older I get, it seems like the less sleep I need to function.
Yeah, I hear you.
And the other night, look, a couple of nights ago, a little bit longer than that, I think, I took one of Violet's medications to help her sleep. I think I told you this. Years ago when I took it made me, I couldn't even stand up. It made me so tired and drunk. It doesn't do that to her, but it did it to me. And so I took one of those thinking, okay, this will help my sleep schedule. I know it will. And I was up the whole next day. I didn't sleep at all. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? Got some beautiful flowers today from your youngest for Mother's Day. Isn't that? I love it when my kids do something fun like that for me for Mother's Day. And they don't even have to go all out. I mean, if they just bring me a card and a flower from the stinking grocery store, it just tickles me and makes my whole day. Yeah, that is so thoughtful. But yeah, it's been going on like that now for probably a month, where I cannot sleep at all, and I don't know what to do anymore. I just don't, except go with it until it switches on its own, because it will. It will. I know it does it every year, and I go through this twice a year, once in the spring, once in the fall.
Well, see, I can function pretty well on 3 or 4 hours of sleep.
Poppy's like that.
Now, my wife, on the other hand, she would sleep 20 hours a day if she could get away with it. So
I used to be like that.
So you know, like on Saturday, I want to be up around 8, no later than 9 o'clock.
Right.
But if I pull these all nighters, and she knows I didn't come to bed till 7 or 6 or 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
She'll shut my alarm off because she figures I need to sleep, and then
I
won't wake.
And that's not what you want her to do, is it?
I won't wake up till 11 or 12 o'clock, and
then you've wasted the whole day.
My day is shot. I'm not going to start anything after 12 o'clock.
Right. Well, and that's where I'm at. It's like I'm sleeping till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, my kids get home at 3:30, so I don't even have any time to do the things I want to do, like make my videos and before everybody's home and the house is crowded. Well, I can't do a garden. I can't do stuff in the garden at midnight. I mean, I'd like to, but I can't.
I tell her, I say, I know when I stay up late what time 9 o'clock is.
Yeah.
And I know I've only allowed myself 2 hours of sleep.
But I made that decision, and now that's, yeah, I get it. And I set my alarm and sleep right through it.
If I get anything accomplished on a Saturday, I have to start. I have to start by 10 or 11 o'clock, or I won't start. Because most of the stuff that I get into involves dragging out tools, getting something tore up, something's going to break while I'm trying to fix it. I got to go to the hardware store. And I got to, I can't do that if I don't start at 2 o'clock.
That's right. That's right. Oh, she lives 5 hours away. Oh, my. I've got some that live quite a ways. Let's see. Well, my 2 boys that live in Jacksonville, they live 7 hours away. And then I got 2 that live within spitting distance. And then the 2 live here. There's one more. Where's the other one? Pensacola. He's about 3 hours away. 2.5, 3 hours away.
How is that?
But they always do call, which is nice.
So they should.
Yeah.
Absolutely should.
So they should.
I haven't heard from the one that's going to have the baby in July since last week. But the other 2, they call me almost every day. And I'm like, good God, do y'all have to call me every day? I'm busy.
Now you'd miss it.
But my daughter does the same thing. I spend my whole day
the minute they don't ring every day.
Yeah. It's like, can you just call me once a week? Just call me once a week. Oh, you retired to the north and sold her and her hubby. Oh, well, that's nice. That's really nice. You retired to the north? Most people come south to retire. Actually, you know what? If me and Wesley ever get the
don't say it.
Y'all don't have no grandchildren. I'm just telling you this right now. Don't get no grandchildren, because you'll be a slave to them your whole life.
You'll be a slave to that location.
You darn right.
I'm tired of this.
Because the best I can hope for is that we get 2 places. One here and one further north. So that way we can be here in the wintertime and up north in the summertime.
That would be my dream. I'd love to do that.
I would love to do that too. And all it's really going to take is a travel trailer and a campground, you know?
Mm.
And a way to keep me from killing Poppy.
That would be important.
It's going to have to be a really big travel trailer.
Well, you can get some big ones.
I can't afford a big one, Patrick.
Well, you never know.
That's
You
okay.
can get them on
You
sale.
can always go outside, right?
You can.
Whoa.
Oh my. Sold them the home for $150 and they just sold it for $507. That is amazing. Wow. What is that? 300%?
Well, that's too many gazintas for my head.
No, get it. We moved to a lake in a quiet town 10 years ago. That sounds beautiful, Brenda.
Certainly does.
I thought I lived in a quiet town. I thought I was moving to a quiet town. There's only 16,000 people that live in this town. But this is one of the loudest places I've ever been in my life. And it's not just the traffic, like the cars going by with the thump thump music and all that. It's not just that. The train doesn't bother me. I love listening to the train go by. And it's right down at the end of the street. So it's really loud. But you can hear it miles that way. So I'm thinking that noise really carries here. I can hear my neighbors talking in their yard all the time. I can hear the neighbors 2 houses over. There's dogs over that way that every morning at 7 o'clock I go out there and they are barking their full heads off. And they live like 3 blocks away. But I can hear them, I think noise just really carries a long way here. And I've never lived a place like that before. Never. I think it has to do with... I'm sorry. What's that?
Sounds like you need double glazing on your windows. Double glazed windows.
Poppy and I have thought about doing that. Buying better windows for this place.
Makes a huge difference. You know what I mean? Double glazing. Is that what
Yes.
they call it over there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had my place redone with double glazed because I live on a main road.
Right.
And the difference is not only for the noise, but for the heating and cooling.
Yes.
It's just insulation. Because all your heat, goes out the window, so that the sound. But that double glazing is fantastic.
Right.
I can't hear. This is the quietest place I've ever lived, and I'm on I'm on a really busy main road.
Oh,
I
wow.
can't hear anything.
But it wasn't that way before you fixed your windows, right?
Oh no, it was so loud.
We lived on a main road when we lived in Virginia, and that's what we did. We replaced all the windows in the house, and the difference was phenomenal. So I'm thinking if we did that here, maybe not replace all of them, but maybe just the ones in the bedrooms.
Well, you definitely notice. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we would notice a difference. But the windows are very expensive.
But it's a rental, so you couldn't.
I don't care. I'm going to live here at least another 5 years. It's worth $300 a window for me to be happy.
Well, it would also, you could maybe negotiate something with your landlord, or you get along well with him, because that's going to add value to the place.
Right, I could do that.
If you could do it, I would recommend just even if you tried it on one room first.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what we were going to do, is try it on our bedroom first. And if it works, just go around the house.
You would notice a big difference.
And if it helps with the cooling and air, then that's just as well too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I'm making lunch for my mother tomorrow, you see, because we're a day ahead, so Mother's Day is tomorrow for me. So I'm cooking my mother lunch. How about that?
That's so nice. What are you going to cook for her?
She's trying to persuade me not to, of course, but I mean, I'm insisting on doing.
Well, of course.
Oh, really?
She's only
really?
trying to persuade you not to.
Really? Oh,
Because that's
really?
what moms
really?
do.
Are you sure you'd rather not get takeout?
Can't.
Like, no, I want to cook now. I mean, she's seen a few of my videos. But anyway, I'm going to cook anyway. I don't care what she says. I'm going to cook lunch for her, whether she likes it or not.
It's going to be wonderful, Patrick. And she'll love it, even if she doesn't.
She'll love it. Well, mothers are really good actors.
You're darn right we are.
Even if it tastes like something off the bottom of the...
It's going to be the best thing she ever ate.
She'll say, oh, it's lovely, darling. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Dwayne. That's so nice. He said, Happy Mother's Day to everyone. Oh, goodness. I cannot believe it is almost the end of May.
Yep.
It just seems like this year is flying by so fast. USA corn is now here. So we had corn on the cob for dinner with meatloaf and mashed potatoes. That sounds delicious.
Mm.
You know what? We had a sale on corn at the Winn-Dixie about 2 weeks ago. 25 cents a cob or ear.
Wow.
And I thought it was a great deal, right? So we got there kind of late. I'm looking around and there's no corn to be found. Somebody had come, all the customers, whatever. I don't know if it was one or all of them, but it was gone. So I was really sad because I wanted some.
Here's the deal, guys. People
I'll
have
get some more.
been prepping for years, usually. Now you got a new wave of people that are all of a sudden panicking, and they're
Yes.
Those aren't preppers.
No, they're not.
That waited till
They're the newbies who.
they're the last Lulus that waited, and I started 2 years ago, and it's a constant process.
Yeah, here too.
You know, it's constant.
I've got buckets and buckets of food. I got food under my bed. I've got food on the shelves in my bedroom. I've got food in that pantry. I got it in that laundry room. I mean, it's everywhere.
Yeah. So anything that they can, that if they're canners, they're going to be buying stuff up in bulk and canning what they can. Trust me, freeze drying it, canning it, dehydrating it.
You know, I love dehydrating stuff, but I can't get it to last.
But you're going to have a rush of people coming. Do you put oxygen absorbers in?
Actually, I'm about to buy some. Hang on a minute, guys. Ouch. Ouch.
With this one. It doesn't have one of those levers on the side or a push button. My shoulder, I can't push very good with this side. Wonky.
I need to buy some because it's so humid here that everything just turns sticky in the jars whenever and I've even tried sucking the air out with the vacuum thing, food saver.
In there.
And it doesn't work well. So I thought my next step would be to buy those oxygen absorbers so that it would take all that out of there. But the humidity here is so bad. I mean, because in the summertime, gosh, sometimes even in the winter, we can have humidity 80 to 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It gets pretty bad here too. Not quite that bad. We don't have as high a temps as you do up there. But down there, up here, we get a lot of humidity in the summer.
Yeah.
You could pull out. I've had a dehumidifier in our house before, and you should have seen how fast that thing would fill up with water.
Oh, yeah, I bet. Yeah.
From the moisture in the air.
Well, you know, a lot of the air conditioners down here, I don't know if this is everywhere, but that's the main job of our air conditioners is to take the humidity out of the air because you can have the thing set on 78 degrees. If the humidity's out of the air, it doesn't feel terrible. Okay, 78 might be a stretch, but
Yeah, die.
If you're
I'd
storing
die.
in a garage or something, then that's going to be a little different. Or a basement where it's not getting that central
Mhm.
or the central air.
well, and you can't have a basement here because if you dig about 2 feet, you're going to hit water.
Same, it was like that in California.
Mm-hmm.
People in California did not have basements.
Right.
Whoa.
Hello, little baby kitty. Oh,
hmm
he's so big,
Very old.
is he?
Yeah. He's like 14 years old, I think. Yeah.
It got to 66 where Brenda is today. Brenda, where are you?
Ooh.
I think you're in Canada, aren't you?
We hit 68 yesterday. Was it yesterday? It was beautiful. No, it was the day before, I think. I'm not
What
sure.
did we hit? What did we hit, Grumpus? Because we are not too far apart in temperature.
I think you hit 92 today. Where I'm at.
I don't think we were
Gee.
quite that warm. And I'll
It's,
tell you why. We had one heck of a storm last night. It
Oh, we
moved
did.
in.
Moved in
Did
fast.
you too? It came in quick and it lasted for about 2 hours. Thunder, lightning, the whole 9 yards. And all day today, the wind has been blowing and it's been cooler than it was, say, 2 or 3 days ago. Because we were hitting 90s 2 or 3 days ago. But I really don't think today, we might have today, and I just didn't realize it because we had such a good breeze.
Well, it's still 75 right here tonight.
Is it? Let me
But
see
the
where.
humidity's 89.
Let me see where we're at.
I miss the dry heat so much. The southern desert type heat is so lovely.
I have never felt a desert type heat. Oh, I didn't say California. I said Mississippi.
California has a little bit of everything.
Well, I live in Long Beach, Mississippi. So every time I type in Long Beach weather, it brings up Long Beach, California weather. And I'm like, no, my computer should know where I'm at. It is 63 right now with humidity of 87%.
Wow, 63
And
is like
we had a high, well, today's high is supposed to be 88. But I don't, nope, that's not true. That's not true. That's Wednesday. Yeah, at 2 a.m., it is 63 with 87% humidity. And that's a good day. Y'all, in August, it's going to be 98 at 2 a.m. or 95 at 2 a.m.
I cannot do the humidity. I lived in Tennessee for a while, and I'm like, yeah, no.
Yeah, Tennessee's pretty humid, too.
I don't like it.
Sure is. Gosh. But, you know, we're right here on the Gulf. I mean, I can walk to the beach from my house.
Wow.
And the Gulf, you know, that's where all the storms come from up in Arkansas and all those tornadoes in Tennessee and Virginia. You know, it just goes, all that water moisture feeds all those storms. And it goes right over our heads to get there.
As long as it's passing you on by.
It's 42 where, oh my. Oh, that's right. You're in, okay, Northern Ontario. Okay.
She's just
It's
north of
42 in Northern Ontario right now.
Mhm.
That sounds amazing. So let me ask you something, Brenda. Are you able to garden at all right now? Or do you garden? I'm just curious.
It's too soon.
At what point you
Last
can
fall.
put stuff in the ground? I guess you could put beets and carrots and stuff in the ground. Unless the ground is frozen still.
Okay, so like tomorrow night, it's supposed to drop down to 34 degrees.
What?
Mm-hmm. And you know, that's frost temperatures basically. So
Yeah. Well, doesn't
You
it
have to
know that it's May up there?
and pray it doesn't freeze. I had a little greenhouse.
So what do you consider, what is summertime there? What months are summer?
Very short growing season. Well, we have the same season dates, but if you want you do if you're a gardener up here is you got to look up the last frost date and the first frost date.
Sure,
and
yeah.
go maybe a week or two past that, or before that, depending on
See, my first frost date here is about December 2nd. And my last frost date is usually around March 7th.
Yeah, we're still having snow in March, honey.
Wow. And that's what I love about living here is you can just, well, that's another problem. In July and, well, you can grow some things in July like okra, sweet potatoes, and that's about it. What else can you grow in July, Grumpus? August, September?
Mostly like the root stuff you talked about, because July and August, it's like somebody put a blowtorch in your yard.
Exactly, with water. A blowtorch with water.
Hey, the cloth.
It's very difficult because you can't even grow. My tomatoes usually die off by about the first or second week of July.
I mean,
Because of the heat.
that you can bring in still last long.
coleus and the flowers and stuff like that, but you got the water every day, sometimes twice
Yes.
a day.
Sometimes twice
you
a day.
Water in the morning, and you water before you go to bed.
Right. Speaking of flowers, did you see the flowers I bought and posted on Instagram, Grumpus?
I did not.
You didn't.
Look.
I bought some red cone flowers,
Oh, pretty.
and they're kind of a terracotta red color. They're beautiful. I love them.
Flowers.
And I got some miniature zinnias, the little Thumbelina zinnias, and I got some lavender, and what else did I get? Come on. Oh, I bought my daughter some calla lilies to put in her front yard.
Oh, pretty.
And then I got
Tolerant, aren't they?
I'm sorry,
Flowers, aren't those drought tolerant?
calla lilies?
The cone,
Oh, the cone flower. I don't know.
they're drought
Yeah,
tolerant.
variety
Oh, that's a
different-
great thing to hear then.
yeah. Kind of like the cosmos and what are the other ones? Very hard.
But I'm tickled to death because I finally got some flowers in there. Y'all, I've only seen one bee in my yard for the past month.
I haven't seen one yet.
One carpenter bee. And
So- How about a water lily update?
well, it hasn't bloomed yet.
But it is growing.
I think I need to give it some more fertilizer
Yeah, you can
because
fertilize.
it's kind of small.
Did you buy some tablets?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can fertilize that stuff like once a month.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, you can fertilize the crap out of those.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here thinking I should wait about 3 months, blah, blah, blah. No, okay. Once a month. That's what I need to do. I got to get the fertilizer tablets out. But the leaves are really small. They're like that big. They're beautiful, but they're just small.
Well, they get up on the surface and get that sun hitting them good. They'll probably get bigger.
Well, and the sun is in a weird spot right now, too. It's not. I think it'll do better in the later part of the year, to be honest with you. But last June, British Columbia and Washington State had record-breaking temperatures, triple digits. Holy Toledo. Holy. Just ordered 2 cords of wood to start our stock up for next winter. 125 a cord this year. Holy crap.
Everything's going up. Prices
That's
are
insane.
That's pretty cheap.
No, rule of thumb is after May 24th weekend. Okay. In Canada, we normally start our gardens after the May long weekend. Okay. Does that mean after, like, Labor Day? Oh, y'all don't have Labor Day there, do you?
Memorial Day.
Alex says that's what I meant, Memorial Day. Thank you, Jules. Alex is 54 with 88% humidity. Wow, that's a lot. The humidity. End of May should be in the 80s and can be like that or higher until the end of September. Well, that's your summer then, huh? Wow, that is. See, I didn't even know it could. Honestly, I didn't know it could get that hot up north. I figured y'all had those mild, beautiful, temperate summers with 70-degree days and 40-degree nights. 45. In Alberta, it snowed every month of the year. What? Oh, it has. Okay. Canada, our frost dates can vary. They hit at 11 anytime. April 11th to 14th, we got 18.1 inches of snow. That's insane, Alex. That is insane. I can't even wrap my head around that, y'all. Back in 2017, I think, we got some snow flurries on December 7th. Little fish. Oh my God, we have very bad. Uh-oh. Brenda, what's the bad news? Are you talking about news on the television or other kind of bad news? One of my late uncles told me he could have his garden in White Rock, Surrey, or Vancouver all year round. They can have warmer weather because they're on the Pacific. That makes sense. Because I know Zone 8, U.S. Zone 8, goes all the way around up into California and Washington State. But they're close to the coast up there, so they don't get the ups and downs like some of the other places do. This week in Niagara area, our fruit belt beekeepers are opening beehives, and all their bees are all their bees are dead. They're begging the idiot Trudeau for bees from the USA. Oh my God. Look, Brenda, I don't know if the U.S. has got a whole lot to give away, to be honest with you. Because
I haven't seen it in my yard yet.
I haven't seen them either, and it's May. Usually my garden is covered in them. Or maybe not covered, but there's enough that it pollinates. I've got 6 cucumber plants out there, and I've only pulled 1 cucumber off in the past 30 days. 1 cucumber. Now there's flowers everywhere, but they're not getting pollinated. And I don't mind hand pollinating a zucchini or a yellow squash because the flowers are really big, and it's easy to do. But I'm not going to get out there and hand pollinate cucumbers with a paintbrush. I'm not doing that. That was on the news last year in June. British Columbia and Washington State had a record heat wave on corn. Yeah, I'm kind of curious too, Marcel. I'm wondering why their bees died. Unless it's just that
Cold get them?
Colony, what do they call it? Is it colony failure? Something like that. Whole colonies are dying off. It's the dummy that has taken care of the agriculture and sprayed. Oh, okay. Okay. Now it makes sense. She said it's the dummy Trudeau he's taking care of agriculture, and they sprayed fungicide last fall that's killed all the bees. Why are they spraying fungicide? Is there a particular fungus that's going around killing stuff? That's the only reason I can think of for spraying it. I mean, I don't spray anything prophylactically. Did I get your attention, Patrick?
You certainly did.
What's going on in her garden?
I saw your face, and it was like, what? What?
You certainly got my attention.
Let me rephrase that. I don't spray anything unless I see a problem that needs to be cured. Maybe that's not the way I should do it, because I guess if I sprayed it.
Yeah, I preferred it when you said it the other way.
Okay.
That was better.
They added it to their pesticide for some reason. That's insane. Of course, you know, here we're having a problem with a product called Grazon. It is a, oh God. What's happening is they're spraying hay fields where the cows are grazing. And the Grazon is supposed to kill the weeds in the hay field so that the cows can just eat hay or their grass, whatever grass they are growing for the cows to eat.
Mm.
Well, the problem with this Grazon product is that it's going through the cows. People are using the manure as garden amendments or fertilizer, and it's destroying crops. It's affecting any food that's grown. It's killing off plants. It's making them deformed. All kinds of crazy things are going on with this product. So, and now I won't even buy Black Cow. It's manure in a bag you get at the big box stores.
Yeah,
I won't even buy it because I don't know where it came from. I don't know what the cows ate, and it's mostly full of sand anyway. So I get mushroom compost, and I use that on my garden now because, number one, it's organic. Number two, it doesn't have any digestion. You know, there's no weed spray on it or anything like that. I think you're right. I think you're right, Brenda. I think a lot of this is intentional. I think a lot of it's intentional. And I got a really bad feeling about this fall. And I don't usually fall for a lot of these scare tactics that some of these preppers, and because I'm just not that way, but there's so many signs. The whole, not embargo, I guess, what do you call it? Sanctions, the sanctions against Russia. They produce about 90% of fertilizer that is bought across the world.
Yeah, those sanctions are working real well, aren't they?
Right. Well, if the farmers in, say, South America can't get the fertilizer this winter, where do you think our produce is going to come from here in the U.S.? Because we get a lot of our off-season produce from South America. Right now, I think farmers, before all this stuff started happening, look, chicken feed has gone up tremendously. Tremendously. We used to pay about $11 a bag for chicken feed. And we just went to the store last week to get the same chicken feed, 40-pound bag. I think it's 40. And it was $18. That's a huge increase. Now, I only have 6 chickens, so it's not going to affect us that much, right? But if you're a chicken farmer and you've got 6,000 chickens, well, you're cutting into all of your profit.
That's a big problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and people are wondering why the price of chicken's going up. Well, there's your reason right there. Well, not only that, but we've got the avian flu. And I have heard at least weekly of barns having to put down, these poultry barns having to put down thousands of chickens. Well, they can't sell the eggs. They can't sell the chicken meat because it's infected with the flu, apparently. So all of these things are going to compound onto each other. And by fall, it's going to be a mess. Because, I mean, farmers that are growing crops right now, they already have the fertilizer they need. They bought it before the season started when prices were low. When the fall farming comes around, what's it going to look like? What is that going to look like? So I'm buying whatever I can to stock up just in case things go awry. I'm gardening everything I can garden in that little tiny, a garden ain't going to feed us. It'll supplement. But we need 2 or 3 acres to feed this family for a year.
3 acres?
Acres.
Well, you need to talk to your chickens and get them to start laying more eggs. You've
What I
got to
need
tell
to
them
do is-
that it's basic economics. You can't afford to, they need to pull their weight.
Well, and that's the great thing about having those chickens too, is that's a protein source as far as the eggs are concerned,
Well, but if the cost of feeding them goes up, they're going to have to do some more work there. They're going to have to.
Well, I
Yeah.
feed them whatever comes out of the refrigerator too. I mean, we don't spend a lot of money on chicken feed. We really don't. We buy a 40-pound bag. It lasts us a month or two.
Yeah, but you don't
In
tell them
addition
that.
to, huh?
You don't tell the chickens that.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see where you're coming from now.
Well, everyone's got
motivate
to
'em.
be more. Yeah, exactly.
Give them incentive. Yeah.
Tell them otherwise, you don't know what your future's going to be here. You need to lay
Right.
more eggs, please.
I'll tell you what the future of 4 of them is about to be. I caught them eating their own eggs today.
Ugh.
Right? There's no
Mm.
reason for them to be egg eaters. They've got plenty of food out there. They got plenty of water out there, and there is no reason. They're just being crappy butt chicken. These are 4 chickens I have not enjoyed.
Well,
It took a year for them to even lay 1 egg. 13 months. I have been griping about. I'm ready to give them away
Feed 'em.
and start over again.
yeah, why wouldn't you have them for dinner?
I can't do that.
Well, send
I mean,
them
I
to
could.
Grumpus. Grumpus could do a video on it. Send them to Grumpus.
Yeah, we'll take care of that for you.
All right, well, I'll just airmail them to you.
I'm a problem solver.
They're actually big enough to eat. They're a dual-purpose chicken, so they're not little scrawny chickens. But
have either of you ever butchered your own meat, like chickens
Yeah.
or whatever?
I have.
you don't
Seems
remember
like a
my
lot-
quail story
Where
where the head
freaked
popped
me out.
off? With,
Yeah, I'm still traumatized by it.
I
But
know.
it seems like a lot of hard work.
It's not. It's very easy.
It's easy.
Now, that's one thing.
The plucking is bad.
Yeah, that's the part I was about to tell you, is that I don't want to stand there and pull feathers off of a dead chicken. There's nothing
But then
exciting about that.
But that's not all you got to do. You got to gut them and do all that.
I don't
stuff.
mind that. That's easy.
Yeah, the gutting don't bother me.
Yeah. It's like
But
gutting
how
a
long will
fish.
Well, even that's hard work. I mean, it's all hard
That's so
work.
simple.
You people.
I'll be right back, guys.
Now,
How long would it take you to prep a chicken from scratch, Grumpus? From living to dead to table.
well, most of your time's defeathering.
Well,
That's
how long would it take?
For me, I haven't done it in years. I'm guessing it'd probably take me an hour. I mean, you can
That's not.
kill
long.
it, kill it and gut it in 10 minutes.
Don't they stick them in hot water first or something to get
Sometimes you can stick them in hot water, and that'll loosen up the feathers from the skin.
Right. I can't stand
Did
getting
you-
chicken from the store and I
But
still have quills. in it.
Smells awful, and now you got wet feathers. And it's kind of a pain in the ass. It's a mess.
I get the tweezers. I get the chicken a little bit warm with some warm water. I start pulling them out, and I rinse it off again, and then I cook it.
You know, anymore. Just thinking about it, I might just be tempted to skin it.
I am so OCD. I can't stand those little things that they leave behind. And
I,
I mean, mass producing, they're not going to care. They're just going to.
That was another thing I was going to talk about too, is the cost of fuel is going to increase the food prices as well.
It's going to affect everything. The price of fuel and.
Do you know that corn is $8 a bushel, or at least it was about 2 weeks ago? $8 a bushel. People who are feeding their cows corn to finish them off, that's when beef is going to go through the roof. Pork is going to go through the roof. And it already is going through the roof.
it already is.
But the higher that corn goes, that's feed. That is feed for animals.
Everything. I buy 50-pound bag of black sunflower seeds.
Hmm.
Birds.
To
I
feed
buy-
the birds.
I buy the birds and the squirrels, and I buy a 50-pound sack, and it lasts about 6 weeks.
Wow.
I used to pay $18 for a bag, and then the last ones that I bought 2 weeks ago was $34 for the 50
Oh, for
pound.
the love of Pete.
It's ridiculous how much it's gone up.
So there may be a squirrel video in my future. I don't know.
Look,
Yeah, you're gonna have to have a word to those squirrels.
I would love to see you do one on the spit.
I just bought for an example, I bought a 6.5 pound bag of turtle food and an 11-pound box of koi and goldfish food.
Yeah.
And my bill was $97.
Oh, are you kidding me?
I don't even have any koi yet.
Yeah, it's that bad.
Yeah, it's gone nuts. Absolutely crazy.
Well, you know,
Prices have gone up. Everything.
my dad lives in the woods, and he loves animals better than he loves people. And he puts corn out for all the deer, and all the deer know that my dad's not going to shoot them because he just has no interest in that. So they have a safe place to come and graze on the corn, and they know that. They know they're not going to get shot at there. So his property's covered in deer at night. He feeds the birds. He feeds his neighbor's donkey and horses. Right next to his property, there's a big fenced area of pasture area, and there's 2 horses and a donkey in there. And my dad just gets in the golf cart and he's got this enormous bag of long horse treats, and he takes them over there and gives them a big handful at a time. That donkey, Petunia's her name. It will go over to that fence and stand there until my dad, it could be hours. He said, Charlotte, it's the damnedest thing I've ever seen. That thing's got more patience because he knows I'm going to go over there eventually and give and the horses will do the same thing. They just stand there looking at him. He said it could be hours.
Yeah.
So,
but
anyhow, he feeds them, and I'm going to ask him tomorrow because I'll talk to him tomorrow, and I'm going to ask him how much he's noticed his feed bills going up. Because, like I said, he even feeds a 3-legged dog down the street. He feeds the cats at the dumpster, because they don't have trash service. So what they have to do is put all their garbage in the back of the truck and take it down the road to a big industrial-sized dumpster, and it gets picked up once a week. And good night, Jules.
Good night, Jules.
Where did she go? Oh.
Where does he get all the money? Where does he get the money to do all this?
Oh, my dad's loaded.
Is he?
Yeah.
So he's drunk when he's feeding these horses?
No.
Maybe he doesn't realize he's
might be.
I would be, for sure. I'd love it if I was drunk. And go,
no, my parents, they're not rich by any stretch of the imagination, but they are very well taken care of. Put it that way. They have enough to do whatever they need to do, and then some.
Yeah.
I enjoy feeding the wildlife around my place.
Yeah, he does too. That's his thing.
I mean, I figure they built my house in the middle of their yard. Least I can do is throw them food once in a while.
Right. Well, and not only that, but my stepmother, she draws the line because my dad has a tendency to bring home strays. And there was one baby kitty cat down at the dumpster, and he could tell that there was something wrong with it. And he knew that if he left it there, it just wasn't going to make it. So he had to rescue this poor, underprivileged, handicapped kitty cat. Well, he brought it home. Come to find out, the cat's blind. So he kept it. And my stepmother put her foot down. That's the last one. But he's always bringing home some kind of animal. Always.
Lucky animals.
Yeah, they are lucky, because let me tell you something. When he brings an animal home, Their life has changed. Their fortune just turned around.
Oh, that's what I tell my cat all the time. Hit the lottery.
Because he takes very good care of them. And his dogs go to doggy hotel about twice a week, or doggy day camp. So now, mind you, they've got 24 acres to run around on and a pond to play in. But they go to doggy daycare so they can have other doggies to play with. It tickles me to no end. But, you know, it's funny because when I was a little girl, I used to find it very strange. My dad would stop in the middle of the street, and here we have these gopher turtles. And they get lost sometimes, and they get stranded in the middle of the road, and people will just run over them.
Oh, yeah.
Well, my dad would always stop in the middle of the road and move the gopher to the other turtle to the other side of the road.
Done that several times.
Yeah. Anytime he sees an animal stranded in the road, he'll move it. But that's, I think, the first time I realized when I was a little girl that he really did care for animals a whole bunch. And the older he gets, the more committed he gets to his mission. But his one little dog, he's got a little dog named Early, and he found it in a culvert. It was like a pipe that, you know, they build the road and then they put the pipe through it for drainage. And that little puppy and its friends or brothers and sisters were living in that culvert. And it took him 3 or 4 days to get the little puppy to come to him. He'd stop every day on his way home from work and check on him. And finally, the puppy came to him, and he grabbed it up and brought it home with him. And he's had that dog for years and years. Poor old Early.
I used to like watching those animal rescue shows.
Yeah.
Them on YouTube, where they go and sort of, they rescue. And it's just so hard to.
See, I don't like to watch those because I don't like seeing the situation.
Some of the animal abuse is hard to watch because
it is.
You want to kill the person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they wrap a chain around them.
Well, they're so defenseless.
But they, they're the ones that are really good. They don't get emotional about. They're emotional about the animal, but they don't get emotional about the person because a lot of times there's something wrong with the person.
Right.
All there.
And usually, especially in situations where people are hoarding animals.
Oh yeah.
These people God love them. I feel so bad for them. Good night, Alex. Thank you so much for coming, guys. Thank you. It was good to see you this evening. But yeah, that there's something got to be. They're filling a hole. All those hoarder people are filling a hole.
Oh yeah.
And it makes me sad, but they can't be allowed to start, have too many animals that they can't feed them. So. No,
and it gets out of control. It's like, but hoarders of anything, let alone animals.
Right.
Animals are the worst because they're living
things. Yeah.
And you need to be able to take care of them. If you can't take care of them, you shouldn't have them.
Right.
But some, a lot of these, the ones.
Well, and a lot of them too. Like with cats, I could be a crazy cat lady. It wouldn't hurt my feelings. But if I had a bunch of cats around here, every one of them would be fixed. So that way they didn't just keep reproducing.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
But a lot of these people who hoard cats, they just keep multiplying and it gets out of control. And then they've got a whole zoo full of cats. Brenda, I'm on Facebook. You can find me at Gulf Coast Granny. I don't post there a lot, but I do get notifications.
Have either one of you guys seen the movie A Dog's Purpose?
No.
A Dog's Purpose?
A Dog's Purpose.
Oh, A Dog's Purpose. No.
That's a really good, feel-good movie that's
Is it?
might want to check out.
Okay.
A
It's
Dog's Purpose. I think I've heard of it.
a dog.
Isn't that?
A dog looks to discover his purpose in life over the course of several lifetimes and owners.
Yeah, I have heard of it. I have heard of it.
We watched a while back. I enjoyed it. I mean,
I
Yeah,
haven't
it's like
watched that.
Dennis Quaid.
Dennis Quaid's in it.
Is that who it is?
Yeah, yeah.
I've
I've heard of
got
it.
a date with Poppy tomorrow to watch Gran Torino. I do. We were
Your
going
last
to do it
11?
on Tuesday. Well, no, Wednesday. We were going to do it Wednesday, but then Erica called me and told me that Millie's kindergarten graduation was that night, and did I want to go? And I'm thinking, well, no, I don't. I want to sit here and watch this movie, but I'm the granny, and if I don't show up, what does that make me? The worst granny ever.
I don't often make predictions about people and movies because it's all so subjective, but I think knowing you, you will absolutely love it.
I hope so. I'm excited to watch it.
I think anyone that doesn't love Gran Torino, there's something wrong with them as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, there's
You
something
know,
wrong.
and I know it's an older
There's nothing
movie,
wrong.
and I'm kind of surprised that I haven't seen it.
Oh my God, it is.
'Cause
I
I used
wanna
to
watch
work
it
at
again, yeah.
Blockbuster, for crying out loud. One of those video
it's-
rental stores.
Oh, I used to work at them when I was a kid.
Yeah.
The video stores. I used to love going to the video store.
Yeah. Well, it was great. I wasn't a kid. I was an adult when I worked there, but without that job, I could not have run for my life when I did. So I'm grateful for it. But
Sure.
I worked there for about 8 months and saved enough money to leave the situation I was in. But it was great working there because every time they would put the videos on, like, I could get them for like $2 after they were older, and, you know, they would start clearancing them off. And they'd put them on clearance for like $5, but I'd get like a half price discount or whatever. And so I'd bring home all these movies, for like Disney movies, all kinds of movies, for a couple of bucks a piece. And that's what we did for entertainment because I didn't have cable. You know, I couldn't afford that back then. And you didn't have Roku's back then or internet streaming. So that's what we did for entertainment. So every week I would go in and pull a couple of movies off the shelf, and me and the kids would sit there and watch movies. It was great. Have a picnic in the living room floor.
I can't wait to have the debrief on the Gran Torino because
I can't either, honestly.
there's so many great lines in it and spoilers. I have to shut up because I don't want to spoil it.
And you haven't watched Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, have you?
No, I haven't. I will get around to it.
I'm gonna have to send you a text or a DM every day. Don't forget to watch that movie. I really think you might enjoy it. It's deep, but it's funny, and have you seen it, Grumpus?
I don't think I've seen it.
You got to watch it too. George Clooney stars in it. And it's loosely based on the Odyssey, the book.
Okay.
Loosely, very loosely. But it's back during the time when they oh geez. I don't know what year it was. Probably around the 20s. The TVA.
Yeah.
When the TVA started, Tennessee Valley Authority, and electricity was going to go to the whole country. And that's when that's the setting. And these guys are in jail, and they break out of jail. And it follows them on their journey to stardom and all kinds of cool stuff. It's just really and it's got a lot. It's like what you're saying. Gran Torino has a lot of lines, quotable lines in this movie. Kind of like Tombstone. You're a daisy if you do, you know. And
I'm a massive fan of the Coen brothers, but I suppose why I haven't seen it is because I'm not so much a fan of I like their dark drama movies more than their comedies. But
well, it's not a comedic movie.
No, I get that.
But there are funny parts to it. Like, one guy thinks that there's some women singing at a river.
No, I don't want to hear it. No, I don't want to hear it.
Yes, John Goodman was in that movie too. Yes. Oh, God, he was great in that movie. He's a Bible salesman.
Yeah, I've heard enough. I'll watch it, I promise.
Yeah, the soundtrack to the movie's great too. It really is. The soundtrack is unbelievable. It's very bluegrassy. Very bluegrass, but it is good. It is really good.
Well, but probably my favourite Coen Brothers movie is their very first movie called Blood Simple, which is their first movie. Blood Simple. That's their first movie they ever made, and that's my favourite Coen Brothers movie. There's a ton of them I love, but that's probably my favourite. And that is really dark, heavy.
It sounds like it.
But then I love Fargo. I could go on and on.
Oh, okay. See, I never understood Fargo.
Country for Old Men.
I guess
you never understood Fargo.
Fargo too cerebral for me. I guess I don't get it.
I
Really?
didn't understand it.
Oh man, that's 2 hours I'll never get back.
Really? You didn't like Fargo?
I didn't care for Fargo, and I didn't care for for the other one, the one with Travolta.
Travolta.
The other nutty that got such high reviews.
Brenda, which movie are you asking about the name? Is it Bloodsicle or
do you mean Pulp Fiction?
Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction?
Yeah,
See, I didn't really get that one either.
That was just
I love Pulp Fiction.
I'll never get that 2 hours back.
You know what movie I remember watching when I was really young that I was absolutely confused about? It was called Dune.
Oh, I heard that was crap.
It was science fiction.
I have tried to watch Dune like 3 times. I fall asleep every time.
I just can't.
See, this is where movies are subjective. You can be surprised what people like.
But I've never been able to stay awake to the end. And I hate it. I hate watching a movie, and when it's over, I'm thinking, okay, what was this movie about?
Right.
What's
your favorite movie, Grumpus? Do you have one?
My favorite movie of all time? Probably, oh gosh, it probably...
Would you have a favorite genre of movies?
Probably horror movies or sci-fi.
Really?
Oh, okay. Wow.
Oh, I love Saw. That whole series.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Nope.
Love it.
See, that's a mind F movie.
What was the one?
What's a mind F movie? What do you mean?
You know what I'm saying.
No, I don't know what you mean.
Yes, you do.
I love Shawshank Redemption. I thought that was
yeah.
Everyone loves that movie.
The one with Jodie Foster and the extraterrestrial. Jeez.
Oh.
Who? Jodie Foster.
Yeah.
What was the name of that movie?
I had it a minute ago and it left me.
I loved that movie.
With the aliens.
Yes.
The Signals from Outer Space.
Yeah. I love that movie. That's great.
That was great. That was great.
But that one and Shawshank are probably my 2 favorite.
Wait a minute. Brenda said that Lassie, Come Home, and Old Yeller were her favorite movies. I loved Old Yeller. I loved that movie.
Dwayne wants to know.
I was never a fan of Lassie, though. Towering Inferno. I remember that movie. I sure did. Well, I'm telling age now.
I don't think I ever saw it. I probably did.
And you know which one I really liked was, what was the name of it? Manchurian Project?
Yeah.
That was a great movie.
That was a great movie. Do you mean The Manchurian Candidate?
Maybe that was it. But a
With
Manchurian
Angela Lansbury?
something.
Angela Lansbury and
Yes.
Frank Sinatra. Oh yeah, I love that movie. That was scary. That movie.
The one that I was talking about, Brenda, is called "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?" And the one that Patrick was talking about is Bloodsickle. And what is that about?
No,
I mean, give me
no.
Give me one
Blood-
sentence.
No, hang on. Blood Simple.
Oh, Simples?
Is it my accent, Charlotte?
I think it is. I thought you said Bloodsickle, like popsicle.
No. Two words. Blood Simple.
Blood Simple. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
It is and it's with Frances McDormand. She's one of her first movies. It's a great movie.
That's why I made that ugly face, because I'm thinking, oh, that sounds disgusting.
But you might not like it, or you might love it. But you see, I love all their movies. The ones that are really dark and heavy. They're the ones I like.
Yeah.
Contact's the one I was trying to think of.
Contact. That
Yeah.
was
Yeah,
great movie.
that is
Where
a-
she
that
built
is a
the
great
machine and
That's
she,
right.
that was great.
One of my all-time favorites. Contact.
That
and
is a good one.
Description.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
But I
And
love.
see, I'm not usually, now, unless it's Star Wars, I'm not usually a huge science fiction fan, but that one I really enjoy. But I love Jodie Foster in just about everything she's ever done.
Well, no one's asked me what my favorite movie is.
What is? I thought you told me. What is your favorite?
Sorry, Grumps, what was that?
I thought.
Oh,
you
what's my favorite movie?
What is your favorite, Patrick?
Blade Runner.
Yeah, Blade Runner's good.
Really? You like that?
With Wesley Snipes?
Oh, Charlotte, how dare you? How dare you say Wesley Snipes?
Maybe that was the vampire movie. What was the name of that one?
Oh,
Was it Blade?
Charlotte,
Blade.
Was it just Blade?
that almost cost you an unsubscription for that.
Look, I'm sorry.
Wesley
I'm
Snipes?
just an old
Oh,
lady, Patrick.
You're not just. There's more to you than meets the eye, Charlotte. Now, no, it's Harrison Ford.
Yeah,
Is it?
Blade
I gotta
Runner.
look it up now.
1982.
Charlotte.
You like
'cause I
Wes
used to-
Craven movies? Yeah.
I used to go and see it. There was an old art house cinema here back in the 1980s, and every Sunday night they would play Blade Runner as a double feature, and then they would play Clockwork Orange. And
Oh.
I would always go and I would watch Blade Runner and then leave. Never watched Clockwork Orange. In later years, I watched Clockwork Orange, and that blew me away. But Blade Runner, just for some reason, it is my. I would have seen it 50 times.
Brenda, that's one of my all-time favorites.
Gone with the Wind. Yeah, that's a good
Yes.
movie. That's a very
Oh,
good movie.
love Gone with the Wind.
Yeah. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
As long as I live, I'll never be hungry again. As God
Yes,
is my witness. That's what she says. As God is my witness. Okay, Blade Runner is. Why is
Does
it
not
so?
star Wesley Snipes. Please.
I'm sorry, I messed up.
Wesley- Honestly.
When you said that, that was the picture I got in my head was him being the vampire.
Yeah, you're thinking of Blade.
Yeah, that was the first movie my mom ever saw at the movie house. Is that right? Wow. You know, my grandmother told me about going to see that movie at the movie theater when she was a young person.
Yeah.
And what was the other one? Wizard of Oz came out around the same time.
I think some of the streaming platforms have stopped showing Gone with the Wind now because of
Oh yeah.
Well, because of the
Spin Camp.
history.
there was a black actor in it, and she was I think she won the
Amy.
first Academy Award. She actually won.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah. But
Well,
no,
they
we
didn't
can't have
invite
that.
her.
They what? They didn't
invite her
to what?
to the
To the
Academy
Oscars,
Awards.
didn't they? Yeah. So I think they've cancelled that movie on a number of platforms now.
Right.
Maybe
Yeah, I
it's
did
back,
too,
but-
Brenda. It would come on TV once a year.
Yeah.
The Wizard of Oz and Gone with the Wind. And I would always watch them.
Stanley Kubrick movies. My favorite Stanley Kubrick movie is Full Metal Jacket.
Oh, yeah, that's a great movie.
Oh yeah,
I love that movie.
that is a masterpiece.
Certainly is.
You seen that one, Grumpus?
I have not seen that one.
Do you like war movies? Because if you don't, it is a war movie. So
I liked Saving Private Ryan.
yeah. Oh, you would probably like.
Full Metal Jacket came out a year or two after that, didn't it?
Nah. Well,
No, it was before that.
Was it before?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's an older movie.
You would like if you like Saving Private Ryan. If you like war movies, you'll like. You won't hate.
I like war movies, but I'll tell you.
You won't hate it.
See, the older I get,
it's very good.
the less I can handle suspenseful movies. The ones that have you on the edge of your seat, and yeah. And that Saving Private Ryan was one of the first movies I remember trying to watch that I just couldn't watch it. And it wasn't because I didn't know what was going to happen. I mean, it was a war. But that first scene when they're storming Normandy, and it was too much for me. I just couldn't.
Full on. Yeah.
Intense.
I couldn't get past
It is such a
Roots
great
was
movie.
great.
When I was
Roots
growing
was a
up,
wonderful, wonderful. But now that was a made-for-TV movie, wasn't it? Based on the novel.
I
You
don't
saw
know.
Stuart Copeland live with a symphony orchestra playing silent film. Ben-Hur. Stuart Copeland is the drummer from The Police. No kidding.
See, when I was growing up, there's a lot of war stuff on when I grew up.
Right.
Mm.
There was a lot of John Wayne and the war
John
movie,
Wayne, yeah.
Yeah.
Audie Murphy and the war.
Audie Murphy. Yep.
And then on TV, you had Combat and Gallant Men and all of that.
And Pappy Boyington.
And that's what you had to watch. That was your choices. And even
Baba Black Sheep. God, that was a great show.
even as kids, me and my brother, we really didn't play Army and have Army men and that kind of stuff like that.
Huh.
So I'll watch them, but it's not a genre that I really think about when I'm trying to think about movies to watch.
Oh, here's one for you, Grumpus. If you haven't seen it, this is a must see. You'd be at least aware of the movie called The Hitcher.
The Hitcher?
The Hitcher. Have you not? Because it's a horror. Well, you
The
can say it's a
Hitchhiker?
horror movie. No, No,
The
this is
Hitcher.
my accent, Charlotte.
Sorry.
The Hitcher
Just not on my game today.
with Rutger Hauer
Um,
and Rutger Hauer was in Blade Runner. It is. If you're into horror and scare, I reckon you'd love it.
The more skin crawling, the better. I like it.
Well,
Ooh.
you've got it's. But I mean, to cut a long story short, it's about a serial killer. So I mean, if you like Saw and all that, it's not as flamboyant as Saw, but it's a must-watch.
Now, I did love Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, that's it. Well, that's an absolute classic.
That's not a horror movie.
Well, no.
No, but it's a suspenseful serial killer kind of movie. No.
But the Hitcher, not the sequel. That they did a sequel and it was horrendous. The original one with Rutger Hauer back in the 80s. The 1980s movie was C. Thomas Howell.
86.
Yeah, I see
Brilliant,
it.
absolute masterpiece. See it if you.
Highly
recommend it. Highly recommend it. But it's
Oh,
not.
and it's set in Texas too.
Yeah, it's a scary 80s classic.
Oh, wow.
I'd be amazed if you didn't like it.
That's why
I think the last scary 80s movie I saw was Prom Night.
Don't think I saw that.
It was so stupid. It
A
was
lot
so
of them are pretty stupid.
Oh, I think I was pretty scared when I watched St. Elmo's Fire. I think that scared me. Remember that movie, St. Elmo's Fire?
I do. I just remember the song. Doom, 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 doom.
Sing
Did
it.
Charlotte, did you watch?
There's no words.
Did you watch Carrie? Do you like that kind of stuff?
I love to read Stephen King. I do not like to watch movies of Stephen King.
Carrie's like, I mean, that's a classic.
That's the movie that scared my dad to death. He says to this day that's the scariest movie he's ever seen.
Misery is a good one.
The book was
Misery.
good. My daughter.
The movie wasn't as good as the book, but it was still pretty
Probably
good.
not. My daughter has almost every Stephen King book ever written, and in fact, she was given a gift by one of her customers when we lived in Virginia called. Wait a minute, I'll find it. I think it's called the Little Pony. Hang on. It's My Pretty Pony. Wait, no. Yeah, is that it? My Pretty Pony is the name of the book, and it's a first edition that customer gave her. It was published in. Hang on, I'll get there. Right now, the value of it's $325. Which is not a lot, but it says it was published in 1989. But it's one of the first stories that he ever wrote. But he published it later. There's another story in the Bachman books that he wrote called, I don't know if it was the Bachman books or not. It's called The Long Walk. It's one of his short stories. Hey, Terry, how are you this evening or morning or whatever? Whatever this is. But it is one of the best Stephen King stories I have ever read. And I've read almost all of his books. And The Long Walk is different than most of his stuff. But it's freaking awesome. It's really great. And actually, when the Hunger Games came out, I read that too. That was terrible. I didn't care for the book. I didn't care for the writing. I didn't like anything about it. Because I felt like they stole the premise of that book from Stephen King's The Long Walk. And they cheapened it with the silliness. Because there's nothing silly about The Long Walk. Nothing at all. And
I've never heard of The Long Walk.
Look, I'll find out which book it's in. It's in a book of his short stories.
Oh, it's a short story, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they did a really good made-for-TV movie that was Stephen King. That was called The Langoliers.
Yes.
Yeah, I think.
Did you see that one? That was a cool idea, I thought.
Well, all of his books kind of circle back on each other and use various characters are intertwined in all of these stories. And
the Langoliers is what happens to time when it's done.
Right. Have you read any of the Dark Tower books?
If I had to read it, I didn't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't have time to read.
Well, oh, look at that. They've got it in a paperback all by itself on this website. I'll be darned. That's unusual. I've never seen it by itself. Huh.
Yeah. The Dead Zone was another good one that What Reviews Did They Turn Into a Movie? That was a great movie.
Well, there is.
I love The Shining.
Yep,
The Shining.
was good.
Oh, yeah,
I love that. And that's like there's a lot of differing opinions about the movie version, but I loved it.
Yeah,
love it. The atmosphere.
Well,
it's all about It's all about atmosphere. It's
sure.
just creepy as just Jack Nicholson. I can't imagine anyone else.
No, not in a
playing that
million
role.
years.
He was just absolutely terrifying.
That was Chariots of Fire by, I don't know how to say that name. Vangelis?
Vangelis.
Vangelis?
Or Vangelis. Probably my accent.
You're hurting and you can't sleep. I'm so sorry, Terry. I sure hope you get better soon. At least figure out a way to feel better. Vangelis did a duet with John Anderson from the British progressive rock band called the Friends of Mr. Cairo. I don't know a whole lot about that, Dwayne. So, can we take a moment of silence for Naomi Judd?
Is that a question?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
That whole thing has just got a strange vibe to it to me.
It has a strange vibe to it to me too, but the Judds were supposed to come here in October and I almost bought a ticket and now I'm glad I didn't.
Well, I mean, I like Naomi and I don't care for her daughter at all.
Well, I just love their music. I mean, I don't know anything about them personally, to be honest. I don't like their politics.
This whole thing, I asked the wife the other night if she thought that was an assisted suicide.
That's what I think.
That's what I think, and they're keeping it quiet.
Yeah.
Because some of the stuff they've said doesn't make sense and doesn't go with the suicide.
Exactly. We don't know, Brenda. I believe maybe it wasn't assisted, but it wasn't prevented. If that makes any sense.
Well, it's kind of hard to talk about being bedside with somebody or being with them or talking to them.
And then say you lost them to mental illness.
The only thing, well, I think that they're in denial.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that I can think of is if she took a bunch of pills or something and they visited her in the hospital and had to pull the plug, maybe.
Possibly.
But it's just, I mean, you can't hardly fart in your front yard without the whole world knowing all the details, and something high profile like this, and we're not.
And then there's no details at all.
It doesn't make sense.
Kind of like Bob Saget.
Yeah.
Same thing. You thought that Brenda said she thought it was an overdose too. They might have been all around her bedside and watched her take a bunch of pills and just sat there and waited till it was over. You know?
Be assisted, in my opinion.
I don't. You know,
if they didn't prevent it, if you're not part of the cure, then you're part of the problem.
Yeah, and I get that. I do get that. And also, hospice does it all the time.
Yeah. I mean,
that's state sanctioned.
I'm not judging one way or the other, because I think if I got in a situation like that and I wanted to make my own choices, I should still be able to do it.
Right.
At the same time, call a spade a spade.
Well, right. And I get that. I get that perspective. Call it what it is. But I find, what do you think, Patrick? He thinks Captain Morgan.
You think
Captain Morgan, black spiced. Look at it.
Captain Morgan did it.
That's a beautiful bottle. I wonder if that's the same kind of bottle that took off Johnny Depp's finger.
Watching that too?
Wouldn't that be apropos?
I've
I
been
don't know what
loving
happened.
following
Yeah,
that.
you're right. You're right. No, I don't care for Kenny Rogers, Dwayne. Never did.
Mm.
Never did.
Now,
Rondre Alberton.
when's the last time? I need to know this. When's the last time anyone went to the movies, and what was it that you saw?
Star Wars. The
Which
last
one?
Star Wars. Well, no. Next to the one where he disappeared at the end. The next to the last Star Wars.
Okay.
So it's
'Cause I've
number
lost
5.
track. Yeah. I haven't
So
seen
that's
any of
been-
those since The Empire Strikes Back. I don't think I've seen a Star Wars movie.
Don't watch that one. Don't watch. Well, that one's not bad. It's the one after that.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it's been in the last 13 years because we lived here, and we don't usually go to the movie theater anymore.
What about you, Grumpus?
It's probably been at least 15 years since I've been to a theater. I don't like
Brenda said Howard the Duck.
That'd be the 80s, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Is that 80s or it'd be in the 80s? Yeah.
The 80s.
I don't like the theater. The last time I went, I took the grandkids to go see a Transformers movie. And
Okay.
I would have just soon put a bullet through my head because it was just so loud. So, I mean, it was just, I can understand you have to have warnings of people going into seizures and stuff because it was nothing but loud, flashing lights. I mean, it was just horrible. I just hate it.
Which one? Because there's been about 15 of those, hasn't there?
It had to be the first one or two, I would think.
So you think what, like that might be 10 years ago, or
maybe the second one, because
the
kids were really into it, and
that'd be probably 15 years. Yeah, 15 years. 10, 15.
Probably around 15 years. I'm trying to think of the age of the kids, and I'm probably about 15 years.
Brenda said she saw it at the drive-in with the kids.
I have never been to a drive-in.
Now, I can tell you last time I went to drive-in.
When?
Is when I was married to the ex. I took her to see Cujo.
What a romantic evening.
She wanted to know what it was. I said, it's about a dog, about a boy.
You'll love it, honey. It's like this cute little dog.
It's about a boy and his dog. We went and watched it. And it was so funny because when I'm assuming you all have seen it.
Yeah.
Well, everyone knows.
The boy and his mom is stuck in that car, and the dog's shaking the car. I opened my car door, and the dome light come on, and I thought she was going to just soil herself in my front seat. Because everybody
that's evil. That's evil.
She screamed, and everybody around me started honking their horns. That was my last movie.
See, now that was when. Now what they would do is they'd actually come up and put a speaker in your window or something like that.
Pay to go in, and you just park wherever you want to park. And there's a post coming out of the ground with a speaker, and you just hang it on your window. Now,
that's okay.
This particular one that I went to, it had a radio station you tuned into.
Yeah.
So it came out over all your speakers
in your car. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it was a more modern one, but
Brenda said the last time she was in a real theater was when she was 25 pregnant, and the movie was The Exorcist.
That's a great movie. I love that movie.
That is a great movie.
My favorite scene in that movie is when Ellen Burstyn's standing there talking, and the daughter comes down the stairs backwards, like.
Now, the best scene in that movie for me, and it actually scared the crap out of me back then because I was only about 12. But when she's flopping on the bed like this and her feet are still, but the rest of her is just doing this. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? I started screaming.
Oh,
See, I
great
wasn't
movie.
allowed to watch it. But I had a little black and white TV in my bedroom. And it was coming on TV. And I was about 12 or 13, somewhere around there. So I was sneaking and watching this movie, right? And that scene, which is very close to the beginning of the movie,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
that scene comes on. I start screaming in my bedroom. And my parents run in there. Like, what the hell's going on?
So you were screaming like Grumpus's ex-wife.
Yes.
Wow, so much screaming.
My dad turns around. I thought I told you not to watch that movie. Click. And he turns off my TV, unplugged it, and took it out of my room.
Well, did you get all the way through the movie?
Not until I
Grumpus?
was an adult.
No, I'm talking, but with Grumpus.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you get all the way through?
Not all the way through it. I mean, I knew what kind of movie it was.
Yeah, you were all right. You were having a laugh. Yeah.
I just, when I told her it was about a boy and his dog, she was
That's
Oh,
awesome.
no way.
got into it. She said, "I don't like this. I don't like this." $2 worth.
Yeah,
Look, that was probably worth the entertainment just to watch her watch that movie.
It was.
Yeah, there used to be. I missed out on. I'm just shy. I'm just of the age where I missed out on the whole drive-in thing.
Right.
But I love the idea of it. It's a great.
We saw movies as a kid. Mom and Dad would pile all of, there's
Oh,
5 of us.
everybody.
You paid
That's
by the
great.
car. You paid by the
Right.
car.
That's
So
what we
he-
did. Because there were 3 of us kids at the time, and that's really the only way my parents could afford to take us to the movie.
Mine too. So all 7 of us is packed into one car.
Right.
Okay.
Mm.
I think it was back then. I think it was $2.
Yeah, and the
And-
popcorn was only like $1.
You got to watch 2 movies, and Mom brought
Yeah, I love those double features.
Mom
Yeah.
They
brought
would bring snacks.
brought a bag of snacks. She brought a her RC cola.
Hmm That was big
The
fun
bird-
back then.
Yeah, Brenda's just mentioned that Hitchcock movie, The Birds.
The Birds, I see that.
Yeah.
And I've never seen that whole movie.
Are y'all Alfred Hitchcock fans?
I love Alfred. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You seen?
Well, look.
You seen? Oh yeah. Have you
North by
seen
Northwest.
Mel Brooks' High Anxiety?
Yes.
Y'all.
The movie is a spoof on Alfred Hitchcock movies.
Oh,
Yeah.
is it?
Oh, hilarious.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
I had to suffer through watching Monty Python the other night.
What do you mean suffer through?
That's right, Brenda. They did have
Charlotte.
playground.
I see it. I see it.
What do you mean suffer through? What did you watch? You probably didn't watch The Holy Grail.
I think we did. The one where they're clopping with the they're doing the shells and they go up to the castle and it's only a flesh wound and
Yeah,
That
you didn't
one.
like that. Charlotte, where's your sense of humor?
well, that's what Wesley kept saying. And
Well,
the kids were cracking up.
I will say this with Monty Python, it definitely is. It's extremely. You either absolutely love it to death or you hate it. There's no in between.
I love
Nah,
the goofy.
It's sort of that sort of weird humor that some people just it doesn't work.
Yeah, it didn't work with me. Never
I
has.
love it. I love one of my favorite TV shows of all time is Faulty Towers. Have you heard of that?
Who?
Is it
Haven't
my
heard of
accent,
it.
Charlotte?
I think it is.
Faulty Towers.
Faulty
With
Tower.
Faulty Towers. It's a classic British comedy. It's only 12 episodes. It was John Cleese. He's a hotel man. I mean, it's just you probably wouldn't like it. You might, but it's sort of you might like it because it's not really the same as Monty Python. But the guy I'm talking about, John Cleese, is one of the main actors in Monty Python. He's a legend.
Oh,
You would have seen him in things. You probably just don't realise.
probably don't realize that's who it is.
John Cleese. But Fawlty Towers is one of the funniest shows. It's like I can't breathe when I watch it. I would have seen each episode 100 times, and I still double over in laughter just because it's such a classic show. But there's some people that hate it because they don't get it.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't get British humor.
No, that's right. It's very different to American humor. It's a lot more. I don't know how you would describe it, but yeah.
There are two older ladies that I really enjoy. They're British ladies, and they do little comedy skits. And I can't remember if they're on YouTube or another. Can't remember the first place I ever saw them. I guess maybe it was either Facebook or YouTube. But they're hilarious, and I get their humor. But it's old lady humor, it's funny, and they're always in their kitchen, and they're.
That's what Brenda says. Very dry, sort of sarcastic type humor. Like you're not sure whether they're joking or not when they say something.
Right.
And there's a lot of that in Fawlty Towers where Basil Fawlty is the character. He'll say things very, very straight-faced. And you're like, is he being serious or how do you? But once you get it, it's just a thing, Some people don't get it. But and it's sort of a bit dark, almost like black comedy. In many ways, but I love it.
Oh, like The Flesh Wound?
Yeah, like that.
Is that dark
the guy
comedy?
He's getting his limbs chopped off. It's totally a flesh wound. Yeah, hilarious. But if you don't get it, you don't get it. Everyone's different.
Yeah, I never understood the shells for the horses either. The clapping,
The coconut shells.
clack, 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 clack,
Well,
clack,
it sounds
and
like
they're galloping, and I'm like, what are these idiots doing?
Yes. I am Arthur, King of the Brits.
Now that part was funny when they were at the castle and they were arguing with the guy at the top of that was funny.
Well, the guy at the top of the castle, that's John Cleese.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Your mother smells like elderberries. Yes. That's
that
insane.
was funny.
But I mean, you might even prefer because the Monty Python Flying Circus was massive for 20 years in Britain. It's a TV show. It's like a TV comedy show.
Oh,
comedy. What is it? What's your one? What's your one over there? The one with all that's the famous comedy show in America that's produced all the big actors like Bill Murray and
Saturday Night Live.
Saturday Night Live. It's sort of like that. I mean, Monty Python and
okay.
Monty Python's Flying Circus, and there's all sorts of clips you can see on YouTube. Some of it's hilarious. Well, I think all of it's hilarious, but it's a similar type of humor. Like they've got like there's one you can watch, which I highly recommend, it's called the Blind Olympics, where
sounds fun.
Yeah, it's like that, where it's just like for blind people, and they're running into walls and falling off cliffs, and they're just insane. I think it was like the Olympics. There's a whole series of them. Like they have one for there's I forget what it. Yeah, it's like for people with disabilities who are competing in the Olympics, but weird disabilities. Like they do a marathon for people with incontinence, and they're having to so they have to stop to go to the bathroom every few seconds, and they're trying to run a marathon, and then you're watching it, and then there was someone blind something or other that's just silly, because you would never have blind people doing that particular sport,
Right. Kind of like there was a video that I saw years ago on Facebook, and it was somebody driving a car with a blind walking stick hanging out the door, feeling for the curb, and that cracked me up. I thought that was freaking hilarious. I'm like, and they were going up to the bank teller with their stick, and it was funny. It was really funny.
That sort of thing, you either love, you just either get it or you don't get it. It's
Right.
Like
He had one called Jabberwocky that was pretty funny.
Jabberwocky, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that's pretty funny.
And they made a controversial movie called now what was it called? I'm ashamed of myself. And it was a whole parody, a big spoof on what was it called? I'll have to Google it.
Brenda, that's okay. We're all thinking way back. Dwayne wants to know if you remember Coronation Street.
Well, I know of it, but we never had that here because it's never. That's a massive. That's like the equivalent in Britain of Days of Our Lives or something, like one of your massive soap operas. Coronation Street in Britain has been going for 50 years. It's
right.
Huge show. But no, I never.
Look, when I was a teenager, I used to watch the soap operas here. Like, the one that I used to watch was The Young and the Restless all the time. And what is so funny is, probably 10 years ago, I turned on the TV one day and Young and the Restless was on the TV because I recognized the song. And I look over, and you can almost catch up in one episode from 20 years ago. It's like, holy crap, it's all the same people, all doing the same thing, screwing each other's husbands, having affairs. And I'm like, this is stupid. Why did I ever watch this? But, when you're a teenager.
Ah, well, that's right.
Everything's
different when you're a teenager.
Right. But, yeah, we did. My kids actually fell on the floor laughing a few times at old Monty Python, and it was great. But when my boys were little, the two little boys who are now 25 and 26, they were probably 3 and 4 at the time, and we had just moved up to Virginia, and Wesley had bought the DVD of that movie, the Holy Grail movie. They watched it all summer long. And that Halloween, they dressed up like the monks and walked around the neighborhood hitting themselves in the head with the book and chanting. And it was freaking hilarious watching them do it.
Yeah, I bet.
I forget what the chant was, but they would do the chant, da 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 da, and they hit themselves in the head with a book. And it was so funny because I didn't really understand it. But we were walking around the neighborhood, and they're trick-or-treating and doing the whole thing the whole time because they were in character, man. They were really in character. And the whole neighborhood, people would walk by and just start pointing and laughing and pointing and laughing. I'm like, what is so...
Everybody got it.
Yeah, I guess they got it and I didn't. Brenda said she watched All My Children, One Life to Live in General Hospital, and they went off. You had 3 hours of What Do I Do Now?
My grandma.
Those soap operas, they would come on until like 3 o'clock.
Grandma
and after 3 o'clock, they were over with.
Grandma would plan her whole housekeeping around those.
My grandma did that too. Well, that's how I got started watching them. Was my grandmother would come and sit with us, and then she would watch them all day. So I'd sit up there next to her, and she was one of the ones that taught me to crochet. So she'd be sitting there, she called it nitty knotting. And she'd be sitting there nitty knotting, watching her programs. And I'd be sitting there crocheting with her, watching just like her.
As the World Turns is the one my grandma used to watch.
As the World Turns. Yeah.
That one came on right after The Young and the Restless. And after that, it was The Guiding Light. That was Channel 4. Brenda watched Channel 12.
The Guiding Light, As the World Turns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my grandma was into all of those.
I would ask my grandma, my other grandma, hey, I've been watching so-and-so. Did you see this? She said, I don't have time to watch other people's problems. I got enough problems of my own.
I've just put a link in the private chat I should probably do it publicly. That thing I was saying was it's called the Silly Olympics.
Yeah, I was actually about to grab for my pen so I could write that down.
And yeah, you got it's just a classic. I mean, there's so many of them with Monty Python.
Ouch! Good grief. Okay.
There's another good. There's I don't know if you've heard of an American. It's a sensational. It's called the Kentucky Fried Movie. Have you ever heard of it?
Kentucky Bride?
No. Is it my accent, Charlotte? It's called the Kentucky Fried Movie.
Oh, I've heard of that before.
That's a must see if you've never seen
Is
it.
it?
And you're like, oh, it's fantastic. It's very for its time. I think it was in the 70s it came out, and for its time it was. I mean, even now, well, they wouldn't. It would be cancelled now. Actually, you wouldn't be able to. There's a lot of stuff in it that is hilarious, but there's just
Inappropriate.
No way. Oh, you couldn't do it. There's no way. There's no
Um,
way you could make a movie like that now. But it's the fact that it's so offensive to so many people is what I love. I just
that's
love
what's so funny about it, right?
it. I love it. Yeah, get offended.
Yeah.
Yes, who cares?
Kentucky Fried
The Kentucky Fried Movie.
Movie. I think I remember
It's
when
great.
that came out.
It's basically a series of sketches, like deep comedy sketches. And then there's one right in the middle. The most offensive of all is it's like a half-hour sort of mini movie in the middle called A Fistful of Yen. And it's a spoof on all the Asian karate movies. It's absolutely
I bet that's
incredibly racist, incredibly offensive, and incredibly funny. And honestly, people that get offended by this sort of stuff is just, get a life, really.
Yeah, because everybody gets made fun of.
Yeah, if you can't have a laugh at yourself,
Right.
Well, they don't have to watch it, but they don't need to tell me I can't.
Right.
oh, exactly. But that's not their style, is it? They want to shut it down so that no one can see it.
So that nobody, yeah.
Yeah.
It's called Monty Python Flying Circus.
Well, that's the name of the TV show, and there's
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure I had it right.
Circus. Yeah,
Because if I don't enjoy it, I know Wesley will.
Oh, I already know he'll love. I mean, he probably already
Yeah.
knows about it. He probably loves it. Because if you're into Monty Python, that's it.
She used
it's
to
one of
watch
those-
Dynasty. Brenda watched Dynasty too. I never watched
That-
Dynasty, but I watched JR and Dallas.
Oh, JR. Who could forget JR?
I know.
Dallas. I remember
Yep.
that as a kid. My mother was into it, and I sort of got into it too.
Yeah,
And
Dallas
he
was great.
Yeah, JR. What was his name? What was he was in that
Larry Hagman.
Larry Hagman.
Yeah.
My brother lives about 10 miles from that ranch.
Really?
Really?
I can go to
They
his
call it
house.
South Fork. South Fork is what they call it.
That's so cool.
Pretty much turned it into a tourist trap now.
Oh.
Go
And I
there
was-
and see, filmed it and buy T-shirts and cups and stuff like that. But
Brenda,
It
that's
is.
what I do too.
real ranch.
I've actually been watching the Johnny Depp trial. Y'all, that woman
That's
is batshit crazy.
That just by looking at the still pictures.
It's awful. It is so awful. The things that they said to each other. I can't even. It's bad, y'all. It's bad. And to put all their business, look, if I had a relationship like the one they had, there is no way I'd have sued her for anything because I wouldn't want all my business out there on the street like that.
No, when it's about, it's about Johnny Depp. He's lost a lot of money. That's
He's
what
lost
it's about.
money.
That's
He's
the
lost
only
movie
reason he's
deals.
doing
He's
it.
lost his
And
reputation.
he's not stupid. He wouldn't do it if he didn't think there was a fair chance he'd win. But because it's a lot of money, and he's not getting any younger.
You sued
And
accountants.
Right.
he's probably got a lot of debt, and it's
Well, and he was also, I guess he lost a lot of money because people were spending his money. Remember, we were talking about that a couple of weeks ago where these famous people had other people spending their money for them, you know?
Yeah.
And they are. They're like entitled. They're all entitled. It's crazy.
Well, it's no different to a defamation case here. If someone besmirches your name, if someone calls you out and accuses you of something, and then he loses work because of it, he's well entitled to sue.
He's entitled to recoup some damages.
And I'll tell you what,
I'm not watching it. Fill me in. Isn't he countersuing? She's
countersuing him. He was the initial suer.
Okay. Who went after?
He sued first, and she's countersuing. He sued her for $50 million. Okay. Because the Pirates of the Caribbean deal that he lost was $48 million. So he's basically suing her for that lost wage.
Loss of income. Yeah.
She is suing him for $100 million. And I don't even know why she's suing him. I don't even know why she's countersuing him.
Well, because I mean, in her position, there's no other move she could make. I mean, why not?
But she hasn't. Look.
You know what I mean? Like, if you were her and he's made the first move in suing you, it costs her. She may as well countersue and say, "Well, I'll double down."
Well, that's what she's doing, and I'm telling you what. They're both. Well, let me tell you, and this breaks my heart to say it because I used to love Johnny Depp. And I'm not so sure that I still don't. But both of them.
Johnny Depp's a legend.
I know. And a wonderful actor, and everything he was in was wonderful. I thought. I mean, I know he had some flops, but I honestly enjoyed everything he ever did. Even the Neverland movie that.
No, he was never better than in 21 Jump Street.
I agree, but he hated doing it.
Oh, who cares? Oh, that was at his peak.
But he was good.
Then he was in the first. Freddy Krueger movie.
Yeah, he was in Nightmare on Elm Street.
Not the original. Yeah.
Yeah, he was the guy in the bed that got killed. Like one of the first.
He got sucked into the bed.
Yeah. And but I'm telling you what, they were both crappy people in that relationship. I don't know how they are outside of that relationship, but whatever happened brought out the worst in both of those people. They brought out the worst in each other.
I'm just jealous of both of them. I wish I could have married someone that I could have sued for $50 million.
Right, me too.
But I someone with no money,
Right. But, I was thinking to myself, well, shoot, I should have hauled my behind out to L.A. I probably could have hooked up with Johnny Depp.
No doubt. But if you'd hooked up with him, it would have been happily ever after. There would
probably. Because I'd have cooked for him.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm telling you, and see, he did some drugs. And I don't like that. So I couldn't stick around for that. Wow. I couldn't. But here's the thing. She's accusing him of being a sloppy drunk, right? And being an abusive drunk and drug addict. But she was blowing through 2 $500 bottles of wine a day.
So what makes her less of a drunk then?
That's what I'm wondering. They had a $160,000 wine bill a year or a month, $160,000 a month for wine.
Yes.
I can't even wrap my head around buying a $500 bottle of wine. The most I will spend is about $35, and that's on a really special day.
My wine comes off the bottom shelf. Every once in a while, I'll let the wife splurge on a $10 bottle, but that's where I draw the line.
See?
Absolutely.
But it blows my mind. And she recorded everything they did, everything that they argued about, and he didn't even know he was being recorded.
You have been watching a lot of this, haven't you, Charlotte?
I have. I've watched almost every minute of it for like 2 or 3 weeks.
No wonder you don't have time to make videos.
I know, right?
No wonder.
It's insane. What I do is when I'm cooking and when I'm doing my housework and stuff, I have my headset on and I'm listening, and my phone is sitting up here on the table on the stand, and I just go around the house doing my thing, you know, all the stuff I do every day, and I'm listening to it. But I'm telling you what, his testimony was backed up by witnesses who said basically the same thing he did. You know, all of these witnesses, even people that weren't employed by him, and people who just happened to see the arguments or the aftermath of the arguments, which there was broken glass everywhere, all kinds of crap. And
all kinds of crap.
I'm talking housekeepers and people who were those kind of people. In rented houses that were just temporary employees that would come in, and, you know, they weren't affiliated with DEP. And they were saying the same thing that he was saying. And then she gets on there, and her story is completely different.
I would love to see you do have another channel with a reaction type channel where you could you've got the court case in the screen, and then you sitting there commenting on it as it goes. I'd love that.
She could do like a recap at the end of every day.
Well, anything. Fantastic.
We don't have to watch it.
Well, the problem is I'm not an attorney, and I don't have any legal knowledge.
No, fuck the attorney. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
Nope.
You say F, don't you? You don't say the other. You say F the attorneys.
Yeah.
No, we don't want that. We want you. We want to hear what you have to say. This is fascinating.
I don't know how to do that.
Well, neither do I. But anyway, it's just an idea.
Okay. It's a good idea. I always wanted to do something like that, but
I'd watch it, you know.
And I would like to do it watching the news too.
You got to be careful, because then it could get political.
I know.
But with the Amber Heard thing and the Johnny Depp, it's all a bit of, you know, Hollywood
Look, I'm telling you, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Now, court is going to be canceled for an entire week. So that means Thursday was the last day of court. They never do court on Fridays.
Why is it canceled? What are you talking about?
The judge has to go to a conference, so she's taking the whole week off next week. So we don't get to see any more testimony for a whole 12 days.
She's probably had to go into therapy.
I'm going to have the DTs. Because I want to know what the hell this crazy broad's going to say next.
Well, not to want to change the subject, and I won't, but just one brief going back to Larry Hagman. What I wanted to say was I'm probably more jealous of him than anyone else, because he's the guy that got to work on I Dream of Jeannie. Grumpus. He was there. He was there a long time ago. You know what I'm saying, Grumpus?
I've been in that bottle ever since you brought it up.
Yeah. You know what? The scene that killed that series. You know what killed that series, don't you? They let the two of them get married instead of continuing on with all that tension and, you know, all that stuff.
That's happened before and since in TV shows where you've got two characters like that. They end up getting together, and then it's never quite the same.
Then it's like, well, who cares now? I don't want to see the rest, you know?
No, it was, but I mean, honestly, really, Larry Hagman.
Yeah.
Better than that.
I mean, Barbara Eden in that show in her day.
She was beautiful.
Is there anything?
Perfection.
Just sensational.
Absolute perfection.
I Dream of Jeannie, like you've got this, and she just appeared. I mean, you wouldn't make a show like that now, would they?
No, because It's too
No way.
subservient, or it's
Yeah,
too,
the woman. Oh, we're
Mhm.
it's stereotyping women, and she's a slave or something. But in fact, she wasn't. She was actually in charge. But Barbara Eden.
another toilet paper.
What teenage boy didn't watch
Brendan, that
show?
is so funny because I had standard poodles, and I know exactly what you're talking about because those any kind of poodle loves some toilet paper. I don't know what it is, but geez, I cannot tell you how many rolls of that crap I bought. Dwayne said that trial might be going on for quite some time. Actually, it's scheduled for 6 weeks.
Mm.
And we just finished up week 3.
And by the way, Grumpus, never mind the teenagers. There's certain 50-year-olds out there that,
Yeah,
when
there
it
are
comes to
reasons.
Barbara Eden, the old genie in the bottle dream. Yep, that's
Yeah.
right there. You just take the top off, and there she is.
There
out
she
there.
is.
And
In
she
all
can
of
do
her
magic.
glory.
She can do magic tricks. Unbelievable. Talk about the dream woman. Another TV show I loved, which was Bewitched.
Yes.
We
And
watched
that
I
all
was-
loved that show as a kid.
That was
Loved
another.
it.
Was that Barbara too? Not Barbara
No,
Keaton. Barbara
What was her name? It was someone else.
Montgomery
Who?
something.
Montgomery.
Elizabeth
Montgomery.
Montgomery. I loved that show.
I did too. I can even
Loved
do my I can do the mouth twitch.
Can you? Oh,
Oh, she got it.
You do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pity you can't make.
But yeah, I used to love that show. That was one of my favorites back in the 70s, back in the day.
Well, I'll tell you.
And I was just a tiny little girl, you know.
Yeah, me too. Except, I was a boy, I think.
Right.
No, I'm confused. these
Are
days,
you sure? Are you sure?
Well, I was then, but now I'm confused because they say that.
Okay.
But I don't want to get against. I don't want to get into that.
I'm a
but
little
what I was gonna-
confused myself, and I'm just now
Yeah.
admitting that to the world.
I should have been.
I don't know what
confused
to
a lot.
believe anymore.
I don't know why I wasn't confused earlier in life.
Right.
Maybe it's because they didn't teach me that. Anyway, I don't want to go there. But what I was going to say was, in
Right.
Bewitched, Samantha, I think was her name, was it? Samantha?
Yeah, Samantha.
Samantha.
And the little
She
girl
had-
was Tabitha, and the husband
Tabitha,
was
yeah.
Darren.
Darren. But Samantha had an evil, sister or something.
Yeah.
That would appear
It
from.
started with an E.
Yeah,
Esmeralda. No, that was the mother.
No, that was the mother, but she had an alter ego, like a sister.
Yeah, the
that-
dark-haired
like a
one.
twin sister. Yeah, I liked her a lot.
She was hot, wasn't she?
Yeah, because Samantha was sort of the goody. Everyone loves
Yeah,
her.
and then the evil.
the sister
alter
came in and,
ego, she was the bad girl.
She had a bit of,
A little sass.
little
Yeah.
sass. That's right. I like that. I like that. Yeah, I'm just saying that for what it's worth.
That's
We're out there. I'm out there. You know.
Patrick, you better lock your door. Somebody's going to throw a bucket of water on you.
I know, right?
Well, as
We'll
long as
give you
it's not
10
my
minutes.
rum.
Go get a shower.
No, just it's reminiscing a little bit about things in the past. This all started with Dallas,
Yeah.
going back with Larry Hagman.
It did.
That lucky son of a gun, and we.
Was
We
a
go
lucky
from there.
son of a gun.
Mm,
You know who I
But-
always thought was so beautiful? The one that played Wonder Woman
oh, Barbara. No,
with
Carter.
the dark
sorry.
hair.
Linda
Kate
Carter.
Yeah.
No, Kate.
Linda Carter. Yeah.
Linda Carter. I always thought
Oh.
she was so beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah. The whip,
yeah.
the outfit. Yeah, I know. I think I can relate to that.
And I liked the Bionic
I-
dude too. What was his
Oh,
name?
yeah.
Steve Austin.
Lee Majors.
Lee
played
Majors.
him.
Yeah, I had a man crush on him.
Yeah. And his counterpart there, Lindsay
I
Wagner.
still do. Yeah, Lindsay, the Bionic Woman. She had the Bionic. See now, he
The
had
ear.
hang on. She had the ear.
Oh, what happened?
Where
There
is
we
she?
are.
She's gone. Yeah, she
Nope.
had the Bionic ear, and he had the Bionic eye.
Yeah, and the legs.
But did they both have bionic legs? I think they
I
did.
think
Yeah,
she had a bionic arm.
she had a
Remember,
bionic
she
arm.
could crush things.
Yeah. That I like that as well.
And he.
Yeah, that was good. You know, in a certain
And-
sense, you know. I'm just saying.
And he
I
could
like
run really, really fast.
that. Yeah, never. I want to talk about her.
Yeah,
Her-
yeah.
She was good. Yeah.
Yeah, she could crush things and she
Oh,
could
good.
hear things. And I
Yes.
forget if there was anything else.
She was in control.
Yeah, she sure was.
Yeah. Oh, no, you wouldn't want to mess with her.
But she was 270s.
Ah, who cares? The other one I liked was the Dukes of Hazzard.
Daisy, dude.
Daisy. Well, I didn't even say it.
Well, you
said
liked
it
her
first.
shorts.
I liked more than that.
Or what was hanging out of them.
Oh. No, I just
Oh,
watched it for the
Lord.
General Lee. The General Lee was the one.
Is that what it
I
was?
watched.
That was okay.
Coming and going.
I loved it. See, they can't make shows like that now.
See, I was in love with Tom Selleck.
Oh, so was I. I mean, were you?
Yeah, I love Tom Selleck. He was great. I didn't.
In
I mean,
those-
his acting's
so
not
the-
that great,
Like
but
the Hawaiian, the Hawaiian.
yeah, to look at.
And
God,
then,
he was
you know,
eye-candy.
like the tight shorts that he would wear.
Mhm.
My grandma
Yeah.
loved
Oh,
Yeah,
my mother
he was
did.
something.
Oh,
And
yeah,
then I
Tom
thought I
Selleck.
was gonna like Mel Gibson, and then I was like, he's too crazy. I can't like.
but Tom Selleck, my mother would watch that show and you'd say, "Oh, wasn't that? And didn't you like this about it?" She'd say, "What?" She had no
Exactly.
idea what the show was
What
about.
dog?
It was-
What
yeah,
car?
had no idea what the plot was. She just but
You're
he's
right,
lovely,
Brenda.
isn't he? He's-
Brenda said those shows are too tame for the kids today, and that's true. That's true. The girl off of the Fall Guy, what was her name? The little blonde girl.
I don't know the
Come
show.
Somebody Google it.
The Fall Guy.
Yeah, Blue Bloods. He's good in that.
Oh, Blue Bloods. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good show. That's been going forever, that show.
Mm-hmm. He's gotten so old. Of course, I guess all of us have.
It's what happens,
you know,
Charlotte.
He was supposed to stay picture perfect.
Yeah, I like. Can you hear the show?
Yeah.
And I loved Higgins and the dogs and all the other.
Oh, yeah, the
characters in it.
dogs.
Loved it.
Apollo
Yeah.
and Zeus.
Do you know
Yeah,
there's
I
another
was a
show?
watcher.
Do you remember a show called The Greatest American Hero?
Yes.
Yes.
I
Believe
love
it
that
or not,
show.
I'm walking.
I'm walking
I
on it.
never
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
I could feel so free.
So free.
The guy that
Yeah.
starred in that was in Carrie.
Yeah.
William.
Yeah.
Was he really?
His
William
name
Catt.
is
Watch Carrie.
Catt.
There's a lot of big names got their start in Carrie.
oh God, what was
William
What
Catt
was his
was his
name?
name. William Catt
William Catt?
was his name. The guy
Oh,
that was the greatest American hero.
That blonde curly hair was so stinking pretty.
Yeah, I know.
My brother had hair like his. And still would if he didn't shave his head. But he works outside in Georgia and it's too hot for all that hair, so he just takes it off. But
Believe it or not, I'm walking on it.
that was I never cared for the show itself. I really didn't. But see now
Oh,
I
I
never
loved it.
liked the one with Hasselhoff.
Knight Rider. I love that show.
Knight Rider, I hated it. And I hated the Babe the Beach one too. What was the name of it?
Oh, I never liked that Baywatch.
Baywatch. I didn't care for that either.
No.
But now my grandma used to watch Beretta, and I liked me some Beretta.
Beretta. Yeah.
God, I loved that show. And what was the other?
Was a good show.
What was
There's
the
lots
other
of
one?
good cop shows in the 70s.
Yeah.
The 70s, particularly, there was a lot of good cop shows. Do you know what I loved? Was the Equalizer. I've actually got.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember that with Edward Woodward?
Yes, that was a good one too.
Did you ever see that one?
Mhm.
I don't recall seeing that one.
Oh, well, you'd love it because it's he's sort of like a British guy in New York that he just puts an ad in the paper that says, you know, if you need help, ring this number. If you've got problems, I'll fix it. He's sort of like a fixer, and he helps people that are down and out. And he's got incredible skills because he's been an assassin and all this sort of stuff.
Oh.
He's a really good guy, but he's flawed. Kojak's another. Oh,
Kojak was. You know what movie or show I used to love on TV? And this is way back, y'all. Get Smart.
Ah, well.
I loved that show. That was the best show ever.
Talk
It
about a
was like
show they
daily
couldn't make
dose of
today.
Silly James Bond. You know.
Oh, yeah. They
It
could
was
never make that
great.
show today.
No.
So politically incorrect, it's not funny.
Mhm.
It's hilarious. That's
so
like
was
the American.
Bullwinkle.
Yeah, well, what's his name was the producer on that, I'm sure. Who did? We were talking about him earlier. Mel Brooks.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
I'm sure he was involved with Get Smart
Huh.
because it's that sort
Yeah.
of
Oh,
humor.
Get Smart was
It's just-
great.
Just silly, you know. I mean, you know,
The
like all the
Beverly
stereotypes. The
Is that who
Beverly
you
Hillbillies,
mean,
yeah.
Brenda? Ding, 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 ding. Oh, my.
No, Get Smart was an absolute masterpiece.
Oh, it's classic. And
Oh.
what was that woman's? Margot is what? Margot. Number 5. Who was number 5? Come on.
Yeah. Jaime, the Cone of Silence. That was excellent.
Oh, silence. I don't think I ever
yeah,
saw
that-
that.
Well, that was ongoing because when they go into control,
yes.
they had
Yes.
this
Yes.
stupid cone because we got to be secret. And it never
Right.
worked, you know. Like they would shout, "What was that?"
Yeah, right. Yeah, the Beverly Hillbillies were great. That's pretty politically incorrect. All of them are.
Oh, the Dirty Dozen, the A-Team. Jeez,
I
so
didn't
many
see
shows.
that. And Hee Haw.
Hee-Haw, yeah.
I used to enjoy Hee Haw.
I remember when it first came out.
What was that song that the Roy Clark and the other guy, the old guy, used to sing about misery and
Blue, Despair, and all that. Yeah.
misery on me, deep dark depression, excessive. If it weren't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all.
Mm.
Doom, despair. Yeah, that was a great song. I loved it.
F-Troop was another good one. F-Troop, you remember
Oh yeah, I love that.
that? Yeah.
And Gomer Pyle too.
Have a pile, yeah.
No
But
time.
I
it's
never
a-
cared for Jim Neighbors that much. I couldn't stand to watch Jim Neighbors sing.
What, he just held his mouth funny.
He looked like he was constipated the whole damn time he was singing. And he was in so much pain. And I'm like, man, don't do that.
He sang at the Indianapolis 500 for decades.
Did he?
Back home in Indiana every year.
Oh,
so-
that was a great show, Dwayne. The Rockford Files.
Yeah.
That
Mine's
was
on-
great.
Yep.
I loved that one. And I'll tell you, I used to love to watch Heart to Heart.
Heart to Heart, yeah.
Yeah. And that was, who was that? The Knock the Battery Off guy. What was his name?
Yeah.
It was
Ah,
Pappy Boyington.
yeah, what was his name?
Shoot. I can't remember his stinking name.
Robert-
Wasn't he the
Robert
one that was married to Natalie?
Robert who?
Robert
Robert,
Wagner.
Robert Wagner.
Wagner.
He was
Wagner.
married to Natalie Woods.
Yeah.
Yes.
And threw her off the boat and got away with it.
We don't know that.
I'm just saying. I'm just speculating.
Well, see, this is why you should have your own another channel, Charlotte, where you speculate on these things.
And Crazy Man was with him on that trip. I love him. Shit. Christopher Walken was on that boat trip.
Stephanie
I love
Powers.
it. Look,
That's right.
one of my favorite Christopher Walken ever did was a Saturday Night Live skit called Googly Eyes. Freaking hilarious. He doesn't trust. He's like a paranoid guy. He doesn't trust his plants, and he thinks that you can trust somebody if you can see their eyes. You know what they're about to do, or you can, So he puts googly eyes on all of his plants. And it's freaking hilarious. Okay, maybe that's a little too much humor for me. Maybe it's Saturday Night Live. But God, if you ever get a chance, just Google Christopher Walken Saturday Night Live googly eyes. It is hilarious.
Christopher Walken
Dragnet was good too. Just the facts, ma'am.
It goes on and on.
He gave her a little push. I believe that, Brenda. I believe that.
Conspiracies.
And she was so beautiful. God, that was a beautiful woman. Stephanie Powers was a stripper here in... What? Seriously? He said, or Brenda said Stephanie Powers was a stripper there in Hamilton, Ontario.
It might be a different...
I guess back in the day. Wow, I did not know that. What was that other program? Okay, this is before my time, but I saw all the reruns of Car 54.
Oh, yeah, Car 54, where are you?
That was great. I really enjoyed that. I should buy that book and send it to you, Patrick.
You should. Well, you might not be able to at the moment. They've stopped.
Well, I thought they had resumed it.
No, I don't think so. I think it's all still...
Last night, it was still you couldn't mail it.
But that doesn't stop you from buying it and keeping it ready.
Well, that's true. That's true. I should.
Keep it ready to send, and I'll let you know, and you just send the whole lot at once. There's a list of other things I'd like.
Find it is this one place.
I'll send you a list of other things.
Okay.
And I'll just, I'll wait.
I've already got some stuff put away.
Cool.
To send, but.
Cool.
But Australia needs to.
Yeah, we need
chill
to get
out
our
with
shit
the
together.
mail.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's not us actually. It's before you get too down on Australia, it's you.
Is it?
It is you. It's the United States Postal Service that have stopped deliveries because I can send stuff to you.
What? Hang on.
So why have we stopped Australia?
Well, if you look at it on the website, on their website, it just says because of COVID-related reasons and staff shortages and all this.
Really? Hang on a second.
Really?
Hang on, just.
Obviously, we're very low on the list of priorities for the United States Postal Service.
So that doesn't make any sense.
Australia is insignificant.
Is USPS still shipping to Australia? Let's see.
No, they're not. And
hang on.
It's just such a shame.
USPS suspended shipping to Australia. Why? Okay. Temporary suspended. Who's got COVID?
Oh, lots of us.
Really?
Well, there's a lot of people with COVID here.
I haven't heard of. I haven't run into anybody lately with any COVID.
Just in our state alone, just tens of thousands of people a day are getting it.
Wow.
Hmm.
I wonder
but
if it's a
that's
new variant.
tens of thousands of people a day get lots of things. It's just one
This
thing
is-
they get, COVID.
This
Lots of
is
people get
like,
sick.
3/1/22. Australia Post advises that there are disruptions to its daily operations, in particular in the state of Queensland and New South Wales because of severe storms.
No. Why are you looking at Australia Post? It's not us, it's you.
I'm looking at USPS,
Right.
and then it's talking about international service disruptions. And the
Yeah.
last one was on March 1st of 22. Something
So
about
there's
flooded areas.
Well, there were floods up in Queensland, but that's nothing to do with down here. They're just
Right.
not sending
Right.
stuff here because of
Because you're in the South.
COVID-related reasons. So
Okay.
just save it all, put it all aside, and one day I'll get a massive package in the mail.
You probably get a bunch of them.
Woohoo!
Woohoo! And you'll probably get a big one from the dude.
Well, I mean, I've already maxed out his credit card, so I doubt that.
Right. Brenda said
he's got-
she used to send stuff to England, but it's too much now. I know
And that's-
shipping
it
has
is-
gone
it
up
is
considerably.
It is expensive, that's right. Very expensive.
And now with I don't know if jet fuel has gone up, but I'm assuming it has because of fuel,
Well, I think everything's gone up.
right? So
Yeah.
what? A box of crackers cost you $50 to send to England? Holy Toledo.
I hope they were nice crackers.
I do too. Let's get most services in Australia as well as how much it normally costs.
I
Wait a
was
minute.
quoted $60-some to send an envelope to Patrick at Christmas time. You know
Wow.
that envelope I sent you?
Yeah.
That's because they've worked out you.
$60
Yeah, they've
send that to Patrick.
Oh, they must have
They've
thought
worked-
you were loaded.
And
they've worked it out. They've worked it out.
she turned around and said, "Well, we can't ship anything to Australia right now."
Listen. It sucks being me.
It does.
I'm disadvantaged. It's horrible. I'm telling you. You people. Imagine the sort of things I could have got by now. You know, I could have a Grumpus
I know,
koozie,
right?
for example. I could have the koozie covering this thing right
You
now.
could.
You
I'll be
can
right
have
back,
one
guys.
just like this.
Oh, look at it. I want to reach through the screen. The dude's got a koozie. I don't have a koozie.
Well, he don't live in Australia.
Yeah, and just between us, I'm glad about that. You know, he'd
You reckon that's
be over here.
you reckon that's
I'd be not.
all of this? They just don't want him to get down there.
Well, no, I don't want him here. I mean, he'd be knocking on my door all the time. You know, be annoying me. I've told him, dude, you know, you need to back off. He's far too friendly.
I was on his live earlier,
I know. I saw the thumbnail. Yes.
so
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sure it was a good time. I couldn't be there. I had to be. I mean, because that's sort of with him in that now suits me to do it because of the time difference.
Yeah.
But earlier I was out. I was doing stuff, so I couldn't come on.
what time is it there right now?
Just not even 5 minutes to 8 in the evening.
5 till 8. See, it's 4:52 here. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, you
Good.
people. I mean,
You
you
can have
people are
this cool
insane.
bucket hat that I just made.
Oh, Charlotte, how did you know?
Yeah, see?
That's what I've always wanted.
I knew that. I don't know how I knew that, but I did.
It's not exactly the right color, but I mean, I'll take
Well,
it.
yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
take it.
I
Doesn't
could
seem
do
like
it in
it.
like. What is your favorite color? I could do it in like
Well,
brown.
it's got to match my complexion, you see.
Huh.
So that would make me look a bit pale if I had
Well, you would
Actually-
need green. You need like an olive green color.
olive. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Y'all look. I found this. I was cleaning my room today. You ain't gonna believe
Mm.
this. I found this old picture, and I couldn't believe who I was looking at.
Is that you?
Yeah.
And which child is that?
Number one.
Yes. Number
I
one.
was 20.
Wow, look at the coiffure. Look at the hair.
Oh, that was the 80s coif.
And well, no, I was talking about the baby. And
Oh.
then the hair on you. The hair on you after that.
Yeah, that I thought I was going to have to buy her false teeth and a wig just to send her to kindergarten.
Now hold that up. What's that? What's the? You wearing some sort of a lacy type arrangement?
Yeah,
What are
it
you
was
wearing?
it was a top that
You look
had
very
lace on
glamorous.
it.
Glamorous.
No. It was
Well, what
our
do you-
Christmas photo.
Well, what do you think, Grumpus?
Well, it looks like a Christmas photo. Everybody's
That's what it is.
all dressed up, dolled up.
And you know what's so funny? She has a blue velvet dress on
Yes.
because she was a year old and I was so sick of everything pink. That's all we ever got was pink, 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 pink. And I'm like, I have got to do something other than pink. So I bought her that cute little blue velvet dress to wear in her picture.
Well, that's quite a photo.
It was, I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I'm like, are you kidding me? The hell happens? Jeez.
See? See, there you go. You were a blonde. You were blonde.
Well, that was the one and only time I ever did that to my hair. Yeah, it was gross. I didn't care for it. The blonde. I didn't care for the blonde. And it was just a little bit. It was like little highlights here and there. But I've never done that since, before or since. However, I have done a little bit of a red tint before. Yeah, yeah, Brenda. We all had that blouse back in the day, didn't we? This was in 80s. This was about a month before my 21st birthday, so it was in 86. 86.
Way back in the day.
Yeah. Who is that
Well,
kid? I look at him like, that is not even me. Not even me. She was dumb.
Well,
And
I
ignorant.
recognised you straight away, Charlotte.
no, you did not.
I did. As soon as you put the photo up, I said, is that you? And it was.
It was. It was me. Once upon a time ago.
Well, there's no. Well, you might. I wonder if you'd recognise a photo of me back then. You probably wouldn't.
Maybe. Well, I don't know. Did you have a beard?
No, no.
I probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't.
No, I had nothing.
No. Look,
No, nothing.
My son is 13, and he's just starting to get a little bit of dark
A little bit of fluff.
peach fuzz. And every time I look at him, I'm like, what's wrong with your mouth?
You need to go wash your face.
Yeah, I know. That's what I keep on saying. Wash your face. And it's so, and he grins at me every time, like, yeah, I'm growing up, Mom. And I'm thinking, oh, God, here we go. Here we go. I'm not sure
It's
how
the
to deal
beginning.
with this.
One more time.
Because, well, my boys lived with their dad when they were teenagers, from the time they were about 9. And so I've never been through this with a boy before, this whole growing up thing. I've done it from a distance, but not up close and personal, like with Murphy. And boy, I tell you, he's like a broody hen.
Well, if you ever need any help or advice, Charlotte, I'd be happy to recommend Grumpus or the dude to advise you on teenage boys, because I have no freaking idea.
Well, we're in the same
those-
boat.
those
Patrick.
two, they-
No clue what
Well,
I'm
the
doing.
dude in particular, he's raised a few kids.
Well,
and,
we did
yeah.
teach him to mow the lawn a couple weeks ago.
That's handy.
Yeah,
That's handy.
and
Yeah, that's a good skill.
we're trying to teach him to be what do you call
Employed.
it? Sort of, but have initiative.
That's good.
And we're failing miserably because all he wants to do.
If he shaves the peach fuzz, he could do that.
I don't think he wants to right now. I don't know. I don't care.
He'll eventually do it. He'll eventually have to do it. Yeah.
Well, sure. Yeah. Unless he wants a neck beard or whatever you call that thing, Yeah,
it's a neck beard.
I hate that. Blech. Blech. Every time Wesley starts growing a little bit, I'm like, cut it, get it off. Get it off of there.
Yeah.
Ugh.
No,
I don't mind the beard part.
I'm just saying, if you ever need help, the dude's there. Sorry to rope you into it. I didn't really mean Grumpus. I mean the dude.
Because
Grumpus is too busy. But the dude.
Well, Grumpus has got his own teenager to deal with.
Oh, absolutely. He's got as my father used to call him, a grown-up teenager.
Yeah, I got a 42-year-old teenager.
That's right.
I'll tell him, Brenda. I don't think I want it to come in. Look, I will never forget the last time. This is so sad, y'all. The last time I picked him up and carried him to his bed. And I thought myself then, I said, he was sick. He was really, really sick.
This was yesterday, or?
No, it was, remember when both of the kids were really sick and I showed off all that medication we thought they had COVID, but they didn't. They had bronchitis. This was like January or February, maybe of 2 years ago or last year?
Last year.
It was the year that school got out for COVID. And he didn't weigh more than 58 pounds. So he was asleep on the couch and I didn't want to wake him up. So I just picked him up and put him in his bed. And I thought to myself then, this is probably the last time I'll ever do this.
Last time you hold your baby.
It was terrible.
Well, unless you start going to the gym. Start working out a bit, Charlotte.
Well, he won't let me.
I sort of don't blame him in a sense.
I know. Right?
It's been a long time since my mother's picked me up.
It was the saddest thing.
Long time.
Well, of course. But it was so sad to me. It was heartbreaking to think that was. And I think about that sometimes now when I look at him and he's almost as tall as I am. And that just happened this year. And he's got the dirt on his face and his voice is starting to get deeper. I was cooking the other day and he come in the kitchen and he said something and I turned around. It scared the hell out of me. I thought somebody else was in my house. I looked and I'm like, what did you say? And he said it again. And I said, oh my God, you don't even sound like yourself. And he grinned. He always does the grin thing. He's like, yeah, I know. But I'm like, oh my God, I can't deal with this. But I got to be strong, right?
You have to be strong. Has your son-in-law ever grown facial hair, Grumpus?
You mean your stepson?
Stepson, yeah.
Yeah, what is it? Your stepson or whatever? Yeah, What's his name?
Oh, yeah, he's 42. Yeah, he's got the
Does he know how to shave on his own, or?
I don't know.
You don't?
You probably get someone to do it for him, but
somebody's shaving him, but I just don't know if he's got that kind of ambition.
Brenda, I understand that completely because I have 3 that are grown and married, and I can't wait till the rest of them are.
Yeah, but
or even I don't even care if they're married, as long as like one of my sons, he's not married. But he's perfectly capable of taking care of himself and he's got a job and, he's just doing life. And that's great because he's happy and.
You just want him out of the house.
Yeah. I don't know about this last one. I don't know. That's going to be hard. That's going to be really
but you're going to build another house so that when they come back, they can stay there, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it'll all work out fine.
Well, Dwayne, you're right, because you know what? My daughter's husband can't grow facial hair because he's got Native American.
Right, because I can't hardly grow anything on the sides.
Really? In fact, my son-in-law doesn't even have hair on his legs. It's kind of weird. It's very, very thin and straggly. Our cat helps Ron shave. He sits on the sink and watches him and plays in the water. That's funny. But you know, I don't think that my son is going to be one of those folks, because I think Wesley had almost a full beard and mustache by the time he graduated high school.
Wesley is a very hairy man.
Very. It's crazy.
And he
doesn't have back hair, but he's furry.
Yep. I'm the same. I've got the same genes. My father was, none of his brothers ever. None of them died, but they all died with a full head of hair.
Is that right?
Thick hair, like no baldness in my nothing.
Yeah, Wesley's got a head full of hair. It's crazy.
Oh yeah.
And I never thought anybody'd have hair thicker than me, but he does.
My dad's 92, and he's got a full head of hair.
Really?
Full head of hair, yeah.
My dad has full hair.
Well, there's no signs of your hair receding.
No.
Rumpus, you've got a nice head of hair, so I mean that's genetic, I think.
Seemed to stopped where it's at, but yeah, my dad's got a full of snow white hair.
Yep. Yeah, so was all my father, my uncles, they're all got the full head of hair. On my mother's side, they're all bald.
Are they?
Yep, every single one of them. Like not completely, but you know, they've got very little hair.
Oh,
on my mother's side. But not on my
Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
My grandfather on my mom's side, now he had the bald spots went all the way back, so he just had that little bitty on top of his head and forehead, but everything else was gone. He had a little bit of fringe around his ears, but that was about it.
Oh wow!
So, which way I was going to end up going?
Oh wow!
That's one thing I've never understood is those dudes that do the comb over.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know if that's.
Take it off.
I don't think they do it anymore, but it used to be a big deal. It's like back in maybe the 70s, and it just looked horrible. It's just
well, even Trump did it.
He's your suit, Larry.
Right. And the lot lizard.
And then but then the toupee, like wigs and toupees and stuff. I don't know. You can spot them a mile away. They look terrible. Just go bald, man.
I agree.
I hate having hair because I have to shave it all the time.
Right. Well, and Wesley's that way. His hair grows all down the back of his neck. It stops right about here, but I'm constantly having to touch up his neck in between haircuts. I wish he'd let me use a straight razor, but he won't.
Oh, I don't blame him. You're in a bad mood, Charlotte, the Gulf Coast granny. Yeah, had a bad day. Yeah. Here you go, Wesley.
Well, Granny be
before you know it, he's got his neck looks like this. It's just kind of hanging there. But no, he does. It's real curly on his neck too, which is weird because the rest of his hair is super straight. But like that episode of Steinfeld where George Costanza
that was hilarious.
Toupee, that was hilarious. You know what my favorite episode of Seinfeld was? Man Hands.
Oh, yes. I thought you were going to say the Shrinkage episode. That was hilarious.
No. Well, that was funny. But Man Hands was freaking hilarious to me.
Do you like Seinfeld, Grumpus?
Yeah, I watched it when it was on.
How about that? The one, the famous the masturbation episode.
Yeah.
Remember that one? They've all agreed to, we're going to see how long it can take. We're going to hold out. We're not going to do it. And there's that scene where what's his name comes in.
The guy across the hall.
The guy,
What's his name? Kramer. He
Kramer.
comes in, he just slams the $50 down and leaves.
He said,
In other words, you know what he's done. He couldn't.
you know
do
what's
it.
funny is, at first I didn't think I had seen that episode until you said about slamming the $50, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember now.
And the idea is they're all because they all go around. They're trying to avoid anything that's going to sort of.
Kramer's like, screw this.
Yeah.
This is a stupid game.
Yeah, he lost the bet straight away. Yeah.
Oh
I loved it because it was that the reason why I loved that show so much was because all of that was implied. It wasn't in your face
Right.
offense.
There was
It was classy. It had class.
Yeah.
You know, you knew exactly what they were talking about, like the shrinkage episode. Remember George?
Yeah.
Right. But it wasn't in your face.
Goes into the pool and she saw me and he cycles said, oh, it's shrinkage, yeah. I mean, hilarious. Just the way they could do that, and you knew exactly what everyone knows, but that was funnier than just saying it outright, was implying it.
Yeah, definitely. You saw, Dwayne said he saw Jerry Seinfeld live around 12 years ago.
Oh, that guy's Jerry Seinfeld's a genius.
I'm kind of ticked off that I don't get to see the Judds in October. They were supposed to come here. You know, I saw them in about 89-ish. And it is one of the most unforgettable concerts I'll remember that one as well as I remember the Elvis concert that I saw. And
you saw Elvis?
I did. The year before he died. I was 12. And my parents took me.
Where was that?
In Jacksonville, Florida. And it was surreal is what it was like. It was just surreal because I was a huge fan and never in a million years expected, because my parents, they made me come home from school and take a nap, and I was like 12, and I'm like, what? I'm 12. I don't take naps. And they're like, well, we have to go somewhere this evening and you're going to be up late, so we need you to take a nap. I'm like, okay. So I go in my room. I never took a nap because I couldn't sleep. But they came in, they said, okay, it's time to get ready to go. And I got dressed and we get in this car and we go downtown to the Coliseum, and there's Elvis stuff everywhere. And I'm looking around, and my dad says, do you know where you're at? I said, yeah, I'm at the Coliseum. You know? He says, well, who do you think you're here to see? And I looked at him, and I looked at this guy wearing this Elvis t-shirt. And then I looked further, and there was a whole stack of Elvis t-shirts on a table, and they were hanging up so you could pick which one you wanted. And I said, are we here to see Elvis? He said, yep. And I'm like, I almost fainted. I almost fainted. And now, mind you, we were in the nosebleed section. But I won't ever forget, he had on a white jumper, as usual. He was really heavy. He was really heavy. Yeah. But he sang Glory Hallelujah, and I melted. He sang CC Rider. He sang, oh my God, In the Ghetto. He sang, yeah. And it was just amazing. And when it was over, I never believed the whole Elvis has left the building thing. And we're in the Coliseum, and he walks off the stage. I mean, he just like disappeared. He went, I thought he was doing a break. And all of a sudden, we're sitting there waiting. And about 5 minutes later, some guy comes on the intercom and says, Elvis has left the building. And I'm like, what? No! to go home with him. Be his kid, you know. Me and Lisa Marie, we were going to share a room and everything.
He could have made you a peanut butter and
banana sandwich.
Banana sandwich, yeah.
But yeah, it was great. It was wonderful, and it's something I'll never forget as long as I live. And I'm so happy that they didn't have any foresight, you know. They just did it because they knew I loved Elvis.
Yeah, why not?
But thank God they did, because the very next summer he was gone.
He was gone, yeah. Yeah. What about you, Grumpus? Do you ever go to music concerts or anything like that?
Very rarely. I've seen Chet Atkins once.
Love
I
Chet Atkins.
saw Kenny G once.
Oh, I bet that was good.
And I've seen Chris Bodie twice.
I don't know who that is.
He's the guy.
I don't know.
He plays the trumpet.
Oh, okay.
He used to play with Sting.
Oh.
The Sting's band, and then broke out on his own. So a lot of the stuff he does, Sting is a part of it. He'll either come up and sing a song or so at one of his concerts, or be a part of a song or something. But generally the stuff I see is instrumental stuff. I don't bands and stuff.
I saw Miami Sound Machine before they were popular.
Now I'll tell you. I saw.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I saw. What's the one that does all the Christmas stuff?
Mariah Carey?
No. Sting Machine.
Orchestra.
Yes, I saw them.
Christmas stuff.
Something Heim.
Anaheim Steamroller.
Oh, is that it? Oh, okay. That you were somebody else.
Something. I don't know.
I thought you were talking about the other people, the current people.
I saw them just this year at Christmas time.
Did you?
Yeah,
that Miami Sound Machine concert was amazing, but it was in a park. Nobody knew who they were, and my girlfriend called me and she says, "Hey, you want to go to this concert?" I'm like, "I don't know who that is." She goes, "Neither do I, but it's free. Let's go." Okay, let's go. Huh?
Was that Gloria Estefan?
Estefan, yes.
Yeah, because she went on to
and she was a little powerhouse. Let me tell you something. That was a great concert. She was amazing.
Yeah, they were huge. They were big in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Mannheim Steamroller.
Mannheim Steamroller.
Anaheim Steamroller. Yeah, I saw them at Christmas time this year for the first time.
Who is the one that Wesley likes? Christmas.
What was the reason for that, Grumpus? Why did you?
My wife got tickets where she works.
Well, so what do they do? What are they? They're a band.
It's a almost like a new minstrel band. They do a lot. It's all musical. There's no songs or anything like that. It's just
okay.
Oh, nice.
So it's like compositions or like orchestral.
You probably recognize some of their stuff, but I don't follow them or anything to even be able to say anything. But it's more.
Wesley likes the Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
It's more of a new age type stuff with harpsichords and pianos and keyboards and
yeah. I bet that's wonderful.
Check that off the list. I don't need to see him again.
Right.
Yeah, once was enough.
But they're famous for half a dozen songs. They've been milking it for 20 or 30 years.
Right. I saw a chorus line when it was on Broadway. And that was pretty cool. I didn't quite understand it yet because I was still a young teenager. But my parents took me to see that, and they took me to see Nonsense. Now, Nonsense was funny. That was a great musical.
That's a musical, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The only musical I've ever liked is The Sound of Music.
Oh, I love The Sound of Music.
I'm not a big musical fan.
No, I'm not either. I can't believe I like The Sound of Music, but I do. I really like it.
It's wonderful.
But it's the only one.
And I saw Cats, and I saw Rent.
No. I like musicals.
Those are probably the only ones only memorable ones. But A Chorus Line was pretty fantastic, just because they don't run it anymore.
Mm.
You know, it just, and it was great. That last scene where they're doing the one number was just phenomenal. The dancing, all of it. No, I did not see Stomp. And if I did, I would have to take migraine medicine on the way home.
I did see Stomp one time.
Did you?
You saw it?
I did see. I forgot about them. Yeah, I did see Stomp once.
Jeez.
Huh.
I reckon there's probably 100 others that you've seen, Grumpus.
No, I don't spend a lot of money on concerts and stuff. But I forget. I think I might have won those tickets where I worked, because I worked across the street from where they were playing.
Oh.
Downtown Houston.
Mm.
Yeah, it was
Who
all
are
right.
the drum people?
It was very.
The drum corps.
It was very entertaining, but I can check it off the list. I don't need to see it again.
That do the garbage can drums. Do you know who I'm talking about? Who's that?
That's Stomp.
Yeah, those are the ones I can't. No, I can't do that.
Can't do it.
Of course, I will say this. When I walk into the band hall after indoor percussion practice and everybody is playing a different rhythm as loud as they possibly can because everything's over with and they're just letting off steam.
Yeah, that's not like Stomp.
I hate it.
I think you would like Stomp, because they'll start out with just somebody sweeping a floor.
Oh, okay.
And
It's
then
very theatrical.
somebody else joins them, and he's sweeping the floor with them, but they get the rhythm going, and somebody else will join in, and somebody else will join in before you know it.
Yeah, it's very entertaining.
Put
Yeah.
a pencil to the beat.
Okay.
It's very
Might have to go
creative.
watch them.
Very
Well,
creative.
Violet would probably absolutely love it, and so would Murphy.
And if I remember right, it wasn't that loud.
No?
No, it wasn't like a marching band or anything like that.
Well, and that's funny, because whenever I go to watch the kids do their performances, especially the indoor percussion performances, because it's snares and basses and cymbals and all of those, and they're inside. So it's crazy loud, but it all makes sense. When you're sitting there watching, it all makes sense. So it doesn't feel like it's just a bunch of noise that's really loud. It makes sense. So, yeah. Look, Violet's band director came over to us the other day. We went to Murphy's last band performance of the year. And he came over to us and asked us what Violet's plans for college were. And I said, well, at this point, she's just going to go to Perk and take the scholarship that band offers for Perk, which is a local community college. And he says, let me put some things together and see what we can do as far as getting enough money for her to go where she wants to go. And I said, well, where does she want to go? He says, well, she's been telling me she wants to go up to Oxford to Ole Miss. That's 7 hours away.
She might know that.
I know. I'm like, I don't know if I like this or not. But he said he was gonna put something together for that, for William Carey, and which is a private university here, and also State, which is in Starkville. But he wants to know what she wants to study first. Does she want to study music, or does she want to go into another field? She don't even know. So I'm thinking, how are we going to do this if she don't know? She's got it narrowed down, but she hasn't decided. And I told her, I said, if you're smart, you'll pick social work, because There's always going to be crazy people in the world.
Or is he going to be nuts?
You will never be without a job, sweetie.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at the three of us.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, crazy.
You know, and things change. And the last thing I want to see her do is be a struggling high school teacher. You know, dealing with disrespectful kids and blah. Disrespectful parents. No. Do that in an office when you're getting paid $60 an hour to do it.
That's right.
If you got to deal with that.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
it's all up to her.
it is.
I can't pick a career for her. She's going to have to do that herself. But now I'll tell you one good thing. She has no interest in a performance type degree. It would be more of a educational or technical direction.
Well, that's good. There's more chance of her making money doing that than the
Right.
performance side.
Chase
Right.
the technology.
See, and for me, when I was going to college, it was all about the performance, which was stupid.
Yeah. Well,
Because who knew you couldn't make any money doing that?
well, I mean, you can make money doing anything, but you've got to work your ass off. And that's sort of what I wasn't taught as a kid was the ethic. I was sort of
For women,
that
it's
was
not
sort of-
just about working your ass off; it's doing something else with it.
with what? What do you mean?
Their ass.
Don't know what you mean.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, enhance that.
For women, it's not about working your ass off.
Yeah.
Do you get it, Patrick? I don't get it.
Yes, you do. It's other ways of using your ass.
Well, are you talking about becoming a prostitute?
No,
Performing on a pole?
no.
Well, anyone could do that, but
Yeah.
Doing favors for gigs and doing
but
favors for that business
Yeah.
is shady AF, especially to women.
But yeah, I think all businesses are the same in the end.
I don't know.
Yeah, I sort of.
I
do.
worked at the
think
phone
that-
company and I never had to get naked for a promotion. You
No,
know?
but that's a choice. You know, I mean, you can choose
I
to
didn't
do
either,
that.
but I was willing.
You can in any business you can choose to be that way. You can.
Well,
sort of
and that's
do it-
true. You can choose to be
do
that
it
way.
legitimately. There are people in the music industry that make money legitimately, but they work their absolute ass off.
Yes, and you're right. You're right.
But
I mean,
there's
look at
still
Reba
a-
McEntire. I don't think she had to,
but
favors
what
for people.
but they're no different than people that want to set up their own business. They become entrepreneurs. But that's
Right.
the difficulty for musicians and people that are creative, that they're not good at both.
They're not
they
the
might be
business
good at-
end
They're great. They might be great at creative stuff and writing
and the
songs,
art.
but they're crap at business, and they
Right.
get done over. And it's so hard to do both
Right,
because you don't have the skills in both. You're one or the other.
right.
So that's why so many musicians fail,
Yeah.
because it's just you can't. I mean, they don't know how to make money at it. But
Yeah.
maybe she might be one of the people that does. She might find
Well,
ways of
unfortunately,
making
I
money.
was not. I was not one of those people. But then, what really intersected my ambition was not that aspect of, the bad aspects of being in the arts. It was more my choices to have a bunch of kids at a really young age and have more responsibility than I should have had to be able to carry out those ambitions. I made choices and it kind of derailed the ambitions.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
Which is fine. I mean, I don't resent it. I'm fine with it.
I mean, I went to music school. That's how I did my high school, was a music sort of school. And there was about 100 people in my class, and I actually checked this recently. Out of 100 of us, there's one that went on to have a career in music.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
But back in the day, when we were all teenagers and, like...
You were all going to be rich and famous one day.
No, well, I don't know if it was even that. You were just sort of there learning about how to play music and having a great time. And no one, I don't think anyone thought about how are we going to make money at it. It was all about this idealistic. It's great. You can play the drums, you can play the trumpet or whatever, but it's a whole different world when you grow up and you go out in the world and say, well, how can I make money at this now?
Right.
There's not many options.
Right.
Especially in Australia.
Right.
So there's one guy out of about 100 in my class that I know for a fact his career is involved. He's a full-time musician.
Wow.
And that's it. 1 out of 100.
And looking back on those ambitions, I don't even think that would have been the right career choice for me anyway. I enjoyed singing. I enjoyed entertaining people. I enjoyed the attention, But I didn't want to make it's almost like my crochet. Go ahead.
The ones that succeed at it in any creative way, like music, arts, anything like that, at some point they have to realise that it's a business, and they either are smart enough to get people around them that can manage it for them,
right?
Or they do it themselves. They've got a business mind and they can actually make a living at it, because there's a whole...
Like
when you grow up and but when you're in that artistic community as a kid, they don't teach you any of that. It's just all about, isn't it nice you can play the guitar or whatever. Yeah, it's great, because it is great. But then you grow up and you realise I've got to have a job, and most people don't. They fall away, and you're left with the top 1%. They make a living at it in the music business or acting or anything else. It's like there's so many actors out there that are unemployed because everyone wants to be the next Brad Pitt. But if you talk to Brad Pitt or any of these people, they work their absolute backsides off.
Right, right. And nobody sees that part of it.
No, they make it look easy.
Right, right. Brenda, that was a funny story about your dog. That was funny. You saw Joe Rogan stand up. Who is Joe Rogan? I keep hearing that name. I don't know who that is.
He was absolutely hilarious.
Yeah. I'm a huge fan of his.
Yeah, he's got I listen to his podcast every chance I get.
So he's
Joe Rogan. Did you ever see Fear Factor? Joe Rogan.
Not really. Hi, Mojo. How are you?
Joe Rogan hosted Fear Factor, and he also was in the mixed martial arts. And pretty much was told he needed to pick one or the other, so he told Fear Factor kiss off, and he went back to commentating on mixed martial arts.
Yeah.
And now he's got a podcast, and he's got millions and millions of followers.
Quite a few people listen. Yeah.
Isn't that amazing? Hey Mojo, what are you cooking today? Are you going to be cooking anything?
Yeah, well,
he was. His that whole controversy with him recently was hilarious, because all it's done is made him even more popular.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean the whole thing. Oh no, we can't have you. We can't.
They're trying to cancel him because they didn't like who he brought on his show.
Yeah.
Really?
He brought on someone, Charlotte, that was giving an alternative point of view to COVID, and all the Hollywood people, Neil Young.
Huh.
Honestly,
Music off.
For God's sakes, Neil Young. And because he's on Spotify, Neil Young said, "Well, we're Neil Young. I'm going to withdraw my music from Spotify," and Spotify just said, "Well, okay, because we're not getting rid of Joe Rogan. He's got a."
When is the last time anybody thought of music and Meatloaf?
Exactly.
When he was in his day.
It's only 3:30 in the morning. I forgot about that, Mojo. He said it's only 3:30 in the morning where he's at. Yeah, but you're always cooking before the sun comes up. Oh, goodness. I've got something burning the crap out of my eye.
But yeah, Joe Rogan was hilarious. His stand-up was just absolutely.
I'm gonna have to watch him and see what I think, because, like I said, I keep hearing his name, but I've just never known who he was.
He interviews anyone and everyone, and he's a great interviewer. So his podcast is taken off now. Now he's the number one thing on Spotify. I think he sold his show to them for like 100 million or something.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And so for that reason, when they, this Neil Young and whoever said, right, we don't like what he's interviewed someone that we don't like, and it was hilarious. Right. Spotify just called him up. Neil Young, who are you?
Pretty much. There was a couple that threatened to pull their music, but
there was another one. Joni Mitchell, I think, was another one that pulled him in, but they don't give a shit. I mean, it's like he's making them so much money. And the fact is that the reason why he's so popular is because he's just common sense. He doesn't preach.
Oh, yeah.
He listens to everyone, and that's what we want.
Right.
He's fair and balanced. He's not one way or the other politically. He's just in the middle.
Right.
And he's curious, and people love it. I love it.
Well, yeah.
I listen to stuff every chance I get. I mean, he'll have somebody come on pro one thing, and then the next day maybe somebody's the exact opposite stance, and he just lets them talk. He'll ask questions, but he lets them talk.
And that's what's good about it, because the people that go on there know that they're not going to be judged. So even if you don't like them, like he's had all sorts of left-wing people, right-wing people, you name it on there, but he gets the best interview out of them because they know they feel comfortable. They're not being judged politically.
They don't have to be defensive, or
they can just say what they say, and that's all you want. I mean, and then it leaves it up to you as the viewer. You can make up your own mind.
Brenda wants to know if he's on YouTube.
Yeah, all over YouTube.
You can find stuff on YouTube. Yes.
So does he do his podcast on Spotify and then puts the video of it on YouTube?
Well, he's got two YouTube channels. But if you subscribe to either one, I mean, it just can't, in my feed, Joe Rogan comes up all the time with various different clips. Sometimes I click on, I want to hear that or whatever. But yeah, he's great. For years I've followed him.
But he may have a hour and a half long podcast, and he'll put, a 10-minute snippet of it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
It'd be enough to get your interest where you'll follow him back over.
So you going over to Spotify? Yeah, I got you.
But there's a lot that you can watch in full too for free.
Yeah.
Right.
And some of them are 2-3 hours long.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go watch him.
Yeah, he's
of course, I might be all caught up in that, like I did this stupid trial.
Well, that's the danger you get, because you could. Yeah, once the whole rabbit hole opens, and you could watch Joe Rogan for, and all your time's taken up watching him. But he has some people on that he's had on I've never heard of before, and it turns out you watch 5 minutes of it, go, shit, this is really interesting. And you keep going with it and all that. Yeah. He's just it's a good show, but I don't think it's because he's anything. He's just open-minded. That's all.
Right.
So you get a really nice, unbiased interview, and that's as a viewer, you feel like you're treated like an adult.
And he will. I mean, he will play devil's advocate, and he'll grill them good.
Right. Brenda, I don't know if Spotify is free or not. I do think they have a free version
Yeah, there is a
But
free version.
probably to watch Joe Rogan, there's a monthly fee.
Yeah,
Probably.
there is, because there's so much on there that's probably worth paying for if you're into it.
But
Yeah, Joe Rogan.
Y'all, I'm
Have you-
starting to fizzle out. I think I'm gonna sign off of this thing.
What do you mean,
What?
Charlotte? It's only been 5 hours.
I know. Well, I'm tired now.
I hate to bring this up, but you know, Christina never did come back on, and this is still open. I keep hitting refresh, and she hasn't even shut it off yet. So I don't know what to think.
I don't know either, Grumpus. I hope. Do we know anybody who?
What's this about?
Moose Gal.
Yeah, I know, Christine. What's that?
Well, go ahead, Grumpus.
Well, she there was a notice popped up that she was going to go live,
Yeah.
and that was at 11 o'clock. And the title says F off world. And then the description says venting about mental health, whatever happens, happens.
Is this on a YouTube channel?
On a live stream. Yeah.
Yeah, she had a live stream fired up and ready to go.
Oh, okay.
And
Not yet, Brenda. I'm close though.
never showed up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she never showed up.
And I saw her a couple of days ago on a live stream, and she was really having a rough time with her mom passing 10 years ago. So it's the 10-year anniversary coming up, and this is Mother's Day weekend, so I'm sure she's struggling with that. I just hope that this doesn't turn into something big.
Yeah, me too.
It's worrying when that happens, isn't it? Because they could be fine, but you don't know.
Right.
Seemed fine a couple of days ago, but apparently not.
Well, and she did a few live streams that day. Remember?
That I don't know.
Well, she did. She did like 2 or 3 live streams that day. And then I think she even did one yesterday. And I commented on the one about her mom because it broke my heart. You know, that she's still grieving like she is. But, you know, she also said something about mental health issues, and I don't know if it's associated. You know, you don't know if one is associated with the other or if it's separate. Because it could be. You don't know. We don't know. And I don't want to put her business out there, but I'm worried about her.
Well, I'm starting to get a little concerned myself.
Yeah.
What's her channel name?
Moose Gal's Corner.
Oh, okay, right.
That's with 3 O's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, I'm not subscribed to her channel.
Ah.
I thought I was actually, but I'm not. Yeah, there I can see this My Mental Health, but that was 2 days ago.
Yeah, she did a few of them 2 days. She did a couple of them 2 days ago. She did one yesterday, I believe.
Okay, Patrick, there's the link. There's the link in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I've got it. I'm looking at her channel now.
At her channel or this live?
That's the live video link.
Oh, okay.
Brenda, I'm at oh gosh, I forgot now. Hang on a second and I'll tell you. Shoot if I know. Yeah, I wish that I'm kind of hoping that she goes live tomorrow.
Well, you said
Just to say, hey, I made a mistake, blah, 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 whatever. You know what I mean?
But didn't you text message her or something?
I just left a message on her.
Maybe she'll answer that.
on her live stream to contact me on Instagram, because I know she does Instagram. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. It's hard to know whether it's. Well, you just don't know.
You don't know.
Right.
I hope she's okay.
Me too. I feel. It don't matter what I feel. Wait a minute. What is this? Why? What bracket is going on here? Okay, I'm at 38.47. So 153 more to go. Whoop, whoop. 153 more hours to go, which is pretty
really?
easy. Yeah.
So we only have to stay on for another day.
No.
Another 4 or 5 days if it's just the three of us.
Well, I guess we could just sleep.
No more going to bed for you, Charlotte.
That ain't no good. Oh, Brenda said she just visited your channel, Grumpus. Or she visited your channel. I don't know if it was just, but.
Thank you, Brenda. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Check out Patrick's also.
Yeah, check out Patrick's channel. He's a great cooking channel too.
Brenda, don't listen to them.
He's being modest, Brenda.
No, I'm not. I'm being realistic. You're going to be horrified and very disappointed.
Look,
Watch
most
Grumpus's
of the things
channel.
that you cook, Patrick, I think are just pretty darn creative and clever, and I really enjoy trying some of your recipes.
Yeah.
But some of them just really throw me for a loop. Like the pie that you made in the pea soup.
That was about
What did you call it? A floater?
Oh, I don't remember. Oh, yeah.
That confused me a little bit. And
no, I'm not surprised.
Just because that's not.
I'm confused why you watch it. Why do you watch these videos?
Why do I watch it? Because
there's nothing in there.
I'm there for you, my friend. I'm there for you.
Please.
A break.
It's called Patty Joe Cooking.
I got the link. I got the link in there.
Put the link in there for Grumpus. Thank you.
It's the first 200 videos I'm thinking of deleting.
And the Surströmming video threw me for a loop too, because I'm thinking, why would
Actually, I don't mind that one. That's not bad. That one and the one where I do. Well, that one and then the Vegemite one where I teach you how to eat Vegemite.
Yeah,
those two I
that
sort
was
of
good
don't.
too.
They're okay.
They're good.
That rotten fish, I was really concerned that Patty was going to eat
I
that.
was scared for you.
I'm thinking, do it. Don't do it.
When you opened that up, the first one, I'm like, oh dear God, please don't eat it. Please.
Yeah, that was
You're
a learning
gonna die,
curve.
Patrick. Thank you, Brenda. You will not be sorry. Because not only does he have amazingly creative and fun recipes, but he's funny too.
Brenda, unsubscribe immediately.
Are you unsubscribing again?
What?
Is that what you said? I thought you said you were going to unsubscribe immediately.
No. Oh, no. I'm telling Brenda to unsubscribe from my channel. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's just an annoyance in your life you don't need. You don't need this, Brenda.
See,
Grumpus, yes, you'll learn how to cook things. Charlotte, yes, you'll learn how to cook things. You'll learn how to garden and do all that stuff. My channel, you'll learn. It'll actually, if you're an insomniac, it's probably a good channel to watch because you'll just fall asleep.
Right.
Straight away. Maybe if you've got that.
I never have fallen asleep to one of your videos, Patrick.
Oh, I have.
You have? How many bottles of Captain Morgan had you drink?
Well, quite a few. But that's while I'm filming.
Like the vegan chicken sandwich video. You said you
Oh,
fell
wow.
asleep and found it on the floor the next morning.
Well, I did.
I know.
Yeah.
That
That was one of my-
hilarious.
Well, I was sort of that one was because that was just you've got to put it in perspective. That was just after we'd come out of lockdown.
Right, and you were able to go and walk somewhere.
I was absolutely. There's all sorts of
Well, you were getting
Australian
freedom.
terms. There's lots of Australian offensive terms for it, but I was quite drunk, and so I just thought I would go and do that. And won't this be great? And I filmed it all, and then when I was half sober the next day, I watched it back, and I thought, Jesus. But I'd say, I'll upload it, whatever. Who cares? You know, people.
When you said vegan.
Well, I can remember going there. I know I wanted something. I thought I'll go, but I honestly do not, because when you're drunk and you go in there, you don't look at. I just thought a chicken sandwich. I didn't see the vegan bit of it.
Right.
And it looks like it's a chicken sandwich, doesn't it? You know, it's
right, because it's got chunks in it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it certainly had chunks in it. That's for sure. Yeah. So.
I'm surprised you didn't blow chunks. Just.
Well, I might have done that later on.
You might have. Ooh, guys, look, the sun's coming up.
Is it?
Look.
Yeah.
Y'all, look. You can't see, darn it. Those are my beans.
Oh, look at the beans.
I know, look. Look how big my cucumbers are.
Wow.
And these over here are even bigger.
Okay.
Do you see them?
Yeah, we can see them.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was light enough out.
Oh yeah.
Where are the I want to see the chickens. Where are they?
The chooks.
Give them a good talking to.
We'll go see the chicken, the egg-eating chickens.
Yeah, give them a bit of a rev up and tell them no, not allowed to eat.
Look, Poppy pressure washed my rug, and I'm tickled to death because it was about time.
Wow.
Chick. Hey, jerks. Okay, let's see. There's.
Look at them.
That's Eliza, the red one, and the white one is Helen, and the gray ones are Audrey and the Heathers, and that's Audrey there with the spot on her. Of course, you can't tell the difference, but there they are. Yeah, you know what? You're ungrateful, and you need to quit eating the eggs, or you're going to end up in a stew pot. How do you like that? Jerks. Let's see if they got any eggs in here. Huh?
If they end up in the stew pot, at least now I've seen who they are. It's going to be really interesting.
It's good. Yeah, I know. You can't eat chickens that you name.
We can put
with each
taste.
With each scoopful of it into the bowl, I'll be saying, "Now, was that Audrey or was that a bit?" You know, it'd be quite morbid, actually.
Put a face to the meat.
Yeah, put a face to the meat.
This is Meredith. Right. Where's the darn thingy-mabobber? I gotta quit moving around. That's her name. Isn't she beautiful?
Yeah.
And then we got, this is Lagerfeld here. Those are my tea roses. Oh, this one is supposed to be something else, but it ended up being red. I don't even know its name. So it's going to have to come out. And look at this. This one is beautiful. Nope, not that one. That one's old. That one's kind of old. Oh, shoot. Sorry, you were spinning around a little bit. How do I fix that? No, it doesn't matter. Let's see if I can get her in here. This one is called State of Grace. And she's so beautiful because she has, God dang it, she has yellow and salmony pink and really bright pink underneath. And as she opens, she gets lighter and lighter and lighter.
Mm.
And whew, and this beauty here is Twilight Zone. Isn't that gorgeous? Look at that deep, deep purple color. I love him. And the hotter it gets, the darker the purple gets. It's crazy. But those are the ones that are blooming right now. Oh, well, that's not true either, because I have my climbers over here. Only one of them's blooming right now, but look how pretty that one is. I don't know if can you see him? There. That one's called Quicksilver. And it's this pretty lavender purple color. It has no scent whatsoever. I'm like, well, that was underwhelming. But the one next to him here, this is Tangerine Skies. And that one is the best smelling rose I've got in the entire garden. But I can't believe it. Look at that. Look at that. That's crazy. I can't get over it. Y'all, this is the best my garden has been since I moved in here. Since the first video I ever did here. Now, at my other house, it looked like this. But this year, I hate to jinx it. I really hate to jinx, because I'm afraid, like, if I say it's great, there's going to be some freak's hailstorm, and it's just all going to go away.
Only hit your house.
But, yeah, it'll only hit my house. But look how tall my tomatoes are. Look at that. They're almost all the way up to the top of that 6-foot fence. It's crazy.
I'm gonna make sure that doesn't happen. I'm gonna say the opposite. I'll do the Seinfeld thing and say the opposite.
Okay.
Your garden sucks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The worst garden I've ever seen.
I know, right?
Horrible.
And my zinnias are starting to bloom in the swimming pool there.
Yeah.
And these are my little minis. Aren't they so cute? I love them. And then these are some pink geraniums. And look at that coneflower. I love it. And then I don't know what these are called, and I can't even say it, but they look almost like yellow daisies or black-eyed Susans without the black eye. And it's called, it's a weird name, Euryops. Euryops. And I don't know the common name for it, but that's the scientific name for it. But I love it because it reminds me of my granny. So I bought him. And they're all perennial except for the zinnias. And so I'm just going to put them in some kind of garden bed. I'm not sure what. And leave them alone and let them come back every year, which is going to be great. But I harvested a squash, a zucchini and a yellow squash yesterday, and one cucumber, which was cool. So, but I can't wait till these are actually not green beans, they're yellow wax beans here. And then down at the other end, the shorter ones here, those are my green beans. So I've got half of a bed of green and half of a bed of yellow, and I'm going to pickle them together because I like pickled green beans. That's the only way I like to eat them. In a martini or a Bloody Mary.
Show us the Blackstone.
Oh, the Blackstone. Well, it's kind of being used as a tabletop right this minute, but hang on. The Blackstone without the lid, the top. Without the top.
Jeez.
I keep the top on the inside so it doesn't rust, because it's steel. So, but this is fine. This is stainless, so it'll be fine out here. But yeah, I've got 24 tomato plants, 6 cucumbers, that whole bed of green beans. Look at these. Look. Look, this is crazy. I'm telling you. Look how thick those tomatoes are right there.
Amazing.
And that's after I had, look, do you see that mutant zucchini right there? It's huge. So
Incredible.
I'm very hopeful. Sort of. I'm trying not to get my hopes up.
That's
But,
great.
But it's looking really good right now.
Oh, yeah.
I even have some butternut squash planted, and I'm really hoping that those will produce because I really like butternut squash. And then I have this whole back bed back here is nothing but peppers. Right there. Am I going too fast?
Ooh.
Maybe not. But all those are peppers. And of course, peppers always take a long time to do anything really. But I have a few peppers on the little pimento peppers. And I've got flowers on some of them. So they're coming around. The hotter it gets, the better they'll get. But yeah, I'm absolutely floored. What I really want to do this weekend is just come out here and clean up. Because we've made a mess of this backyard. And I thought a couple of weeks ago we came out here and cleaned up a lot. But we didn't get the old container garden squared away. And that's really what I want to do because I've got a lot of just empty containers everywhere. And the black plastic's still in the ground and the fence is still half up. And I really just want to get that cleaned up and maybe get the grass growing back again, or I don't know. Maybe I'll even put the flowers back there. Who knows? But I'm very. Brenda said, I learned a sweet relish recipe from zucchini that you'll can this year. I've never heard of zucchini or relish. Interesting. All right, so there's the garden tour. I'm out of here. Thank you guys for coming tonight. Thank you, Grumpus. I'm sorry I kept you up so late again.
That's all right.
But I enjoyed my evening with everybody.
I'm going to go out and lay under that sink and take a nap.
You should. You just at least it'll make you feel like you're doing something, right?
Have my feet stick out the cabinet. She'll think I'm working.
I know, right?
People are
So what I'm
crazy.
going to do is clean my kitchen. And yeah. So guys, take care and
Who's
we'll
left?
see you later, okay?
Bye, Brenda. Bye,
Bye,
Grumpus.
guys. Bye,
Charlotte.
Brenda. Thank you.
Good night, Charlotte.
Bye.